day at work and then get home and get high. Like,
as we are once again alive upon the internet. Had the tab open apparently still. I was jumping around the tabs. I was kind of checking out some other streamers. And yeah, we appear to be alive upon the internet. Let's make sure that we are with bitrates and everything set to public and titles changed and stuff like that. Everything looks apparently correct. Apparently. Yeah, let's jump right in. Yeah, let's just start with this. I need to get another character through Brooklyn. Through the lens of Brooks. And yeah, we're just gonna do that. This is the last character on main account that still needs to Brooklyn. So we'll take them through. I was thinking I'm gonna run something either for red or for blue.
Debrief with Schaefer. Kelso had to go. Said it was safer for us if she's not here.
And Manny's still mannying. Manily. Oh, we could go for that actually. Maybe I do the content or two. Although yeah, this wouldn't be a full red or. So I was maybe thinking. There's this thing, right? If I take the memento out of this, then we would have a full blue build, but also this would take forever to get through there. I still need to get that, like, some of those final journey parts then. But let's maybe take the pistol headhunter through, and we'll cheese it a little with determined. I might grab a Regulus as well, but then let's maybe have those pieces at the ready. And I just ate, and of course now that I'm talking, my body's just like, we want to burp. Just burps. Also at some point, yeah, I need to do Descent for the weekly. Well, I don't need to, but I want to. I've done all the weeklies so far, might as well keep that track record going. And yeah, in the end as well, I actually last night and even a little bit this afternoon cheesed a little bit of the Game Pass project. Especially for second account, getting them set up or done with it, getting them also 2 caretakers. I have 4 caretakers in total. That'll work out. It's more than enough. So yeah, actually, yeah, so that method of adding and removing from friends list just before you kind of do the calls seems to make it very consistent. So, and then you basically don't need any of the rest. you just need that, and that worked pretty well. It will still kind of here and there grab other people. But let's go get this character started on Brooklyn, and we'll just go through it.
Agent, we need you
and then what I might do as well is just call for backups. Although I have too many people on friends list, so it might just be annoying actually.
Call from an Agent Hoskins. Bell is ready to take you to Brooklyn.
But yeah, one last time on this account. Let's take it away. As we don't use addictions as in, oh yeah.
Agent, thank you for coming.
Although yeah, I've definitely not like done a ton of it in the end. Because I've seen some people take out all like 98 levels or something. Because also main account, just actually character 4 has wings. I actually don't want the other characters to have wings. Even though, yeah, each of them would be also 70 like exotic components. I'm not too fussed about that. I wanted at this point, exotic components are just as compromised as everything else. As like SHT levels and such. So. But yeah, let's start getting this character through Brooklyn.
I need to debrief with Schaefer. Kelso had to go. Said it was safer for us if she's not here.
Don't
Can't
say,
afford to
Manny.
lose Dr. Candle.
No, Manny. Don't say. So actually, what is normally the way into here? It's that gate, right? Or is it that gate? Just curious if we could try to escape. But yeah, I definitely poked around
Hostiles incoming.
everything here. Well, that'll be interesting as well once we have all of the comms and you do a new character, because yeah, there's the echo around here, which is like a, which is the final echo, but also kind of a callback to Div 1, kind of.
Ally detected.
I forgot it says that. Assist ally. You just grab a. Should have. I should grab caretaker. I should have grabbed that. But yeah, we'll get this character through here. Oh, actually, no, we're gonna. Yeah, once we reach Brooklyn. Yeah, I was gonna do the other thing.
Hostiles
My
incoming.
brain is kind of gone already, which is a good sign.
Ally status
Okay,
update.
most of today, especially with on the weekend, of course, I spent quite a lot of time on Division, which I've enjoyed as well. I'm actually still
He was just a kid.
not
Candle
burned
security is
out
no
or
match for the
anything
cleaners. We need to get to Jess.
on it, but definitely spent a lot of time there, and also I kind of left a lot of work stuff. Although today as well, basically just finished up my work stuff, and I'm not per se taking
Detected.
any like
What are the cleaners up to?
personal time. But starting tomorrow we will. Because of 3 times XP.
Obstructed.
I'll likely just play second account while 3 times XP is up and just do build collection stuff. I'm just effectively not gonna play much of main accounts. We get a global event with it? Actually? Oh, guess not. No, right? The global event is after. Actually, the chameleon struggling to get stacks on these normal enemies.
Hey, come on! We need to get to the
We
armory!
finally reached.
Come out of the sewer. They're on the street. You need to catch up with them.
Having
Candle
a
security
stack.
is not ready to fight the cleaners.
But yeah, once we reach Brooklyn, actually, yeah, let's take it back to DC. Let's do a few countdowns. I want to try to get some of the parts for that Ninja Bike Headhunter. Maybe we just run it with the Ninja Bike Headhunter, but it's like the... That one's mostly more set up for Determined, which might be a little cheesy, but also it'll be fine. Dun dun dun. So in the end, I didn't look too much at it. I just answered some of the questions. Yeah, the streamline video did well
Hoskins, come in. Hoskins.
in
Jess,
the end,
where are you?
especially
Locked in the
for
armory.
my
What's
doings.
left of the crew is trying to stop the cleaners, but it's only a matter of time. Help is on the way. Hold tight.
And yeah, let me catch up for a second. Just got overwhelmed after some struggling. I've enjoyed it. She's now good to guys when it comes to creating builds. Just get to know this game better. Would be able for me to complete last season's Manhunter Massacre. Difficulty on the 100. And yeah, you're more than welcome. And yeah, I can understand the feeling of being overwhelmed. You know, when starting on Div 1, for instance, I definitely felt pretty overwhelmed with all the systems and such, and you know what to pick and what to grab and what works and what
Get
doesn't.
to one police plaza. Jess is
On
only
Division
safe
2,
as
I
long
kind
as
of
she has
grew
someone
up
to
with
protect
it, so
her.
that's
Agent,
kind of,
please hurry.
that helped there quite a bit. You know, I was there when systems were getting introduced one by one, so it wasn't all of them at once.
Not even Dr. Candle?
But just also focus on generally what I advise as well. Just instead of trying to like understand everything, unless you like really you enjoy that. But for a lot of people, it's kind of fine to just copy builds. You don't have to understand the system to just use the system. So you effectively, instead of like how does expertise work and everything, it's just more like, hey, just run multiple weapons. Once a weapon is proficient, just swap out, and gear when it's proficient, see if you want to maybe try a different build. And part of it as well is, well, you know, just find things that you enjoy and also vary it up. Because even things that you enjoy, if you do them too much, and just slowly just go like, hey, what is this mode? Hey, what is this mode? Let's go into Descent. Let's go into Summit. Let's go.
Hoskins, they're gone.
Let's
My
find out
security
what the
detail is
raids are
gone.
about and stuff.
Why didn't you pick up? I was trying to stay quiet and not give away my position, but they knew. Help is on the way. Agent, you need to get inside
But yeah, glad
now.
it's working out, and welcome aboard.
Dr. Kendall located in the armory.
Danvers needs the helipad and the docks for his operation. Go secure on UHQ. I see you.
And these missions are just... I wish they actually would take the world difficulty.
Door status update unlocked.
Might get some people into trouble.
Carry
Although if you're on heroic, like, you know,
She's dead, isn't she?
the world is set to heroic, you would think you can deal with heroic.
Thank you for coming, Agent.
Hey there, Kendall.
To One Police Plaza. We need to exterminate the rats at the station.
And yeah,
Stay put
we'll
and
likely
keep
get
working
her
armor.
uniform as well.
You've
If
got cleaners in the courtyard. We can't extract
Especially
guests
with this
until you secure
jacket.
the area.
at some point. Feels like a cool looking outfit for division agents for in the future. And hit assault. And yeah, I've been loving the DLC too, just exploring quite a bit and such as well. And I'm very happy in the end with the quality on display. I was very worried actually about the quality of it. Kind of hinted at it here and there, but I needed it to be, you know, on par at least with the rest. And I'm very happy that while small, that's the biggest issue with it. It's just, it's not a lot. But it is still of the quality of the rest of the game. It doesn't, like, in any way... It isn't also better than the rest in, like, the open world and stuff, but it's definitely, like, on par, at least. Which I was hoping for, because it would have been silly if it was, like,
Target
you know,
detected.
just... Hey, this is DC, and this is Woney, and then, like, oh, Brooklyn is, yeah. You have to excuse that it's, like, shitty in this way or that way or that.
Target eliminated.
Did they... I haven't played in groups much. Did they fix the name
Escort Jess
thing?
back to the bridge. I'll update your
Does
security clearance so the
anybody
guards don't think you're hostile.
incidentally run into that? The
Agent, when you're
name
ready to
just
go,
counting
meet
for the
at
person
armory
that gets the
and I'll take you
kill?
to the bridge.
For the projects? Because I just haven't played in groups much. At least not with... I haven't done projects and stuff like. Got a new mask today. I don't know. Fortran. Oh, the exotic. Yeah. Yeah, yesterday as well. We did the hunters. I enjoyed quite that as well. Those hunters were actually pretty cool, and they'll be cool for players as well to get.
Welcome to the bridge.
And none of them is too bad. And yeah, there's definitely puzzles there, but also, yeah, they're very solution based, so it's pretty easy once you know the solution.
Cleaners attacked a settlement in Long Island a couple weeks ago, but this is their first time in Brooklyn. We need to know what they're doing.
I feel some of them are definitely on the level where you could figure it out by your own if you want to go like. I don't feel that was the case with any of the other hunters. Although as well, for instance, I found Lumen just accidentally by myself. So at least one is definitely, if you explore quite a lot of the map and such, even if you kind of don't go for the spoilers, you will upgrade it. One of the things is this place actually upgrades quite a bit, kind of like the other settlements, but they don't make a big deal out of it. Honestly, is it just on the, well, we'll see the mission actually. Is it on the missions that it's just upgrading? Because yeah, you have kind of this area and such when you first come here. It's a little different. Oh, morale is just sitting here. Okay. I was like, yeah, where's morale in all this? Because we've heard a lot about her. That's Parnell's, well, wife, girlfriend, mother of child. So, but I hadn't actually paid attention that she's here. All I can say, working on it again. That's place. Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. But of course, undone. I'm actually just gonna buy it. Although I have already. I'm just gonna buy it on main account and second account, and I'm actually using this as my goodbye to third account for now. We're just not gonna, because yeah, it was a little bit much to kind of keep them going, especially now that they're doing a lot more events and stuff with like the stretch goals thing and like, you know, all of those, and like the projects, the event ones. That's a lot for us, yeah. I mean, well, it's many times a little, indeed. Indeed, there's pretty fan. And easy me. We select new players. Which build should it hit when you hit level 40? Well, do I have a thing for you? I'll put in the commands in a second. It will pop up a list, likely with its stream delay, like when I'm talking here. It is the recommended build list. Take a wild guess. What is there? And yeah, that's explanations and such for what builds I kind of recommend and kind of what they do. And yeah, it starts with Striker. Honestly, you kind of owe it to yourself to just make an obliterate Striker. Well, actually not this one, but this one effectively. But yeah, it's also in that list where we are going with an obliterate chest. Well, yeah, you would want some of the items and such, but kind of that layout. This is kind of the general meta of the game. Especially running it. It's not, honestly, I don't run this everywhere always. Definitely not. But you owe it to yourself to kind of know what this build can do, and then you can kind of have a, you know, you have something to compare against. And then there's a bunch of builds in there that are recommended for if you're playing in groups, like Eclipse, or things like Refractor, or healing builds if you want to like go Incursion. But also what I like running, for instance, solo is what I was running a second ago, which is a Tech Tank. Which is with a Memento and a shield that is pretty strong, but you kind of have to learn to play it because you're not strong, your shield is strong, but you have damage, kind of. So, but yeah, you have a bunch of options there. Just have a read through that. Yeah. Fire. Yeah, I might towards the end of the season, what I might just do is use third account to maybe like do a go through scout and stuff again. But also we don't need to per se, right? We just need to do 2 of the scouts for the master mission. The rest is just if you want to get the XP and the loot and stuff. Actually, does it? Speaking of that, yeah, scouts. Does it say which ones we need to do per se? Oh, high value target 1. Okay, so week 7 and week 11. This one says do, complete scout 9 to unlock. Because the idea that the way I thought it would work. Although yeah, this one doesn't have a prerequisite. So yeah, this needs. Oh well. Oh yeah, this. Maybe it's just the wording's on it wrong, but the way they were wording it is, yeah, you need to just do the high value targets to actually get access to the master mission, and the rest is kind of just filler and comms, of course. So it'll be that. Speaking of this, yeah. So yeah, let's talk to Hoskins.
For getting Jess back. I really don't think we would have made it this far if we didn't have Candle keeping us healthy. Okay. Logistics and lodging. Truth? We're running short on beds, but I'll find somewhere you can hang your hat. Welcome to the bridge.
I'm not wearing a hat.
Look forward to working with you, Agent.
Yeah, we've worked before, so let's go back to Canal.
You ever get tired of rescuing the same people over and over again?
Nope. Hostage rescues. Love them.
You know, I thought I was going to be the hero. Save the world destroyed by science with...
I delayed that light.
But I keep ending up your damsel in distress. I guess we do what we're best at. Anyways, if you need anything, we've got a decent medical staff now.
What's that guy doing?
We're no hospital, but we've got vaccines. And we're a step beyond field triage.
One step beyond field triage.
Allied distress mode detected.
Agent! Cleaners attacked the clinic. They're burning everything. Please, Agent, you have to hurry.
It's actually a list as rewards. Like settlement upgrade? No. But yeah, one of the plans is to kind of run this character for today. But actually, I want to also run a build with them. So we're going to take it back to DC actually now and go to a few countdowns, get the parts that I need. It won't be too hard to get them anyway. Retracted. I see. And hey there, Malene.
Safe area entered.
Is the new exotic mask glitched? Yes. In my testing, weapon damage wise, so I don't know, the reload seems to work and the other parts of it.
Kelso had to go.
But likely the status effect and the weapon damage isn't working currently. Weapon damage wise, you're getting 2 weapon damage out of it. So you're getting 1 stack out of it, which is my guess what is happening there. It's like instead of giving you 12 stacks, even though it's like visually giving 12 stacks, even at full stacks, you only get 2 weapon damage out of it, which instead of the 24 that you're kind of promised. Hopefully that'll get fixed. Because yeah, we didn't have it in the PTS, so yeah, it's kind of the downside for them of not having done it with PTS. You know what? Let's grab caretaker. Or maybe we'll grab purist, or maybe we'll grab both. Let's grab a caretaker. For proficiency wise. Let's grab maybe a lead. Yeah. That one is also one that I'm still leveling. So might as well run those. Well, we run a countdown or 2. Unless it's on this Fury somewhere on the map. I wouldn't mind if it's on a open world either, with just doing a few when I do this, does it actually do it Wony style, or does it do no? Oh no, it does. Okay. No, but I can't see. We can't see the target. Well, actually on the mission I can, but on the zones we can't. That's odd. Likely that's just because this character hasn't finished it yet. We'll take those 2. We'll take oh, actually I don't have the skill, of course, on this character yet. So EH fine. This build is normally set up for SMG, so yeah, it needs another mod. This character has no loose crit chance mods? What? How does that happen? Oh, we use them for things and stuff. Was clapping for me? What? Oh. Somebody was clapping. I got clapped. There should be one. Did I put that mask away? No, in the end we reused that mask, did we? That Brazos mask. Yeah. Yeah, it's fine. 45 crit chance, who cares? It's countdown. Let's set our target at 2. Hunter's Fury. Am I blind? That's fair. I am blind. What I'm looking for is a holster, knee pad, and
You
glove.
have received an invite to
And actually, we'll just take some like that have high weapon damage, but eventually I want them to all 3 to have headshots so I can blue core them as well. That would be the plan. Any tips for new players, especially the library section? What is the efficient way to complete it? So just while you're going, starting out, add to your library. Just every time basically you come back to, or you're doing some loot or you're full up on loot, first thing to do is go to your library and extract, especially if you have full stats, extract those. If it's like a little bit, it's not per se needed. You would rather want like either from the stats that you're using to have like the best that you have. But for a lot of stats, like, like reload accuracy on AR, like just wait till you have the full one. And what you want to do with the rest is, depending on if you need a little bit of resources, deconstruct it. But a lot of it you should be donating, especially all of the things as junk, donating to expertise to start filling up your expertise ranks. That's effectively what you should do. And then, yeah, keep like good stuff. But you should be extracting, especially, and you should be donating a lot. But here and there, you'll need to just deconstruct a little bit just to get some,
communication relay offline.
receiver components and some of the resources and stuff.
Kelso had to go. Said it was safer for us.
But there is no like real hard rules there.
The True Sons have triggered a lockdown of the
But
plant.
generally, yeah,
They've been
fill up your
taking over
library first.
infrastructure to lend
Donate
legitimacy to
a
their
lot
cause.
to the
If they control the
and you can just
power,
mark all of the
control
things
this
as junk.
region.
If you go into expertise, there is a button
We need
to
remove the virus
donate.
from the control servers and restore comms.
Donate all junk.
Reactor unstable.
So actually, streamline here, for
Emergency lockdown
instance,
protocols activated.
against these
15
hunters,
minutes lockdown.
is not a bad thing.
Trojan virus detected. Safety
Because for instance, if
protocol
I would generally take measured into countdown.
System disrupted.
But if I have like another, if I, for instance, here, streamline, as long, because yeah, I'm not using my shield against this guy anyway, that makes no sense, but yeah, now it's on
Out of
cooldown.
action.
Now the hives, oh no, actually the hives.
System back online.
Yeah, not
Agent
enough.
down.
We really have way too little damage.
Serious trauma detected.
That's back. Nobody getting the button. Monday is still weekend matchmaking apparently.
System malfunctioning.
You find hazard guard with red core. It's very hard to get. Yes. You can't, like, it won't come as drops if you're not aware of that. You can only
System
get it
reactivated.
by recoring because all Habsburg comes with blue cores. So that's a limitation of that. And then you basically have to get it. The best way overall, but less like doable nowadays, I would say. Reactor containment, yeah. Was crafting. We would buy a ton of when Habsburg was on the vendors, you would buy and deconstruct those for the crafting components. You would do watch alts and use those resources together with that. So you just craft like a lot of them. a lot of them. Because if you're farming it, it's a very low chance of getting it. But then also keep in mind that it's not per se needed. The Habsburg ones are definitely an upgrade, but you can go with, you can definitely go with, yeah, Chain Killer plus Araldi or Chain Killer plus Gift. For instance, depending on what build you're going for, but generally you can leave out the Habsburg and still have a good enough build.
Target detected.
The Habsburg is like really one of those super endgame upgrades kind of that you farm for once you have everything else kind of. Thanks for the getting foamed there. That's a lot of armor on a bunch of my allies.
Area secure.
Actually, on this, I have read the 5. I have OD as well. Maybe I should run that. Just run OD. And containment it is. We did get the box too. Definitely want those. Say she calibrations. And yeah, no worries, Jan. What's best sniper build for group? Depends on if you want to run it with determined and if your team is okay with determined. Overall, hotshot. You can either go with the 4-piece version or the 3-piece version. And then if the team's okay and you are okay with determined, you just run it with the White Death. But you kind of have to yoink a kill to kind of get it going, especially in groups. So you kind of have to wait for somebody else to kind of weaken it or weaken an enemy yourself and then finish them off. But you can't keep a, like you can't start it easily in a group. So it kind of also depends on the group.
System breach initiated.
And then the other tools are especially Mantis, because in a group setting, there's other things being targeted. So if you actually, especially going after targets that aren't targeting you, you get the damage bonus. Or Nemesis, you just, you put out Nemesis shots. But overall, the easiest one to put together is kind of like Hotshot. So the 4-piece Hotshot. Kind of like this one. Actually, I'll put them both chats here. Which is the I roll the
Critical systems exposed.
Because also, yeah, for the other person asking for Habsburg. If you don't have the Habsburg, that's the version to go for, which is
10 minutes to lockdown. Evacuate.
Did I ever add the gift to that
transfer
picture?
halted.
Because yeah, you could go either way. You could go a Raldi backpack like I have there, or you could go.
Area secure.
Oh yeah, I forgot what I'm
Agent,
looking
head
for.
to the administration building.
High risk target detected.
We can also graft. We can craft on this Fury. So we could craft a bunch, but if I can avoid that, oh yeah, the bug's up there. Almost forgot that. It's because I'm talking. Might as well take this exit if I'm here. And here's some seal. Where are we going? Oh, admin. Thought we were going coolin', but we're going admin. It's weird that Streamline is on the buff bar. It's a weapon talent. I would have expected it to have an icon on the side of the weapon.
Agent, you've reached the administration building.
It's
I
kind of
need you to
weird they
fix the
put it
comm.
there.
Trojan virus detected. Safety protocols activated.
I know it's your favorite job. Need you to search the control room and find the server.
Let's do our favorite job. That's the box.
Initiating safety protocol.
So even from far away, you can tell if it's open or not. And then if it's closed, it's the one. My team is kind of setting up there. This one seems to be setting up on the balcony. Hopefully they're doing that, knowing that in a second there's an objective there. I'll set up here, knowing in a second there's going to be an objective here.
Nice job. You're a pro. Now, just need you to find another server.
No, don't for me.
Warning. System breach. Initiating safety protocol.
How does it work with
High risk hostile.
the journey parts
Hostile
where you
airburst
need
seeker
certain
detected.
modifiers equipped? Is it just the person getting the kill? They need to have the modifier equipped, and then like, because you have the one like have hazard protection one equipped and then kill scorchers and thingies and others. Is it shared to me if I don't have it equipped? And do I need to? Yeah. Well, actually, a bunch of questions there. And I realize. Wait, did I not start mine? Oh no, they didn't start theirs. Okay, I thought I saw it up there. Okay. I wouldn't be surprised if I hadn't started mine, man. Oh, hey, up. En is Ender.
Whoever said tech support was boring. One more server and you can reboot the system.
Whoever said combined arms is born.
System breach. Initiating safety protocol.
High risk target detected.
Oh, I can shoot things. Yay. Ah. The downside of Killer is definitely, for instance, this. Right here, Streamline. Definitely better for... Well, I'm not using my skills. But also, what I would love to do is pull out my shield and have the close range damage. Yeah, let's go Luton.
Override safety protocol to
I've
cancel.
been on objective duty. I've
System
objectively
rebooted.
been on
Communications
objective duty.
restored.
There's also actually, I should swap that out for...
Nice. The plant's secure. Now let's get you out of there. Move to the
I should
extraction
swap
point.
that for pulse. I love having pulse
When
in
you're ready to come home,
in
shoot
count
off a
up.
flare.
Let's make sure we get the big box. I just saw the stats first before I saw the which gear set it was. Oh yeah, these guys are fighting out there. It's definitely safe, for instance, in here I would generally pick measured, so then Streamline kinda can compete with it, but I would just much rather have
Get on
my
that
pulse.
helo. You've got hunters incoming.
Although even here as well, if I get in range, I'm gonna pull out that shield and get the damage bonus from that. Could also just run the SMG version, but I don't, wouldn't per se say.
Shoot off a flare when you're ready for Torres to bring you
I'll
home.
go hold off this side, although I don't want to do it by myself. I'm just gonna let this guy just fall back, actually. And blow that up for later. I do love the feel of the Mark 16 though, and its recoil pattern. But also I'm very used to it as a weapon. That does help. Actually, I should put... should pull out the shield. That was a pretty clean... cleanup. And I'm trying to get glove, knee pads, and masks. Oh no, glove, knee pads, and holsters. Probably with headshot already on them. Because then as well I can blue core them. So I'm never going to play around with the stat, I'm going to play with the core. Catch up here for a second. Oh, and they're elite. And I'm doing pretty well. Hope you're doing well too. Because you were messing about a little bit more with that. Actually, yeah, I'm gonna make multi-calc actually set up for the headhunter at some point. I've been meaning to, and yeah, the multiple pistol headhunters we need to look at. But yeah, not there yet. For now as well, we'll take anything that has like high weapon damage because I might just stick to them. Yeah, when tips on speed farming for tomorrow's event, I'm not going to put MMRs or rifles. I have the cosmet for that ending. Oh no, the catalyst currently doesn't per se do much. They need to fix it.
Torres is on her way.
You could consider it broken for the time being, actually. The overall, the if you're just going for, you know, max XP, max return on time spent, it's going open world, 5 directives, and doing especially public executions and their and hostage rescues. They give generally the best returns per minute spent. Propagandas are kind of okay as well, but just open world farming, and then also doing some of the bounties. There's also other kind of methods that you can use, like bounty cheesing, if you have access to a team that's maybe doing that. Then there is like even like more cheesy stuff than that even. But overall, just running around in the open world and doing 5 direct stuff. Keep in mind that effectively to get the with the triple XP, it's triple, right? With triple XP, you basically need 333 levels in that week to like extract the most out of it. Also depends on if you like just want to extract whatever. And then you have also, yeah, you have things like Determined, which can make it pretty fast. Even if you aren't good at like doing headhunting, you don't need to be good at headhunting if you just use Determined. Because you basically need one headshot to start it, and then from then on it's just body shots, especially if you're going after the right faction. So usually you go after outcasts, which have no helmets, and then it's pretty easy. Directives, control points. Yeah. Well, the control points overall, like, I feel if you farm public executions and stuff, it's a little faster. Because, yeah, control points just take a little bit, even though they give more XP need. Running gun build, some sort of survivability. No, you can also just yeah. Although the thing is, with 5 directives, you kind of well, there's other builds. Yeah, you can run There's no global event on with it, right? But sometimes as well, it's together with the global event, so you can do like the global event thing. No, the global event is the week after it. So, but yeah, in general, you don't need too much survivability if you're just going determined. Otherwise, just run around with, for instance, tech tanks if you're familiar with those. Generally with them for this season, because ammo orders is fine, cool skills is fine, ragers is fine, fog of war is fine, and actually fragile armor is fine as well. The only thing is ammo hoarders, you need to kind of have 2 weapons, maybe put the AR and SMG there, and you need to figure out where all the ammo boxes are. But for instance, with these 5, you can definitely just run all 5 actually with tech tanks. So, I didn't actually even realize that about this this season's modifiers. Because the cool skills doesn't matter to them. The artificer doesn't matter if it's on cooldown or not. So we got 2 pieces out of that, out of the 3 that we need. Let me just craft the rest, or do we maybe go for another? Because we have 1 headshot piece. Yeah, actually I should just go till I have all headshot pieces, right? Well, let's craft a few. Likely we'll just do another canteen. Oh, actually not full on on this fury pieces. That's weird. I'll say, what am I doing? Let's just right click craft. That's expensive. What's really possible for PP? Use headshots again, yeah. Yeah, I wonder how much of a difference actually now having those 3 pieces makes to regular spills and stuff. I don't think they really needed the help, but they were already pretty powerful. Let's see if we can get a headshot one. And then what I'll do is I might do just 1 more countdown and then see if we get any upgrades, and then we'll put the build. Because actually as well, I want to just run that build through the run through of Brooklyn for this character, because I'm gonna take this character through Brooklyn in a bit. That was also like very low. Let's maybe craft to 50 here while we're here. That'll be the last character of this account. And then we still have second account to do. Let's hang on to that. As honestly as well, I don't think I'm gonna put too many blue cores on this. I don't remember what the other one was. And then I'll hold out for here and there, just farm some Hunter's Fury till we do get the upgrades. So that. Actually, yeah, let's do.
Agent in need of backup.
Oh yeah, I still have my app backup thing on. Yeah, I can answer Xander's call. Although I'm gonna guess Xander is busy, shepherding himself. And then now knowing actually how to do it consistently
Come on over and take a selection.
helps quite a bit. So out of these two, that one gets to stay. So that one, we have this one and this one. And we have this one. Okay. Now let's do one countdown here. Also, yeah, let me turn off my on-call status.
Backup request denied.
Because, yeah, we're not interested. Yeah, let's go to... let's run Redify, maybe. Kind of like running Redify. 4 countdowns. And then here's one. We'll run that one plus Streamline. Just for the proficiencies. Because these things still need to become proficient. Proficient. Also, I'll fill up on any resources. Nothing's completely full. I could actually burn a few printer filaments in a bit, but it's not full enough yet. Oh yeah, let's do one more. I know whatever we have. We'll just slap that together, take that building to
Invite to another
Brooklyn
agent's
and
group. Receive.
we're fixed rate now. I wonder, do I build these less? That's probably let the modifiers make it. Oh, we're
Another
building up
agent
to
has
max.
joined your group.
That's as per value. Yeah. The thing is though that yeah, you gotta know what's gonna happen. Like still anyway. You just have to build them up. And yeah, any build making use of any of those stats. Because you could make indeed, you know, backfire builds and stuff that kind of rely on that.
Another agent is now in your group.
But then also keep in mind that you can just swap out mods, basically. So if you're not running the thing, like just set it up mod wise to be
Another agent has joined your
in
group.
a certain way. I'm just gonna give it a second till everybody actually. Yeah. This was the last guy, and it says that he joined actually. So let's take it as. Let's make sure it is active. But the thing with it as well is you can just take them as kind of like bonuses in general, right? That's more how they're intended. I'm gonna guess. From the dev's point of view,
Agent, I need to debrief with
it's more like,
Schaefer.
hey, we see
Kelso
these
had
as
to go.
bonuses. Because honestly, only PFE and the hazard protection have that trait, right? Like, you could set your PFE a little lower, but that as well, you just swap out mods, right? Like, if you know that you're going to set up the build and you're going to run it for a little bit, and then you're going to rely on the modifier, you just pull out 2 PFEs and just I'll let the passive do it. The rare black screen of Countdown. No stars. Utter darkness. Ooh. Apparently I haven't slept enough at all today, which makes sense actually. I couldn't sleep last night, so I actually did a bunch of
Not sure what they're trying to do with the nuclear
messing
reactor, but they
about
triggered the
with
safety
using the
protocols.
call for backup
Plant is
system
going into
and dual
lockdown.
boxing with it. Mostly as well trying it when like my
We need to
region
shut
is
down the
basically
broken
was dead,
transformers
right?
and
Because
restore the power grid.
it was like 4 o'clock in the morning in my region.
An agent
So
has gone offline.
like somebody
Reactor unstable.
okay.
Emergency
The other
lockdown
team lost 2
protocols
people.
Activated. 15 minutes to lockdown.
Excessive power detected. Increased probability of instability or overloading
Sucks to
the
be
power
them.
grid.
Okay, we did link up both teams. That works out well for the other team, especially. They would have struggled likely with just 2 people. Let's go get the other enders. And they did end. What's the best PvE build in the game for all content? There's no singular best, but an overall, like, general meta is especially the striker. There's an obliterate striker. Can do everything, but doesn't mean that it's the best thing for everything. It's just one of those builds that, like, if you had just one build and you wanted to do effectively everything, yeah, you would want to have that. But doesn't still make it like the best choice in every place. I'll link to the recommended build list there. It's the top one in there. But yeah, there's also, for other situations, there's other answers. There's no singular best in really any for any, in a lot of games. Singular bests don't happen much, unless it's like a very unbalanced
System disrupted.
Oh, we have an OD on the team. Just to make a move. So, reactor admin.
System
Working.
reactivated.
Cooling reactor. Reactor admin. And there were 6 men in this one. Oh, that's fine. I'll have the crit chance bonus.
System
Before
breach
getting catalyst,
initiated.
is that a massive drop around 68 and still no mass. You are getting exceptionally unlucky. So currently, assuming, and this is a big assumption on my part, assuming it is the same 7% on heroic that effectively everywhere else is getting used, and even more recently, for instance, in the for like the climax mission is still getting used. If it is at 7%, it's a 1 in 40. But yeah, then you have assholes like me that got it on the second one. And so yeah, to average wise, that, you know, works out for every person that kind of gets it on the first one, or just, you know,
Critical systems exposed.
answers a call for backup in the boss room and gets it to drop, for instance, there or something. There's a person that is getting severely unlucky like you. But on average, if it is that 7%, which is also big if, still, just to make that clear, we don't
Data transfer.
have the data mined numbers or anything.
High risk hostile.
Then yeah, it's a 1 in 14. Let me catch it here. First one, which is yeah. Oh, one thing to do.
10 minutes to lock down. Evacuate the facility.
Liudas. Not sure if I'm saying your name right. Feel free to correct me if it's. But yes, took me a second to actually even parse that. The world names seem to have a chance of dropping it too in Brooklyn. So those named groups that you see in the world, kind of in the same way that, you know, in the rest of the game they exist, in the same way. They're on a half-hour timer, and there is actually one spot just north of the Pier mission. I'm forgetting the name of it, but that's Pier in the name, I think, right? So you just fast travel there and go a little bit north. Do that every half hour. Those guys have a chance at it too. Increasing your chances. So, but yeah, just to be clear, just the Brooklyn
Shade
ones.
tech detected.
So the world names in Brooklyn, they seem to have a chance at it too. Because if you're doing the mission that much, do the mission, it takes about half an hour anyway, then go to world name and then go back to the mission.
Hostile sniper
And likely if it is on the world names, it's a 5%. That's usually been the number that the world names get. For in the past with, for instance,
An agent
Lady
needs
Death.
assistance.
I'm gonna sidestep the bastards!
Why don't you go full striker here? We're kind of liking damage, or maybe like just these guys weren't too great that we're sitting in here. I think this guy's trying to regulate us, or we're just determined. Okay. This isn't the place for a pistol determined. Very much not. I need the mechas. Raid needs specific builds? Somewhat. You can get through Dark Hours with just 8 strikers. You can likely get through.
Incoming. High risk hostile.
You could definitely get through Iron Horse even with 4 strikers or 8 strikers. It would suck. You wouldn't want to do it. Having a healer there and a tank and stuff, because now you have to do like all of the phases like
Area secure.
separately and stuff.
Agent, you should be able to
It
access the
sucks,
turbine now.
but good. We can do. Sorry. That's what I mean with just like if we're gonna pick like one build, that would be it, because you can technically do everything with it, but that wouldn't make it still the best build, because it's not the best build in all choices in every place. But also it would be an obliterate striker, especially in raids and stuff like incursion, an incursion especially. Chest striker would be better. But to give a singular, if we're giving a singular answer. And either Miko. Is a new DLC the last content for D2? Definitely not the last, like, depends on what you mean with content, but it's not the last season, definitely. We're at the very least getting season stuff, which is, you know, at the very least the climax mission, which reuses a mission, but is
You've reached the turbine.
completely
I need you to
different,
fix the
so
power grid.
effectively like new content. But the scouts and stuff, like the seasonal things, that's definitely still going. But DLC wise, yeah, we don't know what their
You're in.
roadmap
We need to
is
switch
from
the
now
power
on.
over to the new grid.
But likely as well, likely they don't know what the roadmap is from now on, because they just finished that out. That's gone out, and I'm willing to bet like any of these things, it's you know, they now finish this. They're gonna kind of look at, hey, how well did it do, and then that drives future releases. But I would think as well received. The thing is though that it's kind of, you know, I'm definitely in a bubble, right? I'm
You're gonna need to explode
I'm in the Division
transformers
bubble.
and remove any busted pieces.
But it seems it's doing well, the DLC.
Evacuate the facility. 5 minutes to lock down.
Seems well received. It seems
Grid in danger of failure.
What the hell
selling
was
to be
that?
selling well.
I think the floor is electrified. Watch your step, Agent.
If that is actually the case, it's
Follow emergency procedures.
hard.
to
Well, like,
protect against
we'll likely never know, really.
redirect excessive
I'm just gonna heal this other guy to heal myself, as I'm FI. Also, the thing this red FI is kind of for,
High risk hostile.
is just to give the FI buff as long as most people are at full armor. Here, though, a lot of people are not at full armor. I think, though, that happens in Countdown quite a bit, and why I do quite enjoy. People, will, once they get hit and stuff, they'll just met that guy. They're not going to rely on me healing them, because also my healing is pretty shit, because I'm a full red.
Hostile vendor seeker mine detected.
Nobody hitting the objectives, I see. Okay, somebody's hitting. One thing I might do, though, is intermittently, the burst at the start of it will heal up pretty well.
High risk hostile.
Yeah, this definitely doesn't heal like a full healer. Challenging something. No, heroic is generally 7%, and then challenging is 5%. Basically, it starts on 1% for the easy way to remember. 1% for normal, and then plus 2% for each difficulty. So 3% for hard, 5% for challenging, 7% for heroic. That's generally the numbers that they use. Now, they might have changed them or something, so, you know. This is more like it's an assumption, but it's a somewhat safe assumption. But still an assumption. So be aware. I got some decentish looking headshot pieces. I'm happy. I could try to keep my allies more alive than I am. So.
Power grid stable.
Okay, that's nice.
An agent needs assistance.
That guy doesn't know what a health gate is. But also, yeah, we're in challenging content, so they don't need to yet. Direct impact that guy. I'm kind of hanging here because I want to get this crate. Second it's available.
The plan's secure. Now let's get you out.
Partially as well, so everybody else sees it and they grab the roots.
Helo is ready when you are. Shoot a flare to signal Taurus.
Drones could be a pain. Yes, everything would be a pain. I'm not saying it's a smart thing to do. I'm saying it's a thing you can do. That's also why, like, yes, Striker. Like, if we're just going, if you had to do everything with one build, it would be Obliterate Striker. But that was kind of to make the point to them of like, we could consider that the best build, but it's not the best build for every situation. It's just if we're averaging everything else out, because it would be really good for, you know, running heroic missions, even running legendaries, running all of those things that, you know, strikers do well at. It's more about that. And then there's only a lot of guys. I'm always happy to hear my stuff helping out. That's what we do it for. Expertise level cap will be, I'm hoping 30. Like, I have no idea. Like, why would we go past 30? You should set it at 30. The thing is also, it already was capping at 30. If we're looking at it from in the past. So likely that cap is just there. Just keep it there. Because 30 would mean, like, from now on, everything goes over that. 30 also is already, like, a really big number for a lot of stuff. Like, you know. Because you have to also remember, there's stuff like the skills that have expertise. And some of those are multiplicative. Like the Achilles, that now has 30% more.
Agent down. Neutralize that
Okay.
hunter.
Like I made the mistake of being double downed. I'm in a bad spot.
An agent has left your group.
Yeah, let me just hunter down in the back. We need to not lose more people. And yeah, we need a lot more damage, and I'm on the wrong build for that.
System reactivated. Agent down.
Not the best spot.
Hostile hive detected. An agent needs assistance.
Still hunters up.
System malfunctioning.
This place does scale, so what we have here is this part is likely 6-man skilled.
Serious trauma detected.
Yeah, that's that hunter.
System restored. Agent deceased.
Another one down.
An agent is no longer in your group.
This is a fail. Because these guys are all 6-man skilled. We're down to 4 already. There isn't enough damage here. I'm left with also some of the weaker ones already. It's like, for instance, that headhunter build. Headhunting, for instance, here in Cantan makes very little sense, for instance.
System reactivated.
Really, you're gonna not even give me 2 charges? Oh, come on.
Hostile phaser
destroy
drone
it.
detected.
Giving them skills on top of it isn't helping out either, and it's
System malfunctioning.
the timer ran out.
A lot of people are gonna
I was
lose
trying to
power.
get into the thing and
Without
off
power and heat this
glare.
winter, we're gonna lose more people.
I got some of the pieces I wanted out of there, but it's been a while since we've failed at extraction on a... But yeah, that team was... I wasn't helping either. Like, I should have realized much earlier and swapped to Striker. And
Safe
helped
area
carry
entered.
that. But staying on a buffing build when there isn't really people to buff
Agent, I need to debrief with Schaefer.
did not
Kelso had to
work
go.
out for us.
Said it was safer for us if she's not here.
But I got the loot I wanted, so... We do get to keep the loot. Because, yeah, which of these two is the better one? That one. So this one gets to go. Here, we did get a better piece. Much better. Yeah, we're not gonna hang on to that one. I'd rather pay a little bit of price and have it be headshot. So we can blue core them if need be. Let's see what mask we have here. Handling headshot, a cheap one. I wouldn't mind also this mask, because I think... Okay, no, we don't have many in the form of masks. We'll give this mask definitely for now. Really, I don't know. I mean, yeah, we haven't been giving much in the form of masks because of the other thing. Is those parts already on that other character? Didn't I have a bunch of chests and holsters? I think they're already on the character that's gonna... On the character that has the high end. I think I already distributed most of the parts. This can go. Oh no, actually I want to keep this, right? I want to mess around with having the increased threat and just run it on Striker. I want to see what actually happens if we have the increased threat and we're just running just normal Striker and having that. Okay, so yeah, this basically the layout wise, this is what this build is going to become. Let's already put the weapon damages here. And then the reason I want them this way is so we can blue core it as well if we need to. Oh, and challenging. Yeah. But also, yeah, that team was gonna fail. I felt already. It wasn't surprising. Yeah, so yeah, we have one. Let's just optimize these. We'll just take the hit. I was like, do I hold that to maybe like farm better? But nah. I want to mess around with it now as well. What I might do is just on the mask hold off for a second. Also, really briefly want to check character 4 if I put the pieces already on them, because I thought I had more of some parts. Oh, this chest is especially expensive. I might just leave off on the headshot there. If I can. Let's get it all the way. Because also, generally, I wouldn't want, because this would be already, you know, that plus this would be 6th tier. If we take all these 3 blue, you know, 4 and then 6 plus that, so let's actually just keep it lit as is. Yeah, let's do that chest as well. Might find a marginally better one, but this is close to as good as it's gonna get anyway. Best thing on the cloak knee is, if you mean for the like the threat addition and reduction, not much yet. Not per se in a hurry to look at those. Because also it will be hard to tell unless you're like A/B testing them side by side if there is any effect or not. Like, to this day, every season, literally every season, when it starts, people will go, oh, the AI has completely changed, or damage numbers have completely changed, or the enemy numbers have completely changed. That's already happening without any changes, right? Like every season for forever, people will adamantly claim like, oh no, the enemy numbers have changed for the health and armor, which, you know, we have the numbers so we can check. The damage numbers have changed, which is just like, no, because the calculation is fixed and we can do it. And, you know, build pictures that are, you know, were there from last season and I'm hitting the same numbers. Or, you know, AI has completely changed. It's like, yeah. But that's already happening without any, like, even a something to give placebo. So, it's kind of hard to. But yeah, I'll likely run it a bunch. I especially want to run the plus threat. I'm going to actually make I have 2 pieces. We'll optimize those up and run it with strikers. Just have a chest and a glove, and then just see like, hey, how much do the hunters hate me more than everybody else when I tried. There's no traffic or live. Negative forensics. Oh yeah. Although I would feel, because generally countdown doesn't per se stick to its region, so it usually pulls you in pretty quick. Yeah, let's grab a Regulus and harvest from the stash graded, and let's actually take this just into Brooklyn. How close am I to 30? Place. Not close enough. Also, you know what? I'm just gonna use the pistol anyway. So let's put that, and let's put this just for proficiency. Let's go back to Brooklyn. Let's go do the missions and stuff on this character while running this. What's that? This is the ninja bike headhunter that I'm kind of adding in.
Agent, I need to debrief with Schaefer.
Overall, this kind of makes sense. This is one of the few places again as well, right? Ninja bike can be made to make sense just because we have a very overpowered brand bonus that we can stick in there. Wait, isn't
Agent,
it?
the clinic is the only real hospital left in Brooklyn. We have medics and field triage,
Yeah, it's over there.
but the maternity ward and surgical center, that's the clinic.
Ew, wait,
Sending
this is...
coordinates to your
Okay.
hut.
I always thought in the bridge that north is that way, but no, north is this way. I feel that helps quite a bit with how I think about positioning. You know what? We've gone through this street every time we ran down there. Let's actually run through this street. We'll go one street
Detected.
north,
Nearby location guarded by hostiles.
and then take a right, and just take a different route. Because actually, I hadn't seen this yet. Oh no, I have. Wait, so in the end, what was... So this was just for... Because I had that whole puzzle there, and I thought it was for the hunters or something. Because this one also starts with like a dead body. Rooftop maintenance key. But in the end, this wasn't part of the hunters. Oh, yeah, it was... Or was this just for that other gate over there? Was this just for this one? Let's go open it. So we have a fuse. Okay. Oh, so it was just for this door. Okay. Somebody's mad at me. This is a hoarder. I'm not sure what I'm doing. Just grab this. Spend all your keys. We can always get more. Okay, actually, I had this figured out. Okay. I just apparently forgot.
Hey, stay.
3.4. Okay. So enough to start on a red. At least with this graded Regulus. 3 shots for a lead, 2 shots for purple. But then also like with 3.4. On the first, after the first skill, I won't have enough for. Alright, yeah, so 3.4, so 7. So I should say 7 plus 50%, so 8, and so likely not enough for elite on the second shot. 9.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
But once we get going, capping at 17.6, more than enough for all that we need. Might be an idea to.
Detected.
Oh, it's,
Immediate medical assistance needed.
might be an idea to take firewall instead with the shield. That would be enough to.
Reloading the drone.
Have the second shot being elite.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Oh, there's more? Okay. Territory control.
Hostile control point
go through a shield.
identified. Access key detected.
Open faces. More satisfying indeed. Oh, and a little bit as well. We'll run it with determined. I'm not opposed to determined as well, just for speed, especially likely in the mission. We'll just. I love this mural. This guy just coming at the wall. Let's look from here. But yeah, he's the man in the bridge. I'll put some shock rounds on it. Attorney and realtor. Dong. Is that, or is it? Looks like an N. Yeah, let's go down this route. Yeah, there's the rat patrol. Let's grab this elite patrol. Oh. Shotgun's actually hurting more than helping. Sorry, could you stop blaming me? Damn it. I wanted my ability to aim. We got there. Gonna shoot him in the weak point. At least if he lets me. No, now we just wait for him to take his helmet off. And wait for the whole animation.
This is what we do with scat.
Putting shock rounds on a regular is actually not the best idea. It turns out that actually is kind of annoying. But I did it to myself. But this is actually decent numbers with like the memento not even charged up. Oh, that's this is a control point. I forgot that thing's there. Let's go be somewhere else. Oh, only the turret spotted me. The rest didn't even notice. I'm definitely kind of feeling my lack of sleep. Should maybe in a little bit make myself a coffee. Maybe actually I think I have some energy drinks in the fridge that might help a little. Also, I ate like way too much before the stream because I forgot to kind of eat lunch. So I've kind of like the after dinner dip that's kind of hitting as well. Anyway, I'm just gonna explore more. Oh, actually, wait, this is no. Oh, this is that place, but we're coming in from the other side. But I'm guessing if you go in from this side, then you bug it out, right? You have to come from the side. Also, I feel Rise of Brutality at some point has to do that hunter. And then, you know, it becomes, you know, run or rise. I mean, he has no option to, he has to pick rise, right? Like, this is literal lame. Oh, there's this place. Or we fight Lumen. Zoom in against Lumen. Let's go to the Sarah Clinic. What? Oh yeah. Oh, they were doing the I was like, wait, what? Why did that guy? But yeah, we didn't catch most of it, but they were doing the like that guy was coughing, so they were doing the. It was a really bad choice to put shock rounds into this. But, for instance here, like, look how much damage this shield can take.
Serious trauma detected.
It's definitely like the Memento one.
I'll kill you.
Pizza. I think the pizza is a little burnt. Yeah, for the mission, let's actually run determined. I want to also kind of see how it feels with this, and might as well just run that for speed. I'll go back to reckless. Oh, to lose the shock rounds? Yeah. It's over now. But yeah, that would indeed be a way to lose now.
We need you to sweep for survivors and
I didn't mind it too much, especially that rusher was just... Because if there was a little bit of distance, then it would have been fine. Right? The rusher was in my face.
Agent, you've got hostiles incoming.
Because the idea, of course, with this build... Do I have modifiers off? I haven't seen a... Marked enemy. Oh, yeah. They're off. For some reason. It's actually as well the extra skill tier from the modifier will help out here. Alright, this does feel as cheesy as pistol determined builds always do. Yeah.
Sitrep. Barricaded the gate to the clinic as ordered. Agents on site with no
Sometimes
way
it's
out.
also just, yeah,
Finish your sweep. Remember, no loose ends or witnesses.
might as well.
You have to keep moving, Agent.
Hostiles detected.
Still have my stack apparently. This one.
I got this.
I just to kind of keep my aim up. It's actually still try to hit heads. One of the things about determined as well, these shield guys, if I hit them on the shield, they still get headshotted. Cleaners is also a good faction actually to take determined up against. I guess up here. Can explain to the threat increase threat. So threat in most of these games is the system on which aggro. So aggro being, you know, when enemies become aggressive to certain people.
Agent, do what you have to do to
Threat
secure
is the
safe.
underlying
You can't give
system.
up. There could still be survivors
So
inside.
all games have this underlying, you know, as long as it does have a system like where it picks who to attack, right? In most of these kind of games, it's effectively there's a hidden bar that every enemy has. Especially in some MMOs and stuff, it's kind of way easier to understand. For instance, in WoW, you have threat meters. You can literally see there's a UI thing that you can have as a... Actually, I think you can nowadays have a base even, but you can install a mod that basically has bars and just fills up as people do damage against the enemy, and the enemy you've targeted, you can see who they're targeting effectively, or who they want to target. So in Division, it likely works in the same way, and it's very much based on damage and proximity, so how close you are to an enemy. Whereas, for instance, in a lot of MMOs, proximity doesn't per se matter that much. The Division, it does. So everybody's basically every enemy has a full set of, like, you know, the 4 agents, and it's just keeping track of, like, okay, this one's close to me, that one's shooting me, which one do I attack? And it's basically, you know, a hidden variable underneath there, likely with some randomization to it as well.
Perfect. No survivors.
So as we build up threat, it's much more likely that the enemy will aggro you.
Agent, I need you to kill those cleaners.
Aggressive to you, target that player.
You see him? Yes. I killed you, motherfucker.
Wait for the finale.
I should maybe actually, now that we have threat in I should maybe make a video on it. The thing is, we don't know too much about it. Like, we know, it's kind of like the health gate, right? A lot of people know the health gate. Just instinctively, you kind of understand the system, even if you don't know the timers. Because, for instance, in my case as well, they'll kind of rush, you put out that thing. I wasn't actually sure what was resetting and what wasn't. But everybody has kind of well, not everybody, but most experienced players have a feel for it. Threat is kind of the same way, but trying to, like, that's kind of the issue that this is also why likely I'll put it out as a rambling talk. We don't have a gospel yet, effectively. We kind of know a few things. We can kind of show it in practice and have repeatable results. But we don't have, you know, a mod that exactly shows us who has the threat and stuff like it. Wow. That would be handy. Also, in a lot of other games, you have talents, or things, you know, that actively get used, you know, actions that you have, you know, taunt in like any MMO. The tanks have, you know, several ways of doing taunts, and they will target an enemy, force them onto, you know, to target them. We kind of have that as well here with Mosquito, but
Agent Hoskins? Doc Thompson, are you safe?
there, yeah,
For now.
having it be just an ability on
To get us. That's good.
that you always can call him.
We should have an hour.
It's pointless in solo mode then somewhat. The thing is that your skills, for instance, still have, you know, if you have a turret and drone, if you're just running a red build, yeah, if you're just really the only entity.
Less than 10 minutes. Fire escape is rated for 3 hours.
But even in solo, like the NPCs that may be fighting
Minutes. We're coming.
them, you know, if you call for backup
Please be safe.
and such.
Thanks, Melanie. There's no way out. So
But also, yeah, if you're running turret and drone or like decoy, stuff like that. For the decoy expertise. Yeah. It's also a decoy stat just by
Christian died
itself.
for nothing. We can't let the cleaners get away with this.
In Division 1, there was a system of suppressors, and you could have basically on the muzzle slot, you could either have. Was there also muzzles that had nothing? I think there was also muzzles that had nothing, right? But you could have suppressors effectively that would reduce threat, and then you would have loud vent breaks that would increase threat.
When we're done here, I'll send
So,
the kid to your crew at the workshop.
if somebody was running a tanky build, they would, for instance, run the loud vent break. Everybody else would run the suppressors, and that would, in there as well, make a difference. Like, you would kind of notice that they would be targeting more the...
Secure the rest of the clinic.
Also, actually, in Division 1, the Bulwark in there, which was the only shield, like that was... We didn't have the Crusader back then, it was just the Bulwark. The Bulwark had threat on it as a stat. That, as you gain more skill power and such, I think also went up. So... But it's just, yeah, the systems that kind of are... Effectively, every game has it. You know, has a threat system, because you kind of have to, because otherwise, like... at least, well, when it's like multiplayer, or if it's like multiple entities and such. Because even like RPGs and stuff will have it if you have like a party or something. And then depending on how much threat something has on the enemy, you can have it aggro, you know, or switch aggro as. But effectively what happens in Division is, seeing as we have no talents to kind of get oh jeez, a one shot. Oh, that worked. Take it inside. We don't have, for instance, yeah, the things like, you know, taunting or something. Like, you can't... Nobody's a warrior or a paladin out here doing taunts or like... What's the paladin taunt? I always forget the name. But yeah. That's kind of the reason as well that that system's kind of limited. But now we have that thing. I actually wouldn't mind running
We'll find Danvers and make him pay for this. There's more cleaner activity.
a little bit of
Dumbo. I'll
DOA,
check in with scouts and call if we find
and then
anything.
run it with like consistent team, and then first I would run it with the other pistol build that we had, and then run it with the Imminence armaments.
We've located a cleaner space in
And
Dumbo.
see,
I'll
like...
send the coordinates to your HUD.
What I did in the PTS, it did feel decently okay. I could keep aggro pretty well with like the high-end pistol tech
Cleaner
tank,
space in Dumbo. Adding location to your map.
which generally I would say couldn't. But also it might have just been... Oh yeah, there's an thingy down or something, right? There's a rope down. Where's this? But I might just, you know what? Let's add it to the pile. Threat and aggro. Rambling talk. For now, I'm gonna put it. You know what? Let's put it there. We'll put it like 4 or 5 in the future. But yeah, stuff moves around. Reckoning. Oh yeah, Reckoning. Yeah, the Paladin taunt. Yeah, but yeah, we don't have like things like that in Division. I feel the one thing they could do to help quite a bit, just on the shields, just put threat on that. There's also kind of a nerf to the shields in general for red builds. Because I don't feel actually nowadays, like on a red build, I don't understand the shield anymore. I never was a big fan of them, but especially since the Orient changes, Well, also since the shield peaks changes. I just rather have anything else on a full red. Okay, I love them on tech tanks. I love them, for instance, you know, this kind of stuff.
Civilians in danger.
And that's kind of why Determined is perceived as cheesy. Like, we're just, you know, everything dies a little too fast.
Cleaners have a base in Dumbo. We need to take them out.
What the fuck was that?
I'll try to still actually go for headshots, even though, yeah, we have Determined. I don't need to. Just to keep my aim okay. But then you might say, like, why even run Determined? Because, well, I won't hit everything, and also I might just, yeah, this guy's annoying me. Just get out of here.
See that motherfucker? I'm here. I'm gonna blow your fucking hole.
And then one of the nice things about Headhunter's Fury, especially as well. Ah, actually, I wasn't here at night before. It's weird that they have a skate park and they put kickflip in like last season. I guess maybe they just didn't plan it all together, but I feel like this season pass should have the kickflip one, right? Because we have this. Nope. Okay. The devs answering right away. They knew I was going to ask that, and they put their answer on the wall already.
Hostiles detected.
I'm sorry, lady. What were you just saying about my shield? One thing we do want, yeah, Headhunter's Fury. We do want to be in Headhunter range or in Hunter's Fury range. Headhunting doesn't have a range, but Hunter's Fury does. Not that we per se need. This is solo scaled. And yeah, we have more than enough firepower here for anything here. But it's just a good habit to be into. Yeah. Term is also kind of for just get out of here.
We need to secure the rest of the building.
Okay. And with we, you mean me, right? It's the royal we. I don't see you here. Must be me. That a we. Can start with the purple or yellow on this build? No. Not without help. Most of the Headhunter, most of the pistol ones can't really. Not unless you have Dodge City. That's also why Dodge City is kind of so nice for like the high-end Headhunter. That's especially what it has. This one hits for like 3-4-ish. This is a grade 25 harvest. So yeah, definitely more than enough for a red. A red is like a little under 3. 2 shots would be enough for a purple. Quadruple. But yeah, anything short of a rifle. Because I gotta remember, like even what is the base on this? Like 200 something. Okay, maybe we do it after. Oh, because I went into the menu, it actually went to a different weapon. I kind of want to see actually if a elite with red and yellow, if they... Well, actually, yeah, I'm not doing crit, of course. So the blue doesn't per se matter. But the yellow would. I'm curious, yeah, if an elite with yellow and a something deployed that yellow is active. I wonder if that gets in my way. I don't think so, because we have enough. Not unless it's maybe a Riker LMG guy, because they have extra health, of course, and stuff, and health and armor.
Hostiles detected.
What's the base on this?
Agent, more hostiles on the roof.
It's 200 something,
Uploading
right? Yeah,
suggested route to
256.
HUD.
Like a rifle is like because for instance, even in 1886, how much is an 1886 base? Actually, I could go into the scales inventory. So yeah, that's 386. So that's 100k above this. And rifles as well, just barely, like, well, not barely, but like, don't clear purples by enough. And yeah, no elites, of course. With Captain Ray, basically miss out on the one-shot purples. Yeah. One shot close, I don't know. There, yeah. This one is also not per se competition for, yeah, if you're going chain killer plus gift, this isn't, or actually no, you would go chain killer plus DNH backpack, right? This isn't per se competition for that. This is competition for the memento version, where you go like, you know, DNH chest, memento backpack. This kind of does a little bit less than the memento charged up, but much more than the memento not charged up. You give up the regen and stuff from the memento, but then with this, you can kind of go to safe houses. Which helps, especially, like, this is definitely an activity farming kind of build, I would say. So having access to safe houses and such without, you know, with the memento, you would lose all your stacks at that point. So, but then with the memento, if you're like doing summit, let's say, where
detected on laptop.
where it's a pretty good tool as well, there, like, it doesn't matter. I would rather have the memento one, but you just fill up all that.
Initiated.
But especially this thing having 3 cores as well. We have technician, so we have 3 cores in total. So a 3-tier bulwark shield.
50% complete.
Like, this thing is actually pretty hefty. One thing we could do here even as well is tech tank it effectively, because we could put an artificer there and have the shield be healed. Thing is though that if you're running determined, like, you care about the shield being healed. Nothing is gonna stay
It's just a text document
long
with a
enough.
password for a video file. But where's the file?
We lost one! There you are! Die, motherfucker! Yeah! Oh, now you pissed me!
Agent, secure the rest of the block.
But definitely I feel this is a good enough build to become the second ninja bike build in the build club. we have a rifle headhunter. Oh yeah, this pistol headhunter. This also gives this character, I like having actually the pistol headhunters just for, you know, doing these kind of things. I'll definitely keep an like normal headhunter's fury, which can go either memento or with vigilance. But that's kind of still a different thing. We'll definitely keep an high end, and then this is an addition. The benefit temporary or permanent. For example, tier 5 firearms are permanent if I don't use active modifier. All of them are, until you do something, you know, if you like go to offsite missions and stuff, they reset, of course. Or, you know, if you log out and log in, they reset. But all of them stay up until you, because here, for instance, I have them all. I have all of them on tier 5. all of them stay till you trigger, like in normal play, till you trigger the act. Because if you just play for long enough, you'll get all of them to 5, even if you don't have like a blue core or a yellow core. Because you just, you know, it just keeps going up. There is no decay to it. There is no like down, like, you know, you lose a tier every 10 minutes or something like that.
Hostiles incoming.
It just builds up, and eventually it'll build up to full on all 3 of them. So you can kind of go, yeah, with any bonuses. Oh. Huh. I didn't shot that screen yet. That was actually a projection, but no, it's not a projection, it's a screen. Actually, now that I get close to it as well. Yeah, that's a screen. I hadn't noticed. Yeah, that's good. Taking the easy way out. That guy in the shield. And the blue, which normally when this guy's a yellow, and he has a thing out. 10 million. Okay, still enough to kill an elite, but that would hamper like the next shot likely. 3 shot on an elite. I should have enough to.
No way! Rent made this armor. Damn it, I'm out.
Imperial Dynasty. Cleaner's always a specific source for that. Well, that's good to know. So even a yellow, if they have yellow marker, and they have a skill out, we can still kill an elite with that. That's good.
Agent, see if there's any video files on those computers.
Queen is broken. Actually, is there anything? I didn't think of that. This would be an interesting way to maybe spawn a hunter. You have to like make a barcode. A specific, you know, you have to shoot in specific spots, so you make the right barcode. And yeah, literally unplayable. That thing doesn't break. No, the bonus armor yet? I get a tiny sliver occasionally. I mean, depends on how much damage you take. Because yeah, as you're taking damage, you're getting bonus armor, but it also goes away. The thing is also shields. If shields get hit, you also get them. It is still very powerful though, because for intimidate, like even the tiniest sliver, you can trigger intimidate with. Anyway, let's get our favorite line.
Right? Right. Okay, let's go again.
Swear your loyalty to me, or face the consequences.
Fuck you, Kina.
Fuck you, Kina.
Cut. All right.
It's
we know what we need to do. Let's.
That's my favorite line of the whole DLC. Fuck you, Kina. Perfect delivery.
Well, that's terrifying. If they can do that with Keener, who knows what other lies they've been telling about us. Thank you for securing the block. Come back to the bridge to resupply and have just make sure you're
I mean,
fit to go
yeah,
back in the
what
field.
kind of
I want you
lies
to
would they
leave.
be telling? Like, I've never murdered like thousands of cleaners and outcasts and hyenas, and
Civilians in distress.
totally not me. That's all deep fake. It's fake news. You know what? Let's go get the safe house. We're kind of close to it. Well, close. Not per se close, but let's go get the safe house. Just want to have it. But yeah, that actually, that tiny sliver is actually impactful for intimidate. The thing is though that it actually like just as it's going, because you're getting the bonus armor as you're getting hit, and it's just getting eaten right away, but it effectively increases your armor pool. But for instance, for that pistol, high-end pistol tech tank, the crit chance one, or crit one, now I can start most fights with having intimidate like before even the first kill, just because I'll let them shoot my shield. Because there, for instance, I got some bonus armor, but like if, well, this guy's shooting my shields, you see my bonus armor go up. So I can just have my shield out, I can generate a little bit of bonus armor from that, and from there go with intimidate. So it is actually situationally really good. But yeah, if you're just running a red build, it's kind of just a little extra armor. It'll just get eaten as you're going, you know, as you're just getting hit. So because numbers wise, it's very, yeah, it's not in full talent, because also that would be pretty OP, right? I've been aggroed. I'm gonna go see what. Hey there, hoarder. How's the hoarding? How's the wife and kids? Good talk. Do I still need? No, I'm done. Okay, nice. I have all the streamlines now. The library is all the way up to date. Because I remember getting an AR with, this afternoon, getting an AR with Streamline, but I didn't pay attention if I was, full there. I need the wins it. The scan is installed puzzling a phone for the enter to appear. Yeah. No. You have to you have to buy the specific Mountain Dews that then have the code in them, and then you have a 1 in 20 chance of the bottle cap having the, you know, the extra part of the code in it. And yeah, no. Where was the entrance for this? I feel it's over there, seeing as there's a big fat lamp and no, arrow. Follow the arrows. Actually, I found my first safe house just by, I saw the arrows and I was like, hey, wait, those are these. Because yeah, every safe house always has like this outside of them, even in Division 1, and then has arrows kind of leading to them. You could actually find the safe houses even without the map or anything. Although not easily, because it's the arrows are just, you know, if you're pretty close to it. But yeah, let's get the retreat. People here in Brooklyn. And while we're here, wouldn't mind actually going to the... Sure, wouldn't mind. I didn't yesterday do that, but it's like here, right? Let's actually do that. When I go there, I did the hunters on a different character. The hunters in Brooklyn are account-wide as well, right? I mean, definitely the masks and stuff are, but you can't respawn them on a second character like you could in year 1, right? Because actually in year 1, actually even year 2, they changed it somewhere like after season 4 or something. It used to be the masks and stuff were shared, but every character had to do the hunters separately. So, no no shields yet. Yeah, then you won't notice much from it. But well, you'll have a little bit of bonus armor because it triggers basically as you're getting it, and then yeah, it just gets eaten. So you have effectively a little bit more armor getting before before it's all gone. But with a full red anyway, as most know, it just gets eaten right away basically, and
Hostile control point identified.
the health gate is the thing saving us. Let's see. Again, maybe wrong, but seems to be less beneficial compared to the temperature. Yeah, it's definitely. The 10 grit chance is a really big damage increase, much more so than that. Although for tanky builds, because keep in mind as well, you keep the bonus armor continuously, and you can build it up while you have your shield out. So especially on tanky builds that are like just getting hit, just consider raid or something. Now they also have like a pretty hefty bonus armor amount, but yeah, it's like just gameplay wise for us, it doesn't really matter. So in this character, even though I have the masks, this board is not filled in. As also, yeah, this place, this is the safe house from Division 1. If you haven't been here yet, if you do the hunters, the final hunter ends here. But also here is like some of the hints and stuff about the hunters and such are based on here. I don't actually remember like what exactly, but somebody made a Reddit post about it. But also, yeah, as you fill in the hunters, this board gets filled in, and then you have 7 hunters, and then the 8th one is actually interacting with this and going to the roof and fighting them. You basically unlock him in that way. Let's make sure we have this control point spotted. Let's go a little bit more this way.
Detected. Location guarded by heavily armed hostiles.
And then these guys are arms heavy, mom spaghetti. With vomit on their shirts already. Mom spaghetti.
Perfect. Thank you. I called in a lot of favors, but we found it. They're using an oil refinery to manufacture that purple flame bullshit. It's remote. Belle's ready to go when you are.
She's ready to go when I am. But am I ready to go when she is? Yeah, let's go do this mission. But I don't want to do this mission with Headhunter. That mission doesn't seem like a headhunting mission. I'm gonna grab a striker tech tank. Oh, almost. Almost had a piece.
Thanks for the trade.
Part of the thing. Actually, you know what? Before I forget, because well, I remember now. Let's give this and colors. Although with this shirt as well, it's. You know what? Let's go back to just looking normal, and it's kind of the. It's interesting that in the end they didn't change the. Like the visual for. The brand set. It stayed Grupo. So this is a long scroll. That's actually free scroll. So knowing that we have to go all the way down here to reach the Uh, kind of like that, actually. We use that for other build already as well. Let's put that on this as well. Because that's one of the color schemes of this season. Yeah. We'll save it with it. But yeah, let's run this. Although I'm gonna run it with just caretaker. And actually, oh no, I do want the ACS here. So I'll just run it with the wit and caretaker. Is my crit chance crit damage correct? Yeah, 55 on 117 is fine. Well, actually I should try to hit 60. Because yeah, we leave it at I have it at 55 for the chameleon, just leaving a little gap for the chameleon.
Good to see you.
But yeah, that's fine. It's not like this is per se a hard mission.
Agent, cleaners on site. We'll find Danvers later. Right now, I need you to find
What
the
would
purple
H5
flame shop
even
and shut
be
it down.
in? Like, spelled out. Haplogroup H5. Ew, of course, actually it would just be that, right? It's not H5 in that way. It's H5 as in the isotope. That makes sense. Because yeah, H is low enough that that 5 could be an isotope for it. Because normally I'm just, we're used to like, well, I wouldn't know actually the plutonium isotopes and stuff, but they're kind of, those isotopes is the ones we usually think of when I think of isotopes, but hydrogen is so low that yeah, H5 would be an isotope. That wouldn't just be, H and then like the small 5 of it being 5 hydrogen atoms. It's funny that I didn't realize that before. And yeah, back to Striker Tech Tank just for this mission. And that's a good thing that they changed Streamline. Streamline would have been like super OP for Tech Tank kind of stuff.
Hostile forces on site.
Because if it worked with like, with the shield out, like it did in the PTS, the other skill, the Artificer, we're not using, right? It's on our back. It's not on cooldown. Unless we're using cool skills or something.
Hostile turrets detected. Generator detected.
I got him.
So it would have been
Turret disabled. Additional turret still online.
pretty powerful here. Although Tech Tanks, so for instance, even the Striker Tech Tank here, even before grading, once the memento is charged up, because that's another 30, of course, it's like 115. So
All turrets disabled.
it's not a build that is low on weapon damage because of the memento. But yeah, I would have still had basically 16-17% from it without needing to activate it or anything, compared to the flatline that I usually go with, which is 12-ish on it.
Take him out. I'll get you.
Actually, yeah, running killer, I should definitely put that to 60. Actually, that 55 was gonna be was likely with modifier as well. Wait, where's my crit solo with that? What? That almost seems off. Because I don't feel I'm leaving that big of a gap for the chameleon. It almost sounds like I'm in like the 48s or something. You survived that. Haha, your drone didn't get me. Man, this guy blue and yellow, even a red guy. It's taking so much more time to kill there. Loading station. Nope, no loading screen. They should have put that on the door. Because it would have just still been fine. Although they could have maybe like put some like area there or something. They should have put that on the door at the start with the thing where you go to the sewers and it's like Resident Evil. They should have put like loading station there. Also, they should have put that at the start of this mission. So when you load in, you just see loading station. I feel putting it somewhere and not having a loading screen there is kind of a missed opportunity. But maybe that's also my messed up brain that kind of enjoys bad jokes. Maybe it would have been too much on the nose. But also, who doesn't mind being on the nose?
Path blocked ahead. Agent required to circumvent locked security door.
Palisade targeted. It's also nice just having Brooklyn for a few extra spots with targeted. Especially those short missions, I do feel... although they only have one name that in them. I feel if they had put two names in them, it would have been a little better. Because they are nice and short and... Well, they're not that short as well. I mean, they're... The way they originally were talking about them, I was expecting it to be like side mission length, which is usually like 3 rooms or 4 rooms at most. For most of the side missions. It's like 4 fights. These things are closer to just, yeah, like Lincoln or American history or...
Purple flame refueling dock located. Uploading weak points to your HUD.
Let's destroy these woke points. Stop shooting me in the back. It's not nice. Also, stop shooting me in the front. It's also not nice.
Refueling dock disabled. Additional hostile incoming agent.
Yeah, we destroyed the woke points on these guys. Now the cleaners are going to be even less woke. You know, those murderous assholes that never care about anybody anyway. I feel they would be at their limit of like non-wokeness already. Nice of her to kick me out of the cloud. That's actually all she did there with that kick, was just get me out of her destroyed weak point. And
Intel detected on laptop.
changing category for fights with Vicky? Likely not.
I can't do this
Is it
anymore.
Vicky? Or, was it
Take a
Vicky?
walk. I got this.
Just too
Workshop
lazy.
located.
I'll kill her easily enough. The thing is, especially as well with tech tanks, I have some of these EMP grenades, which means even without a sticky, I'm gonna disable that dog and just delete her. Also, I'm just gonna likely ACS unload into it. But yeah, that's kind of the parts indeed where, for instance, if I was just running Chameleon with this, that might work out there. Or if I had measured, that would work out. Or just having flatline. Because Vicky spawns kind of more than 10 seconds after you have any other kills anyway.
If you want to blow something up, please go blow that up.
But I just don't think I need it. So. I need to still... because this thing doesn't need to be on this. Also, this on a bunch of different builds anyway. I should get a brazen ACS for specifically this. I just keep forgetting. I feel I even passed up an ACS that I could have just... That was just barely an optimization away. I need to make a shopping list once we go through the build collection. While we're going through it, I'm just gonna make a shopping list as well of like a few weapons.
Hostiles detected.
But an ACS definitely is gonna go on that list for this build for Brazen. This time I'm actually gonna start with stacking. This is kind of the thing as well with the Heartbreaker Tech Tank versus this. This build doesn't per se need to stack with the ACS. Just because of how Striker stacks and how Heartbreaker stacks.
Scanning for operational weak points. Multiple pressure stabilizers detected. Disabling them will cause system error.
Especially there, Anna completely was in just it's a weird tonality. Just stands out.
Eliminate the hostiles. Danvers is counting on us to end this war. Get Violet.
Oh yeah, Violet. There we go. I was already like, I don't think it's Vicky. Because yeah, Viper is our thingy, and then yeah, Violet. That makes sense as well. With, you know, she has purple flame.
Access the console to disable the workshop.
But I'm on PC. I can't access the console. Yeah, damn it, devs.
Purple Flame Workshop inoperable. Experimental Warhound
Should make a
detected.
Reddit post just.
Identification confirmed.
How do I complete the
Violet.
DLC? I can't access consoles. Why didn't the devs give me an option? Also, yeah, while she is disrupted, she doesn't fire. She still moves. but she doesn't fire. And in this fight, especially having an EMP sticky, kind of good, but also EMP grenades. Sir, could you give me a second? I'm killing a dog. Well, actually in this fight, yeah, it spawns a few things. I should have maybe triggered killer on one of those enemies and then actually just unload it. Yeah. It's fine. It's a fine. And with that I mean we're getting fined for it. Just...
Secure the shipment. Danvers needs that shipment. Kill the hostiles and send the boat.
Do we,
Okay, what's
With
this?
that way, right?
Danvers requested a purple flame delivery. Agent, you need to sabotage that boat and destroy that shipment.
Find it. I'm Vicky. How you doing? Don't mind the voice. I smoke 7 packs a day. Yeah, let's grab ammo. Could use some ammo. Yeah, how much should they have the caretaker up to? Okay. Oh, I should grab Huntsman. Let's remember to grab Huntsman.
We need more reinforcements. They'll never make it in time. You know what to do. Copy that.
Playing against other LMGs yet? No, I haven't actually grabbed it yet. Kind of going down the list almost. Just to not like grab everything and then forget half of it.
Flame accelerant detected.
So today we're gonna kind of focus. She flew. Later on today we're gonna kind of look at the builds from the thing that we get from those caches. It's kind of the next thing, and then Huntsman maybe do some prep work on that, but likely not. We'll leave that for a different day. But then once I'm done with the Huntsman and stuff, likely I'll after that we are gonna do like the DPS tables, and then that's likely when Pakan to go. Because also, yeah, I haven't actually grabbed neither Pakan nor Nimble yet. But I don't have high hopes, honestly. At the end of the day, even now that it actually does have, it is ahead of the Bullet King by enough that if that kind of thing is what you're looking for, to have a bigger mag size, then yeah, you know, not the worst choice. I think it's just damage talents. Damage talents are too big now for utility talents.
Crane controlled by local system.
It's also why you don't see me run much of like fast stands and such anymore. I used to basically, you know, be married to fast stands, but the reduction to it and the increase in killer and measure, just, yeah. The meta shifts, and not that I'm per se like gonna always go with the meta, especially if I feel a bit like this fits my playstyle better or such, but in that case, yeah, it's just too big of a feeling difference, or difference to the feel. I'm kind of looking forward with Tinker. I might actually, yeah, I'll because yeah, if I can have killer plus that, and we're giving up not the damage talent on the weapon, which is, you know, for instance with killer 20%, but we're giving up like the 7, 8, or 9% from the from a coyote, that's maybe more doable. So I'm gonna as well looking forward to Tinker, and for me that thing is gonna be mostly that. Especially now with Streamline kind of brought back in line, going killer measured or such, or Streamline plus measured or stuff like that, or Streamline plus killer. All of those, they're like a little bit ahead of the coyote, but also, for instance, yeah, you still always, because if you're putting in killer, you still are kind of locking yourself into, like, you know, needing to get kills. If you're running Streamline, you're locking skills at. So there's still downside to, like, at least those two, not so much measured, but also I actually really need a bio break. Maybe I do that before.
Syncing countdown to your HUD, Agent.
I'm doing that after this.
Refinery infrastructure corrupted.
I do want to fill this thing at some point and see where it resets us to on heroic. Well, not here. I just want to today just get through it. But one time we're coming through here, I'm just gonna fail this on heroic and just see. I'm gonna guess it resets us back right here and fail it on the timer. Although as well, actually, if I look at the thing, if it does checkpoint there, because on heroic still, like when you reach the boss room, you have a checkpoint there, but then also it pops up checkpoint reached. And on this one, always go upstairs first because you can just jump down, making it faster to go this way. You do the upstairs first and then come down. Let's get some striker stacks off of you.
I got a shot. Back off.
Went too far.
Pressure stable.
No window. Oh, actually, yes, yeah, sorry, Reaver, but yeah, bad gave you the right answer. It's a weird sentence, actually. Bad gave the good answer. Incursion, yeah, is the only thing that resets on Sunday to Monday, and then also it's not the usual time of like 9 in the morning, at least for me locally. It's not when targeted loot resets. It's when, for instance, some of those projects in the past with the seasonal ones, which is my local time, like 2 at night, but effectively like 7 hours earlier. So it's also resetting at that. So. But I totally missed that earlier. Sorry. And the thing is, yeah, you will likely see some conflicting info. Some of it is old because it was resetting actually. Like when it first got introduced, it was very buggy, and for people it was resetting on the day that they very first did it. So if your very first run ever was on like when the season came out, like on the Tuesday, it was resetting Tuesday for you. So everybody had basically a different, it would still reset at like at night, but it was dependent on whatever day you did your first. And a lot of that is of course still like Reddit posts and stuff from there, and still exists.
You can't stop this, Agent. Danvers is too smart for you.
That's why starting out, like, nobody really knew what the hell was happening with it. And this guy apparently is giving a lot of people trouble. The thing is, though, that actually, like, this is exactly the kind of guy that tech tanks are kind of designed for. Somebody that does a little damage, but consistently, and you just need time to kill them. Trying to trigger killer here and there. Oh, it's all that. Still have to try out this guy's mechanic at some point. Wait, let's see actually. Can we get you to... The funny thing is as well, he has kind of if you're very close to him, you can kind of kite him. Like he's very much designed as like he targets one guy and just kites. But actually when you get close to him, he starts walking backwards, so you can kind of like push him as well. Like when I get close to him, he starts going the other way. Yeah, no nearby pipes. But yeah, you can get him close to some of these pipes and then like blow him up. But I haven't actually seen that even like once or done it once. So.
Secondary system online.
I was there trying to do it, but I can't see any of those pipes here. So.
Inevitable.
Inevitable.
Coordinates to the extraction point to HUD.
Get the hell out of there.
Get the hell in here. And there we go. Yeah, no timer anymore. Because I like these things. I can like blow them up like that. But I haven't done that against this boss like once yet. I just end up just murdering his face. And yeah, we're getting at mission failed. Mission mailed. Kablooey. No game. It's not mission completed. I failed. So mission failed. Mission mailed. Yeah, let me catch up here for a second. I'm just gonna take a quick bio break before we go into the side mission. And there XO. So for Tinker as well. Yeah, same here. It'll be a few weeks still to go. I'm also actually not against as much, like I've seen people be really mad that the Tinker isn't here. I'm actually kind of on board with, we have a lot of toys to play with now, and then we'll have the Tinkerer just by itself. Like this time at least is also something to like look forward to, because so far we've had Provocator, which like is really still kind of dead in the water. We had Birdie, which was interesting, but in the end I like played an hour with it and just went like, that's neat, and then put back a BTS glove on everything. It's like, that's a fast revive. So anyway, but this thing actually looks to go into a bunch of places, and also will be the meta for several builds. OD, like there is Coyote is gonna exit, and especially builds where we can find a good place where like you don't need the chest and the backpack, especially with gear sets, so you can put the mask in without too much loss, and then you have 2 good talents for it. And especially OD, Sadist plus Pressure Point, Sadist plus Vindictive, either of those is gonna be pretty tasty. Is negotiating more if marks are played like the mechanic. Stronger spreading damage requires this particular playing style. Yeah, I can get that. Yeah, the thing is though, that would be like, it would need to be balanced differently for that, because that's actually the strength of kind of Negotiator, where you can, you mark, let's say 2 elites and you shoot the named, right? Stuff like that. That's where it like really shines numbers wise. But yeah, it's acquired play style. Yeah, you have to learn to play it, and also even like not just learn to play it, but also get in that mindset. Like the first hour that I'm on Negotiator, I definitely don't feel I don't feel I'm extracting the most from Negotiator, and then it really like, and then once I'm running negotiator for like a few hours and then swap to something else, it's like, oh wait, I'm still doing the negotiator thing. Is this built in my spreadsheet? Although, well, build collection, yes, this is 3.14. Although I'm running different gun here just for proficiency's sake, but the gun, of course, is just whatever you want it to be. What was I saying? 3.14. Because those commands work in Twitch, but not in YouTube. But I can copy them over. There we go. That's the link to its build picture. On the build picture, it's with the chameleon. And actually, this build with chameleon works really well. I really like it with the chameleon. But here, I'm especially running this for proficiency. Just let's get this to 10. Might as well. Also, the gun on most builds is, yeah, you can go several ways with it. Break from strikers, yeah, I like it for that as well. Just Umbra as well is kind of that for me. It's just, you know, you kind of go like, we've played enough strikers, let's grab negotiator, let's grab Umbra. Even Under Fury, but Under Fury is definitely a different playstyle. Because especially Negotiator and Umbra can just still do like the full red thing, right? They're really powerful. They can just unload. Not to a degree of Striker, but actually even with the Umbra, you can sometimes exceed Striker just because you can charge up from before the fight. Not a chest Striker, but Obliterate Striker. And Negotiator as well. Negotiator, if you're keeping your marks up, actually has a lot of damage. Quick bite break. I'll be right back. Enjoy yourselves for a moment, and I'll be right back. And yeah, let's. We'll likely in a bit as well. We'll discuss Negotiator. I might actually, I might do that. I might, because we have the defense mission here, right, of the thing, which is forced. Let's do that. And actually, let's maybe set up for starting to record the thing I want to record. Which is going through opening up this journey build caches. And, yeah. Seeing what we want to say about them. I'm just gonna open all three of them, basically give my first reaction to each. And then we're gonna critique it and say like, hey, what choice is good, what choice is bad, and then kind of give likely a version from the build collection, like, hey, this is how a real negotiator looks like, and then also kind of give, because I already know the red one is negotiator. I already forgot what the other ones were. You love that, yeah. We see, for once, we see a flare go up. That isn't ours. Is there anywhere else in this game where we see a flare that isn't ours? I mean, well, story-wise, right? There's a countdown or something. Somebody else flares, but...
too much ground. The bridge isn't going anywhere. Focus fire on that DC agent.
Because I think that would just be a interesting video to do.
Active hostile turret defense detected.
This part as well is, even though my world is set to heroic, this part is just story. Effectively. So it pulls the difficulty down to story.
Generator destroyed. Generator located nearby. Hostile defenses disabled.
Also, that's somewhat a simpler video, although I've already prepped a multi-calculator, but let's see if we can, we likely will do it without multi-calculating. Or like, because I might just for the red builds put the numbers in a multi-calc and kind of just discuss it there. Just so we can, you know, compare numbers. But I might also just go the, like, just explaining mode.
Hostiles detected.
We'll see.
We're losing too many people.
But effectively, we're gonna just do everything live. I haven't really prepped anything. Because that'll be tomorrow's video, and then 2 days after is the Huntsman. That leaves tomorrow and the day after to kind of mess around with Huntsman and also do its numbers and such. And kind of make some spreadsheets comparing it to some of the other talents, comparing it to Sleipnir, comparing it to GR9. And then also part of that one will be discussing the changes to Frenzy and what that means for some.
They're retreating. Bridge secure.
So
Thank you,
that one will be a little bit more in depth than this one. Just it's kind of
Agent, you should be
filler, but it'll still be
Meet me in
fun.
the basement. We need to debrief.
I was running Countdown yesterday and I was using the OD Wicked build. I was doing, but then suddenly my damage went to 2 and 3 with Carnage. You know what boosted my damage so much? Yeah, let me actually. Hello. I mean, because yeah, there is one. It's just black page for me. Anyone else? Yeah, 112 is likely still, yeah. But that is as intended. So yeah, 112 and 3 something. They just haven't been. I just haven't. Yeah, we haven't filled them in yet. There's 2 black spots in the build collection as it's getting like reworked. Yeah, so yeah, we used to have one, and then it got replaced by the pistol one, and I kept the Hunter's Fury and the pistol. But now I've decided I'm going to keep the pistol and the high-end AR one. And we're getting rid of the Hunter's Fury tech tank. So, actually, the build picture for it is basically in there. First, though, let me do this. Guides. Just to open it up for myself easily. Don't think I had a tab open with guides. I'll put it in both chats, actually. So guides takes you to here. There's a countdown guide here. This icon, especially just to show the icon. This one, when you have, you can see there, these bad boys. That's a close range buff. When you have the close range buff and you're in close range, holy hell does your damage go up. This is the one that like you might have, even when I'm doing some countdowns and stuff, you might hear me go like, oh, we have the the X builds don't have exclamation point things just because they're X builds. So also they get shuffled around way too much. It likely is. I used to, I basically had a version of it, which we're gonna reinstate. But I'm gonna do it with the new numbers and with the new build picture and stuff. Just gonna redo it, not per se copy it from that one. But yeah, whenever you have this close range buff, especially this close range buff, and the long range buff does it too, but most people, this long range buff is 25 and plus, and a lot of the fights you're not, or well, depends kind of if you're sitting in the back at the end. This one, but also doesn't do as much extra damage. But the close range buff, especially interacting with some of the other multipliers, is just like you can do close to like, yeah. With a really hard hitting build, and also if there's, for instance, an FI in the team and an OD in the team on top, you can easily reach the 10 millions and such. Or well, not easily. That was especially with the long range buff on top of it as well. You could reach 10 millions, but you can reach like 5-6 millions sometimes, depending on build. Also, of course, yeah, which weapon you're using, because you know when we're RPM matters for that. But when I'm talking that, it's like with a FAMAS at 900 RPM, so fast firing as well. And yeah, it's just one of those, if you know, you know. But yeah, I always look out for that icon when you see it. It's the you're about to have a easy time. Let me actually go back here. So yeah, on the build collection, yeah, for the time being, this one just hasn't been filled in. This one is basically that Headhunter's Fury Headhunter that we just were playing with a second ago. Both of those just need to get added. X17. Yeah. This is basically, could maybe even just copy this over. We just have different like grading here, but I'll make a new fresh picture from it. But yeah, that's basically the high end. This isn't a good build, by the way, just to be clear. To me though, it's just still better than the Hunter's Fury one. And what it is not a copy of the Striker or the Hunter's like Heartbreaker or stuff like that. It's good enough, and especially for that character, it gives them an AR based, you know, or AR or SMG based tech tank, because otherwise I would just have the pistol one. Like that's, while nice, sometimes you just want to go faster than that thing. So it's not yeah. Seems like it will be consistent, but lower damage, exactly. Also, what it has is 3-tier healing. So it has a stronger shield. Oh, well, it's a same shield, but getting healed for more. So it has a few traits, but it's especially there just to have a tech tank on that character. Also, it's kind of like still having a high-end tech tank. It's kind of like the origination of the tech tanks. So kind of for nostalgia's sake, kind of keeping something like that. So, but yeah, it's the Heartbreaker tech tank, the Striker tech tank are both like so much more recommended. I catch up on the rest of it. Oh, thank you so much there, Peterman, for the donation there. What about Flatline in sync with Tinkerer? Flatline definitely is a contender. But the thing you gotta remember with Flatline is already around the same damage as measured, but just you don't have the downsides of it. Well, when you're using a linked laser pointer, because that eats up a little bit of crit, of course. But yeah, Flatline in sync. Actually, yeah, for instance, your drone and such, because you could exceed the capacitor in that way. That could be a thing. Although with a lot of your drone builds, like Memento is also a really good option, especially like hybrids. But for general play, yeah, especially Killer and Measured are gonna... Killer, Measured, Streamline. Flatline could fit in there as well. Because yeah, you could go, for instance, Measured plus Flatline. In sync isn't that... Like, is a decent amount of damage, but also is conditional on the skill damage side of things, which... You know, when you're disrupted, when there's a hunter in front of you and you can't deploy a turret or drone, is a little bit less. But yeah, we'll play around with all of them. Because you gotta remember, in sync is 40 weapon damage, or well, no, actually, because you can't do the perfect. You can do 30.
Good.
And
You're back. You're in charge.
Well, decent,
Next time
yeah,
you and
it's
Keener
still
decide to go on a
gonna
road trip, get someone
like
else
it's
to
not
guard
gonna
your
beat
secrets.
or come close to like
Couldn't have been that hard being
measured,
the leader.
The fucking cleaners took
for
Jess and
instance,
they
which is
burned down the
also
clinic.
consistent.
But you're fine. We're fine. Plus, I got back in time for the birth.
Don't be your
The
dad,
machine
Leo.
fast stands when we get into quality of life. Yep.
I'm here.
I feel kind of the same way. The second talent is quite often going to become utility.
Good luck with that.
But then, yeah, fast hands, preservation, future perfect, like future perfect with like, you know, a killer weapon and a shield, for instance. And you just get tears on the shield for some stuff. Or you get tears for smart cover that is stronger.
Backup.
Stuff like that.
Agent, why don't you do the honors?
I feel Tinkerer is one of the more interesting items for quite a while, that we've had. Partially as well, I'm just gonna grab each talent on a weapon and then just on the other one, just go into the library and go like, let's try this one, let's try this one, let's try this one. Just go through the list and just, I mean, with a lot of them, we can kind of, you know, we kind of can know just from experience what it's kind of gonna feel like, but just to play it out, I will likely run like way too many and just have it figured out. Recommended builds for Legendary Summit and Weeklies. So in the recommended build, so I'll put it again. I have a section actually for recommended builds, although for group setting for Legendary, that would work out for Legendary Summit as well. Go to the list. Go here. So that takes you here. Did I type it correctly? Oh yeah. Sometimes I miss one, but yeah, the bot takes a second. So there's a section here for, but yeah, it's especially group. So solo, it's a different story, but especially in group, what we like to run is having some strikers, generally chest strikers, and then together with the Eclipse. One person running Foam Eclipse, they also kind of need to know the mission and like where everything spawns, as they'll need to foam everything, and then the Reds just mop up. So if you're looking for solo setups for it, that kind of is dependent on the mission, and especially Toasty would be a place. I did misspell it. I know. See, I have 2 C's in there. I was like, yeah, that looks off, but usually I forget an M or something, but this time I put 2 C's in. I likely just fat fingered it a little. But yeah, Toasty on his YouTube has a lot of guides for the legendaries for solo players. And also in there, because much more than build, legendaries are about what you like, knowing things. You need to know how to survive in legendary. You basically need to know a few things about that, and then as well, you are best off knowing all, well, most of the spawns and kind of what you're going to expect in this, like in the coming rooms and stuff. So watching some of the guides is really nice for that, because yeah, it's much legendary more than any mode. Legendary, raid, incursion, masters, all of those are much more about knowing what is gonna, like, knowing things than just having the right build. Are they build staying backline and doing this damage can come back to strikers anymore? Yeah, I mean that's a nice support build, and also yeah, you'll be helping people. Do more damage, especially in Countdown. Yeah, having an OD or a Red FI in the team is like well worth it. So it's the friendly Marauder. I mean, it's just they want to give us like, hey, they want as story wise. I feel it's a reminder of, hey, remember that Theo is a fucking genius. Right? right? I feel that's kind of the story reason for that moment. Like, hey, Theo can make exceptional things happen. But yeah, it's not. And also they use it, of course, in like 2 missions as a support for us. But also that whole section like didn't need that. Yeah, you're welcome. I just came back after 5 years. I have an old striker build with Coyote and Cheska, Memento for solo with the Metanapolis. Well, actually, just a little bit above you, there's the recommended build list link still here. I won't put it up again. That quickly, but yeah, click that recommended build list thing. Striker is still the general meta. Although, well, if you were 5 years ago, it was like in year 2. Striker was not really the meta back then. Also, it would be set up differently back then. You wouldn't take the chest, you wouldn't ever take the chest, and you would like not take the backpack usually with it, if I remember right. But yeah, you can kind of see what the general setups for it are in that recommended build list. Later on. Well, it's just that mission, right? It's just it shows up in that mission as like a set piece thing. The turrets mission, where it like comes and saves you first, and then fights the other turret and kind of gets its ass handed to it. Loses to 1 turret. Yeah, let's go get set up for recording. Yeah, we'll just leave this character as is. We'll come back to them and finish up their Brooklyn. This is the last character on main account that is going through Brooklyn. That is having to have a battle for it. But also, yeah, for tomorrow, I want to have a video up. We're going to record actually, we'll just do it live and stream here. I already grabbed the 3 caches from the seasonal journey thing.
I need to debrief with Schaefer. Kelso had to go.
Effectively, I'm just going to
She's not here.
pop each one. We're going to discuss what we get, what the mistakes are, what would we change, upgrade path, and then compare it to like builds from the build collection. Which also for me is a simple one. Simpler one, a little likely, because maybe for the negotiator we'll do some damage numbers and stuff, but for the other 2 we don't need to per se do damage numbers. We can just compare it to the build collection builds, setups for it, and kind of give like ways to kind of have it. Also, actually, so is I've been trying to set up the screenshot key. Is the screenshot key, at least on PC, working for anybody? Because yeah, they changed the rules. I used to have F12, and now it says you can't have just the F keys by themselves. But I tried doing Shift F12, and that still doesn't work. It says you can do Shift F12, but I couldn't make it making makers. Because I was checking my screenshot folder, and yeah, the last one was like one of the hardcores that we were doing like recently. So no, yeah, I know the snippet tool, but I want just a button, because the snipping or like the screenshot tool and stuff, that's like that also doesn't work for the game, at least for me with full screen. Like it takes, I have to like not run it on full screen. Annoyingly. For that.
Agent, I need to debrief with Schaefer. Kelso had to go. Said it was safer for
But
us
the
if she's not
Ubisoft
here.
Connect button, effectively. I should just, I feel intro-wise, I just do this, right? We'll make use of the hunter wall here. I haven't yet, of course. We filled it in yesterday. Well, let's have that be our background. Because let's get set up. So actually, did I make a folder already for it? Let's go to the recording folder. Also, let's just brighten the ever-loving shit out of it. Let's put the character kind of more here. Also, yeah, so one of the things that is happening now, and watch out for this as well, if you're doing the hunters and you have multiple characters, do them all on one character. The keys currently are not sharing across. So if one character is like one of the hunters and the other gets like 7, you don't get to have the huntsman until they fix it. So while the other ones are there. Yeah, let's really set up like well, that's kind of a good enough look. How's Heartbreaker work out of interest? So Heartbreaker versus Striker is not great. Heartbreaker, especially if you're setting it up as a full red or something, which this character does have as well, I think, yeah. So in like a full red setup, although this is like normally like this, it doesn't work out too great. Technically, it has around the same damage as an Obliterate Striker, not a Chest Striker, but an Obliterate Striker. But Heartbreaker stacking is so much worse. It just doesn't count every stack the way that Striker, basically every hit that Striker makes, it counts that stack. And that's kind of the biggest downside of it. It just doesn't stack well enough. But for some things, and then you get bonus armor alongside of it. So, but then there is stuff like this. This is a Heartbreaker tech tank. This is kind of my go-to solo build together with that Striker one. Especially with the Memento and then also with a little bit of tankiness. That bonus armor we're kind of making use of. And then we're also using an ACS to stack with, where we're just getting so close when we can. You know, we have the tools to get close and then just stack with the ACS. And then it's kind of fine. And especially for a build, like the Heartbreaker tech tank, it works out. But yeah, for a full red or something, not so much. And here it does work out as well because we get, you know, Heartbreaker does have bonus armor, which helps out quite a bit. It lets you be like very silly aggressive. Silly levels of aggressive. So that's why I kind of like that one. Right, I feel this is like a good enough intro scene with the Division 1 patch as well. I am happy I got that patch just before the shields and stuff, or like Division 2 kind of released. Because that's from the Division 1 shields is where you get that one from. Let's make a new folder, 250602. Yeah. Underscore journey build. I'm hoping not too many people will be confused because I'm likely gonna just call it journey builds, but that they don't think it's builds for the journey, it's builds from the journey. But I'll explain it, of course, in the intro on it. So hopefully people will. And it's just a rambling talk. It's not an in-depth look. When was our last rambling? That was the hardcore. Let's copy a thumbnail file and such. Let's set this up for a second. So this is journey builds and description wise. I always make a text file with description file basically, and then and then just copy from there. That way as well, I can make the description while I'm rendering the video and stuff. Yeah, I get you for a second, and then we're gonna hit record and go from there. And have a good night's health. It also loses stacks faster. Yes, at although well, it's basically always 2 stacks. So striker loses 1 from 1 to 50 per second, and then it's the same 2 from 50 to 100. So in the 50 to 100 range, it will be the same. But overall, yeah, Heartbreaker loses all its stacks in 50 seconds always, because also it only has 100 stacks, and then Striker in 75 seconds. But yeah, that range from 70 or from 50 to 100, they're the same 2, which is usually, you know, the range you want to be in anyway. So that's not completely the game breaker for it. It's that stacking. Like, not every stack counting, not every hit counting as a stack really hurts it. Oh, and Hater Faders, and thank you so much for keeping that sub going. 16 months already. Thank you for enabling, you know, silly choices of buying eye patches. Because yeah, there's a fully working eye underneath that eye patch. It's just cosmetic. But yeah, thank you for enabling my poor decision making. For 16 months already. Yeah. And yeah, I'm doing pretty great, and yeah, hope you're doing the same. Non-silly, I'm canceling it. Oh no. Well, guess I'm not paying rent this month. Yeah, no. Yeah, these funds are mostly just for I basically just abuse them for this. Yeah, let's go over here. That's already as well. I'm just gonna make sure this goes to the build collection. Yes. So we start here. This is just the intro, and then we go to talking what we're getting them from, and then show the caches. And then we go to red, yellow, blue? No, let's go red, blue, yellow, because the blue one is like the least interesting, so we'll put that in the middle. Yeah, let's go. What was rambling talk intro was, and for today's video, I want to ramble on for a bit, you know, yeah. Yeah. Hi, I'm Ikea, and fuck you, Kina! Yeah. Hi, that was weird inflection. Let's maybe have a sip there. Like, my voice didn't really like engage there almost. Hi, I'm Ikea, and for today's video, I want to have an in-depth look. No. Hi, I'm Ikea, and for today's video, I want to ramble on for a bit about journey builds. I might be wondering what I mean with journey builds. There are a few caches that we get from the journey, from journey 4, 5, and 6 specifically, and they contain builds. For newer players, most likely, but even maybe for some veterans, maybe a build that they haven't tried out yet. I haven't looked at what they are. We're going to go through, basically open each one up. I'm going to give you my first impression on each one, and then go through and maybe talk about what's right, what's wrong, at least in my opinion. Show maybe what I do with those gear sets, as I've seen that they are all gear sets. And then discuss what maybe an upgrade path would be, even if, for instance, you're a newer player and you do get those builds, and what can you do with them? What would be maybe a better way of setting them up? And this one's just, I feel, a somewhat easier one for me, as well, as I'm crunching on some numbers in on the background. But this buys me sometimes effectively to just, have a little bit of a simpler one. But I hope it will still be informative as we'll discuss, what is right and wrong with these setups. Let's go get started with the premise. I might redo that. I was kind of, even for a rambly video, I kind of lost the plot there. I lost kind of where I was heading for a second. Let me get you up here. What's this in LMG with mods? It's good chance. Always a way to go for the third attribute on LMG is mostly, although, so generally what you do is you take crit chance third stat, and depending on the weapon, you can go crit damage mods on the weapon now as well. That's the big change as well. That's why it's now so much more like basically always go crit chance, especially if it's a crit chance based build. There is a few places like the triple tick build where DTA can kind of make sense because it's applying to the Val and it's applying to with the Pestilence. It's applying to the Val, it's applying to the bleed ticks from OD with the triple tick and to the Pestilence itself. So, there, for instance. But in generally any build where you're using, strikers or high-end or Langmo build or stuff like that, or most of those you want crit chance. Same for OD as well. If you're running OD as like a crit chance, crit damage build, not the triple tick version, you just want crit chance. But then also, depending on your crit chances, so for instance in Striker, you would take 2 crit chance mods and 1 crit damage mod, if I remember correctly, and you land on 52, I think, or 50, one of the two. Food children medicine who needs eye patches to buy, indeed. How will I sleep without an eye patch? Right, it needs to cover up an eye, then I can sleep. My thoughts on adding a Segway or motorbike as a transportation in open world. The open world in Division isn't large, so if you can traverse it faster, the faster you can traverse it, the larger the world needs to be to kind of feel large. Division actually is very compact, but that's also our only mode of transportation is our feet and the chopper going in between places. But, we're just running. And because of that, actually, the places are kind of compact. And they can be that because, it still takes a while to get across. That's why I'm actually kind of averse to like if they add cars or something, because one of the things with like cars and such, or like any like movement kind of things, mounts, you need to have just the world be bigger, and just the in between the places needs to be like, you just leave it sparse, because you can't, the bigger you make the world's map, there's only so much time you can spend on it. So eventually what usually becomes in like open world games that have cars is like you have, a road to drive, right? And there's nothing. There's a town here, there's a town there, and there's a road in between, and there's nothing on that road. Maybe like one shack or something. I kind of like the way that Division is set up with it being very dense, and just there's a bunch of things to explore, kind of more of a cityscape. Because also we can transport, we can fast travel. So we can just fast travel across the map. That's, just imagine that being worth taking a bike or something then. From Brandon, did you try painting your feelings? From the Rat Queen. Yeah, I kind of like some of the Rat Queen's calls, but I don't agree with them, but they're funny. I don't agree with the sentiments, but yeah, they're kind of funny. What's a triple tick build? 4 point something. I can link to it. This one, 410. Triple tick is a setup for OD like this. This is actually pretty good for solo play, especially. Also, I'll put it in the YouTube chat. Also, it can deal especially with ammo directives. So this is one way, for instance, with even with Pistolero or such, you can have Pistolero or the ammo hoarders, the reduced ammo one, and still kind of run this. And it has triple ticks. It has the Pestilence, the Vial, and then the Bleed from OD. That's kind of the idea behind it. And especially for solo, where, you know, scaling isn't too high, just solo heroic. I kind of like the build, actually. You just try to mark multiple enemies and make them bleed, get a pesty tick going, get some vowels going, and just do a lot of small numbers effectively. Because yeah, it doesn't do that much damage. It's not like the Lengmo pesty and like how hard it hits, but it works out still pretty well. And it's also kind of an out there build that is different in playstyle, different in setup. So the propaganda bear guys, yeah. I mean the open world ones indeed. The other one's also interesting with I actually want to sit there and kind of listen to some of them at some point. Where the ones from Grant are also kind of just trying to like rehabilitate the image from Pharaoh of like not being the murderous bastard that he was. Huntsman Frenzy versus Famous with Killer, uptime issues with Huntsman. Yeah, that's basically the yeah. Yes. The uptime issues though, the thing is though, Killer still requires a kill, and there is places where you won't have a kill, but you'll have the ability to just before the fight unload. So yesterday we were doing the Hunters, for instance. We were doing it in group. Killer would be of no use, right? Like I get it after we kill the hunter, like nice. if maybe something else is around to kill, but it's not useful for hunters. But what I could do is just, you know, we know when the hunters are going to spawn. I like empty my FAMAS to one round. When I see the person kind of interacting, I do that last round, reload, and we can go. So Huntsman is, yeah, situationally it can be really good, but if you're just using it in its way, there's also with Striker, there's an issue where if you just unload right all the way, you might have noticed that you do one mag, reload, do another mag, reload, and it's still within that 9 seconds. So unless you like release for a little bit or such, or like don't start firing right away after reloading or such, it is still just going to do those two and then have a full mag that is like not, which is kind of annoying. But yeah, we'll deep dive into Huntsman actually. So that's not going to be tomorrow's video, but the one like 2 days after that. So not Tuesday, but Thursday. Yeah. I was like, yeah, that's tomorrow's video. And the kick pipe, indeed. I mean, we have a skateboard. It's just we can't ride it. It's on our back. I'd like a dog. Well, I'd like a cat. I'd like a cheetah. Well, let's go all the way. Let's just have a dragon. Just we just ride around on a dragon. Like a camel, yeah. So I didn't know that build. Line is DOA for me. Can't use it with shield at. I got nerfed. Just strong in my opinion. Was expecting 50%. We're gonna 64 perfect. I feel it's still actually like still too high. In my opinion. But yeah, the price is gonna be different. But I agree with you. Like I like using my skills way too much for me to use Streamline. I'd rather have measured and like, you know, the 6-7% less on a full red build. And then have my skills. And then maybe even use the smart cover and, you know, get 10 detox from there or even more. But for me, like, yeah, I just, especially on red builds, I love running pulse, just constantly pulsing. Streamline is not an option for me. But there's plenty of people it will be an option for where it's... But yeah, no, if it was stronger than it was, it's already really strong. Keep in mind that, like, on even a full, like, in its worst case, basically, you know, striker, 30 grading, and then that, which is kind of like the worst case for it. It's still 16%. Like, that's still way, like, that's just behind killer. So numbers wise, I feel it's fine. It's just, yeah, you have to make sure you're okay with the price. Yeah, let's enough yapping. Let's actually let's actually jump into this. Yeah. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I want to have not an in-depth look, because I'm gonna actually, yeah, we're gonna retry this first part. I'm gonna save that other one we had a second ago, but yeah, it got a little bit kind of disjointed, so I wouldn't mind getting a better one. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I want to have a ramble about the journey builds. Now, you might be wondering what those are. You get a set of 3 caches from the journey, completing some of the journeys, that specifically 4, 5, and 6. When you actually complete those journeys and accept your rewards, one of them is a cache for each one. And in those is a build. Now, there is basically a red build from 4, and a blue build from 5, and a yellow build from 6. I haven't actually looked exactly at what they are. I have seen that they are gear sets. And we're going to look at them and see what we get out of them, and then kind of critique what we get, compare them to what I would think would be maybe better versions, or maybe if they hit it on the head, hit the nail on the head, we will congratulate them for it. But and then we will also kind of discuss, yeah, what I have in the build collection from that same gear set. I've seen already that they're all gear sets. And then also discuss what upgrade paths might be there and kind of how to upgrade them, of course, and such. I think this will be a fun, interesting little video in between. We won't go too numbers heavy onto this one. I will just discuss it in concepts more so. Also buying me a little bit of time to kind of work on some of the future videos and get the Huntsman video and other videos like with the global modifier kind of up to my standards. So yeah, let's go discuss these journey builds. Oh yeah, that was way better. And for those coming in as well, wondering why I'm kind of like going in a presenter mode and stuff. Yeah, we're recording a video for them YouTubes, for them tubes of you. And yeah, I usually do that on stream and such. And we have some fun with it. Yeah, let's go to the journey. Because yeah, we should first kind of show these. Actually, do I have 4? Oh, actually, I could. I might just complete this. Yeah, let's claim rewards. Just so it's orange over there. Although, let's go then. Still want that background, but yeah, I don't want these other caches in here.
Hey, want to make a trade?
Let me catch up here for a second. I'll wait for Tinkerer, maybe say this plus Killer on OD, LMG. Yeah, although, while Killer is not too bad, yeah, you could have 15% just always uptime with pressure point. Like for OD, yeah, it's going to be pressure point or Vindictive. Like Vindictive is going to be great as well if you're, you're generally like OD is to me a lot. Although this season you can run it for the ammo directive, so you can run it just to have the bonus is there, or to have ammo to bypass the directive. Yes, it's always up 15 from pressure point as well would just be like a very simple pick there. How much was vindictive? Oh, I'm like trying to remember the numbers off of it, but this as well is like 16 plus 16, especially the crit chance part of it. Because yeah, it could even just depend. Well, it would in a coordinated team if you kind of set up the crit chance to be in the right ways, like you can extract really a lot from it. But even just 16 crit damage as just going out to everybody in the subgroup is pretty good. Yeah, so we start on the journey and then we go this over here. And to kind of show where we get them. So here we've come to the journey screen. On journey 4, actually down here, you can actually see them. Journey build cache. And the first time that I saw these, I was like very curious what these would be. And yeah, they did not disappoint so far. As yeah, they turned out to be actually a full build. And they're actually doing this for in a lot of places, because recently I leveled up a hardcore and we went from level 1 all the way to level 40. And there are now milestone caches or milestone builds that the game basically gives you. So at level 8, 15, 25, and 35, you get a cache as you're leveling. Each of them contains a full build, and also once you open it and actually equip it from that, it even has a few pop-ups and explains what the build does, what it's kind of for, what the talents are, and yeah, tries to already introduce you to build making. And especially while leveling, getting a cache that, for instance, contained multiple pieces of gear that, for instance, at around level 15, you get the cache where you have composure plus Overwatch on a chest and a backpack, a purple backpack, which generally you don't start seeing purple gear up until like 17, 18, 19. So you get 2 pieces that are going to be better than anything you would generally get around that level. And those were very interesting to see those and to kind of see them try to introduce people to builds and also give them some gear to kind of speed up some of the levels in between. And when I saw these, yeah, it kind of clicked for me of like, oh, they're continuing that as well here. And I am very curious what we're going to get out of them. I've already grabbed them all 3 on this character. We are going to go one by one. We're going to start with the firearms one, which is the red build here. I've already, from the side here, we can see what is in them. And also in each of these is an exotic. Now, of course, that is by itself already pretty worthwhile. And as we're going to get a waveform, we're going to get a chameleon and a Scorpio. All 3, of course, pretty useful weapons, or 2 useful weapons. And the waveform is also not too terrible, even though we don't end up using it much. But starting out, like, not the worst tool to have. So yeah, let's go start popping these and start discussing them. I started going into actually. I have that habit sometimes, especially when I'm kind of tired, is I'll grab onto a word and just keep repeating it. In Streamline, there was a few parts as well, but effectively. Every other sentence then effectively popped up. How long is this one? 238. Okay, that's fine. Yeah. So, just checking chat for a second if I missed anything. Yeah. And let's get started. I'm going to open up the red one first. Of course, the one that most people will lean to, just the shooty build. Although I already see, of course, we have some negotiator in here, and then a mask and a knee pad item. That already tells me that we're going to get a negotiator with chest and backpack, together with a chameleon. Now, yeah, let's open it up. Let's actually see how this mechanically works. Because also at the milestone ones, and I'm expecting the same here, yeah, when it gives us everything, actually it does not. It doesn't force us, or well, not force us, with those one as well. You had the option actually to equip them. You would click a button, it would equip all of the pieces that it gave you. In general, it would give you 3 pieces. So for instance, for the level 15 one, it was 3 pieces of Fenris, for the backpack, chest, and holster, I think, with 1 weapon, a PDR. And it would just equip those pieces, and then it would have a pop-up here explaining what was going on. Yeah, I'm going to actually cut it there. Just to have this part be separate, because yeah, I can't open the cache multiple times. And then we're gonna go on from here, because then I can, if I mess up, it's kind of fine. Let me get you here. Is the blue screen viable for tech tank? So generally the tech tanks use shield. LMGs do not allow for shields. For Heartbreaker, you could make a setup for it, but yeah, for specifically a tech tank, yeah, they're kind of incompatible. Like LMGs just can't be used with, you know, the tech and the tank. But at the end of the day, it's kind of, this is the tech tank part, and then yeah, the technician with it, and the memento. But yeah, you can definitely run Heartbreaker with blue screen, just in general. But honestly, blue screen fits in really well with negotiate. So that might be a better way to go with it. Also, I hope that wasn't in the ad there. Although I should have. That's fine, because that is they are a subscriber. Yeah, let's actually go through here. I'm gonna equip the build, because we'll cut that out as well. Just the busy work of equipping it. Yeah. With ongoing directive, the thing is, ongoing directive really likes sadist. Like, sadist is really a big deal for OD. I don't feel, yeah, I've seen like the idea of like putting the blue screen on OD, but yeah, thing is also OD, once you have the special ammo, you don't need status effect continuously. Like, that used to be a thing for it. You needed to kill enemies at that status effect. Now, once you have the starting bullets, and you can just use specialization grenade for that, right? Like, if you have gunner, if you have fire, if you have survivalist, which is basically the two you would generally lean to for that. Either of those, you can open up with a grenade and go with that. And then, yeah, Sadus is just such a big damage increase that just is kind of with CDs. Sorry, that doesn't sound well. Oh, or did you mean it in something else? Because yeah, we were discussing the blue screen a little bit ago. I thought that was meant with ongoing. Or did you mean just in, like, for countdowns, just in general? Was it OD for countdown? Yes, very good. That was meant in when we're discussing the blue screen. Because you can just have so much damage from Sadist if you're going with OD. Gonna give him editor blueprints. Finally found a translator. Yeah. Although, well, indeed, the event has provided a lot of people with options for the reconstructed caches. And yeah, congratulations. See ya. Let's go here for a second. Is a blue screen with Heartbreaker, the Night Watcher, and Pulse. That can work out well as well. Although Negotiator is just such a nice pick for blue screen. Like, give that a try if you like the blue screen. Because you're kind of doing the same thing for both. You're shooting multiple enemies. While doing so, you're marking them for both. And then you're triggering both with that. So, they're doing OD plus Carnage, yeah. Yeah, it's a very, very nice combo. Yeah, let's take it back here. Yeah, let's continue. What was my last sentence there? And it would just equip those pieces, and then it would have a pop-up here explaining what was going on. Yeah. But instead, through the magic of editing, we'll just equip everything real quickly and just not waste the time as we do so. And this is what we got. Now, not the secondary here, nor the pistol. Those are just from what I had. Here it is given as a chameleon. I wonder actually if the rolls are fixed or not, especially for instance on this mask here. And I'll likely know in the future as I'll get these on second account and I'll make a mental note to remember what this is or just compare it against this video in the future. Because yeah, we got a Fenris mask, we got some Grupo knee pads, 4 pieces of Negotiator, including chest and backpack, and then yeah, that chameleon as our weapon. Now, chameleon definitely a good starter if you, in comparison to just having nothing, just having reached level 40, maybe even being on a purple level 39 weapon or such. Once you get this journey done, now of course, to get to this point of journey, you might likely, have farmed up a little bit through going through maybe some countdowns, getting some loot through there, as that is of course a really good place to farm some gear. But even maybe for players that haven't ever played Negotiator, because I do agree with the choice here with Negotiator, not, for instance, giving Striker. While Striker would be my recommended build for a person starting out, as, for instance, is the case on the recommended build list, a Negotiator like this might be actually interesting as well for people that have never tried Negotiator, because that's gonna be a thing anyway. A lot of people will not have tried Negotiator, nor Umbra, nor some of the other red builds, Hunter's Fury, or Sage, or OD, for instance, which are all definitely usable. They're not, of course, the general meta that Striker is, but they're competitive. Not in this form, though, for Negotiator. We'll look actually in a second at build the way I would recommend the Negotiator and the way that I do. But especially for somebody kind of starting out and they aren't geared up yet, you could run some challenging with this, or definitely hard. You could likely even struggle through heroic, especially if you were to recalibrate it up a little bit. Now, of course, we're getting just some random stats. A new player wouldn't have their library filled in, but especially if you're maybe getting this as somebody who is already, level 40, you're maybe 1k, 2k SHT, you have some resources, but you just haven't ever tried out Negotiator. What would you do with this? And yeah, this is where we kind of go to the build collection. And yeah, I'm cutting there. Let's these also, yeah, let me get you over here for a second. I know what he's saying. Device Carnage says, yeah, indeed. And they're over there. Negotiator. So 4.01 and 5.01. Actually, yeah, let's introduce this. And to give a few of those options, we'll go to the build collection. If you aren't familiar with this, I'll link it in the description down below. The build collection is kind of my collection of all my builds across all my characters. There's a bunch of stuff in here. Now, especially if we kind of go to the recommended build list, for those unfamiliar there, there's a ton of builds in here. There is also a negotiator in here, for instance. So if we take my recommended negotiator and look at that, what is different? Well, first of all, we're not going with the chest. Especially with negotiator, you do have an option with going or without going with the backpack. The backpack is kind of optional. It's kind of like the chest on Striker. You can take it, and then, for instance, with Striker, you have to kind of stack more. With the negotiator backpack, without it, you're doing better single target damage, but you're still doing spread. And with it, you're doing better spread damage, but now you kind of have to focus on actually marking multiple targets. Because let's actually, before we go too deep, as I'm kind of already getting past myself, as kind of excited to kind of discuss through all of this and what we might change and upgrade. First, let's talk about Negotiator itself, because that's important, of course. What does Negotiator do? Well, on the 2-piece and the 3-piece, we get some crit chance and crit damage, making it actually pretty good for people starting out, more so than, for instance, some of the other ones on their 2 and 3rd piece, because, yeah, this makes up for a lot of lack of crit chance and crit damage, maybe from the watch, if you don't have the watch filled in. And then on its 4-piece is, of course, the talent of it. And this is that critical marks or critical hits mark enemies for 20 seconds, up to 3 marks total. And then when you critically hit a marked enemy, all other marked enemies take 60% of the damage dealt. Now, this is the base amounts. This 3 marks is getting increased to 5 marks by the chest. So this is taking it from 3 to 5 marks. And then the 60% spread from the crit damage with the backpack is actually going from 60% to 112%. So actually, when you crit on an enemy, that is when it spreads. It marks them. If you have 2 enemies marked and you crit on this enemy, it's going to spread to the other enemy and do 112% of that damage, of that crit. If you don't crit on this enemy, nothing gets spread. So the crit chance of the build is important, the crit damage of the build is important, and shooting multiple enemies and marking them, also very important. Now, let's go back and also there is a stacking, we should actually discuss this as well. There is a stacking buff to it, which a lot of people forget. It isn't significant. That's also why we don't discuss it too much, although it is 40 crit damage. But whenever a marked enemy dies, and this is from any source, so it doesn't have to be you killing them. It's just they need to be marked, and even if teammate kills them or they die to some fire or something else, they still count as dying. As long as the mark is on them. You gain 2% critical hit damage, stacking up to 20 times, or until combat ends. So this is actually for the duration of being in combat. So whenever combat ends, and for instance, you regen your armor bar in those times and such. So for longer fights, you will build up this extra 40 crit damage, and that is a chunk. That is not nothing, right? That is. For instance, 3 Grupo pieces on top once you get the stacking. But this is, of course, over 20 kills, effectively. This, though, does actually count if you shoot, for instance, a turret, and that dies while it is marked. If you shoot an RC car, and that dies while it is marked. All of those actually add into this as well. So it's just not just 20 enemies. You can actually go a little bit faster, especially for some things where you're shooting, if you're fighting a named and they throw out a shock trap. Each one of those shock traps that you shoot, you get a bonus like this. So there is actually ways to kind of get the stack up pretty fast. But then let's go back to how I had it. We'll zoom in as well already a little bit. So the difference here, as we saw with that, is that I'm not going with the chest. The chess taking that 3 targets to 5 targets. Now you have to consistently try to get, well, at least more than 3 targets, because you can just mark 3 targets in general. The chess takes that to 5, so generally you would want to have 4 or 5 enemies marked. That just becomes a thing that, well, even if you try, unless it's somewhere very specific, or you're, for instance, in a 4-man, especially solo, of course, the numbers are less for enemies. Even, for instance, the territory control, quite often on the first wave has 4 enemies, and then on the second wave has 5. So on the first wave, you couldn't even, if you wanted to. And of course, that comes at the cost of a chess talent. So here we can have Obliterate instead. And this allows us to do more damage to 3 targets, and then we just take that deal instead. We try to hit 3 targets, and that'll be our spread, and then we get the 12% spread from that. Now, of course, if you had the chest and you had the backpack and you're actually marking 5 targets and, for instance, doing a theoretical effectively, you're shooting at 5 targets, you have the backpack, that's, of course, doing a lot more damage. But yeah, that's in actual gameplay, it turns out that that 5 target is asking too much. Especially as well, if you're giving up this chest talent, you're even losing a more single target damage. The thing with Negotiator always is kind of trying to find a balance between what you like for single target damage, because for instance, Striker, when we're talking about this as single target or multi-target spread damage, Striker, of course, you're just shooting at one enemy, you're getting stacks up, you're just doing more damage to that one enemy. Here, when there's one enemy, we're just doing less damage because the spread amount is actually where a lot of the bonus comes from. That also means that you can actually go a different route still with Negotiator, because they buffed the backpack. This has made this one definitely my go-to for just the general pick. If you're just going for Negotiator, do take the backpack. Obliterate Chest, Coyote Mask makes for a really good deal. But if we go to the build collection again, there is actually another way you can set it up, which is with a Vigilance backpack. So instead of going with a Coyote, we take a Vigilance backpack. This, of course, eats into our, now we don't have that 112% spread anymore from the backpack. But what we have instead is Vigilance, which is, of course, helping our single target damage. So this is kind of the in-between of a Striker and a Negotiator, or like the backpack Negotiator, because we're doing more single target damage with these talents, but we're losing a little bit on that spread damage, and it's kind of the in-between of the two. And I quite enjoy both versions. They play a little bit differently. With the backpack, I definitely want to multi-target. With this one, if I don't hit multiple enemies, or there's just one enemy, there's just unnamed in front of me, we've killed everything else, it hurts a little bit less. Both, though, really work out well. Well, I went into full build showcase mode there. wasn't planning, but yeah, we're cutting there for a second. Maybe 1K, 2K SHT. You have that Negotiator. What would you do with this? Okay, so that's that segment. And then this one's 7. Because now we're going back to the building game. And then we're going to, of course, discuss, yeah, how do we upgrade this? How do we move this to become something more useful? So now knowing what my recommended builds are, what can we do with the pieces that we got out of this? So for this, I am going to assume that these are set with their stats and that we're getting them, you know, for instance, Grupo piece with these numbers and, for instance, the Fenris piece that we're getting here with these. I would definitely, and if you want to mess around, for instance, with Negotiator, maybe take it to a countdown, get at least either a knee pad or a mask so you can get rid of the Negotiator chest. On this character, actually, I have a Negotiator mask, so for instance, what we would want is, yeah, we would go get a mask or a knee pad, either or, just so we can get rid of this. we would then go to Cheska chest or Grupo chest or Fenris chest with Obliterate. And nowadays as well, you can actually take Cheska chest because, although not with the Chameleon here, but with other weapons, we can actually, for instance, if we take it to, let's just grab a general AR. Let's grab this FAMAS. If I want to lose some crit damage, nowadays we can't. Now, of course, in the past, it wasn't viable at all to go crit damage mods here because they were 5, and the crit chance mods were also 5. No longer the case, of course. We have 10 crit damage here. We can actually put a lot of crit damage here on the weapon. So you could just take, for instance, if you're a veteran player, take your Cheska chest from there, take the Coyote from there actually, and then in this case, let's grab my negotiator from this character. So we could just by, although of course, for instance, for a newer player, a Coyote wouldn't be there, but let's say first discussing it for veteran players and that may have already some things to play with. Stick in an Obliterate chest, any variant, honestly, is kind of fine. Stick in a Coyote, go get a knee pad, and then just put crit damages on all these other pieces. Now, of course, with the pieces that we're getting here, not sure still again if it's randomized or not, but none of them were full. But if we just put some crit damage here, it's close enough to kind of play around with. Because, yeah, if we had crit damages just rolled here on all of this, we would land on kind of decent enough numbers. We're not going to specify any here specifically, but we could make some crit chance happen there, put in, make sure to put in a mod as well. And even if we're missing a little bit of weapon damage at that point, that's kind of fine to get a taste of this. This would also then be the way build-wise to kind of go with it for a newer player. Try to find a chest to replace the chest with. Taking the chest is kind of, yeah, theoretically you could make it work. It's one of those ones where if you look just at the numbers, it looks very tasty. But then you take a big bite out of it and you just realize that this meal is way big to eat. And you just go, I would rather have a smaller burger. And this is kind of the case here. So yeah, I would definitely recommend swapping out the chest, whatever you can kind of put in that spot, especially having the Obliterate. Of course, if you're starting out and you don't have a Coyote, any combination of having Fenris, Cheska, or Grupo, or even Providence if you have to. But yeah, having, for instance, a Cheska plus Grupo, which actually I have the option here, I think, with that Cheska, and then let's say this Grupo, for instance. Because yeah, we can just go with the brand bonuses instead. We don't per se need the Coyote. The Coyote is nice and actually a bigger damage boost than either of these. But yeah, if you don't have it, you don't have it. Then yeah, go get a Negotiator knee pad in that case, or well, any of the other pieces. This Cheska doesn't need to be here, or the Grupo doesn't need to be here. It's just the chest needs to not be that, and then the other pieces you can kind of swap out, including, as we saw, of course, the backpack. So for the backpack as well, also for veterans, we could, for instance, go Cheska on this piece, and then, of course, we would fill in with another Negotiator piece, just swapping in. So we could even go this route. Make sure to, yeah, just recalibrate everything, fill them up. Now then, let's discuss the Chameleon. The Chameleon isn't a bad choice here, especially as well. It has some extra crit chance and crit damage. It does synergize decently well with Negotiator. The biggest downside of the Chameleon is that not per se even in its optimal range, which is 20 meters, which is quite short for an AR that it tries to be. It is very much closer to an SMG. It is also, of course, based on the vector, so the Chameleon is decent, and especially if for somebody starting out, one of the better picks, because they would likely not have an high-end AR that would be which would be considered, equivalent at the very least. So if you're getting this, yeah, just run with it, depending on if you have some exotic components. So for instance, more for veterans, if you do want to try out the Chameleon as well, make sure that this third stat becomes damage to targets out of cover. That is, of course, the go-to for any weapon, really, basically any weapon that you see in here as we go through, at least the ones that are mine, not that Chameleon. Yeah, you see basically everything has damage to targets out of cover, except for the LMGs, which have crit chance. But yeah, everything has damage to targets out of cover. That one is definitely a best in slot. So yeah. You would have to re-roll it each time. It would cost an exotic component. So yeah, for people starting out, not very viable. But at least try to get a damage one here. So either damage to armor, rate of fire, damage to health, but you couldn't. Damage to health is already here. Even headshots, if you had to. Crit damage would be way too low. Crit chance would also be an option. But if it's just, for instance, if it did come with this headshot, that's kind of fine because the other two stats are kind of full. You could mess around with this, and especially for maybe somebody kind of starting out, because nowadays as well, you can finish the journey pretty easily. I went through the journey, well, we're a week in. I didn't really actually try hard, and already after 2 or 3 days, I was already at the point where we had access to these. So that will be the case as well for newer players. As you just go through stuff, have the modifier on. Do run that because it is required for some of the things, especially later on. Although actually, yeah, you don't need to until you really are doing 7. But yeah, with the modifier on and such, you can get through them pretty quickly. And once you get to this point, not the worst setup. The biggest fault, I would say, in it, because the brands that they give us actually Grupo and Fenris, pretty good. 4 pieces Negotiator, actually it being Negotiator, I'm perfectly happy with. The only real one that I would change is just that chest. So yeah, that was the red one that we kind of looked at. Also as well, actually, yeah, the weapon per se doesn't matter for Negotiator. So you could go with a bunch of other weapons than the Chameleon. But that combination is kind of fine. Negotiator with blue screen actually works out pretty well. I kind of like that combo quite a bit. Or, of course, just any high-end. It, of course, spreading crit makes it so that, and also being a high crit build, killer, measured, either of those works pretty well for it. Measured, of course, just feeds into the general damage of it. So you're hitting more often and spreading more from that. So it's equivalent to killer. The idea of just you need more crit, you don't need to, because general damage upgrades are also fine. What you wouldn't want is a talent that, for instance, feeds into headshot or such. But yeah, a talent that just feeds into general damage like measured, also fine. But it is very much like Strikers, kind of weapon agnostic. Any weapon could be here. That's also why we kind of separated out discussing each of them. And yeah, just upgrade it out, and especially for a person starting out, yeah, this could be a good starter build. Look at there. 8 minutes there. How long have we been going? Okay, 24. But also we have to introduce like the build collection and stuff for the future ones. We don't need to. There was something here. No. Yeah, let's go do the blue one first. And then the yellow one last, I feel. Just the order there. Also, why am I this sweaty of like IKEA? It's so humid in here, that's why. I can feel like the sweating isn't working. Because yeah, it is pretty humid. Yeah, let's have a sip. Yeah. Let's first record the intro of this and opening it and looking at what it is and then equipping it. And let's move on to the stamina one here. So this one comes from Journey 5, as we saw. And this one is the blue build, effectively. So Foundry Bulwark already seen there a 0F and a mask item, even though it's actually with the other one as well. It was showing blue or green, I think even rarity, but it gave 2 high ends in the end. And actually, a really good tool to get, especially for new players, Scorpio. So let's actually open this cache and no materials received, it says there. Is my inventory full? I think my inventory may have been too full, so it likely went to my stash. I should have checked. Oh, wait, what? Do you got the mustache? I just have. I didn't. They give us a blue piece. Okay. It's been I've never seen a blue, or well, I've seen a blue 40 before, but it's been a while. I don't think there's currently other sources, because in the past there was Summit could trigger it. You could do some shenanigans as well to make it happen. But honestly, nowadays, level 40 blue? Out of anywhere. Indeed, we're blue dabba diba. I mean, we're also blue dabba diba in these. Yeah, let's and actually, yeah, through the magic of editing, we have actually equipped everything. Turns out that, well, it's errored out kind of there, which kind of confused me for a second, because keep in mind as well, I'm actually getting a first reaction to it. It gave me the items anyway, because I was actually sure that I had enough inventory space. So at least I tried to make sure. So at least I had 7. In the end, yeah, it did give it, it just didn't show up there, but we did receive them. And what we got is 4 pieces of Foundry Bulwark here of the gear set, together with an 0F, perfectly unbreakable. And then actually an interesting one, a blue piece. I haven't seen a blue piece on level 40 in forever. There was ways to accidentally get some from Summit in the past. There was some bugginess that you could do. And I should remember exactly what it was, but it was repeatable, and you would get it especially from the rewards of it. So whenever you got like items from completing some of the challenges, as trivia. But yeah, I haven't seen a level 40 blue in like forever. I might actually hang on to a blue piece at level 40 because yeah, we could, that is actually a rarity. And what we're also getting here is a Scorpio. Scorpio, of course, a really great weapon. We'll discuss it in a minute. So 4 pieces Foundry Bulwark here. And then with the backpack, without the chest, just because they want to give you the 0F. Let's discuss first Foundry Bulwark. I'm going to cut it there just so we can, just in case I kind of like that part. And what Foundry Bulwark is that we get some total armor from it. Of course, it's also blue core gear set, negotiated that we were talking about a minute ago. It always comes with red cores, and then the stat underneath can be different. Here we're, of course, always getting blue core items, and yeah, here we got also a lot of blue going on, even more so with actually blue there. Yeah, on the 3-piece, we also get 1% armor regen, 50% shield health, and on the 4-piece is actually one of the better talents for tanking. Even though we quite often, for instance, in raid tanks and such, don't per se go with it, but this is whenever you or your shield takes damage, 25% of that amount is repaired to both over 10 seconds. So either me or my shield. So especially, for instance, if I were to run a bulwark with it, 25% of any damage that I take is returned over 10 seconds. Now, of course, this means that you do need to, it shouldn't be humongous hits that, for instance, break the shield in one go. As long as it doesn't break the shield, it's getting healed back for a little bit. And this effectively turns this into a resistance increase. You have to take 25% extra damage as long as it's not in one big chunk. What the backpack does is actually take that from 10 seconds to 5 seconds. So it's the same amount of healing, just getting applied to you faster. That does make a little bit of a difference, especially if you're continuously getting hit, because of course, as you're regenning, you can take more damage. That same damage is now you're getting 5% or 25% from that back. So actually making it faster is the better piece, I generally feel. The chest would increase this to a higher amount as well. I don't actually know off the top of my head how much, because we don't run Foundry Bulwark much. Tanking builds is not per se something we go with in Division. You're better off taking, for instance, a red gear set and putting some blue cores on that, keeping, for instance, the talent that does damage instead of a damage or talent that heals you. And that would be my recommendation here as well. Because actually, if we go to the build collection and go back to the main page here, I don't have any foundries. So we can't go to a recommended build here for this. Now, if you want to keep the pieces for maybe in the future to go raiding with, that is an option, because there you can still run Foundry Bulwark, although the raid tanks are actually nowadays set up without this, because actually in especially Iron Horse, you need hazard protection, which this, of course, this gear set doesn't apply. But yeah, I don't have an example to give you here of what we should do with Foundry, but you can definitely play around with it, because one thing you can do, and especially if you want a little bit of a tankier build, is just to still take what we have here with the blue cores, because especially you're getting these blue cores, of course, and putting just some crit chance, crit damage here. So with this build, even though, for instance, here we also have on top of that Perfectly Unbreakable, I wouldn't per se stack Perfectly Unbreakable or Unbreakable in general plus this gear set. It's too much tankiness, and also not enough for some of the things, because as we talked about, for instance, in the raids, you would need hazard protection as part of that. So you don't have that here. Not to a degree that would matter. We have one roll here, I see, and nothing much else, but you could play around with this. Put, for instance, some crit chances and crit damages here. Go with an SMG main weapon, especially, because then you can gain some SMG or from the class second stat. You can get this crit chance, and that can make up for your lack of crit chance that you will have when you go with this. But you can actually make a decent SMG build with Foundry. Now, in my case, that kind of is already going into the area of what I would consider with tech tanks. Now, in that recommended build list that we were in there, if you're kind of looking for some build that is a little bit tanky, but can actually do some damage, I would recommend the tech tanks out of that list. And this could make for something that is akin to a tech tank, but I feel a tech tank just does a better job. If you put crit chances, crit damages here, fill up the gear mods with some crit chance, crit damages, replace the two pieces of Badger Tough for instance, a Cheska plus a Badger Tough, but then with the chest, in this case, with the Scorpio, so Scorpio being a shotgun, you can't per se put things like Obliterate there. That doesn't work out with shotguns. They don't, Obliterate, for instance, doesn't trigger Propellet. It triggers per shot for shotguns, so it doesn't stack up that well. But I might actually swap this out just to an SMG and try to, you can make something pretty simply that is decently tanky. So yeah, build-wise, not the worst. I feel actually, going with even more total armor here is, it's in keeping with what the build, like it's coherent to the build, but I feel this one is likely the most lacking of here. But if you want to mess around with Foundry, do, especially for heroic, just put some crit chance, crit damages here, because also a lot of the blue, most of the blue stats, so if we, for instance, take this piece, if we go to the blue stats, what you really have here is armor regen as this, which is just way too little as a stat. So when you have it as a brand bonus, 1%, that would be several times over this. And hazard protection would be handy for if you are doing the hazard protection part. This health stat is completely useless. There is no real good way to make health work. And explosive resistance is just way too situational, so you don't per se need that. So generally what we do is actually on the stats underneath it, just either, if you're raid tanking, well, you would have hazard protection there, but you would also go with a different build, because there's much better setups for that. There are in the build collection for the raid. But you can make a somewhat tanky build that can do a little bit of damage, but you're really lacking it here, which, for instance, if you were to take a striker, or a Heartbreaker or such. Keep the blue cores, make a red underneath it. You have that big talent doing damage end of things. And then you just have some blue cores. Pair that with a shield. The shield, of course, gaining skill tiers from blue as well. So we do get a 6-tier shield, as we see there as well with this setup as here. And yeah, that can make for a decent enough just run and gun kind of build, especially solo for heroic nowadays, because you have more than enough damage there. Yeah, let's go discuss the Scorpio. So that's that one. I've got it there, man. First, Foundry Bulwark. Bulwark here, and then with the backpack without the chest, just because they. Oh wow, that's a big spider. F. Let's discuss first Foundry Bulwark. Okay, that's it. That goes in this. This is this one. Yeah. I was like, there was something on my foot, and I was like, it's just dust or something, but it's actually a pretty big spider. For a second there, scared the shit out of me. But luckily, it's more afraid of me than me of it. But I was like, I have an itchy foot, but yeah, I had a spidery foot. Indeed, we numbing. Otherwise, it's that big for like, it's like one of those long leg things. It's like not a. I don't live in Australia for that we get like the murder spiders. Yeah. And this Scorpio is actually really a prize here for newer players. Scorpio is a really good shotgun. So what it does is that it has a bunch of status effects that it can apply. These status effects as well, they are based on the percentage of pellets that hit. It isn't based on status effect, as a lot of people always get wrong. And depending on how many times you hit an enemy, you basically go through this list. 2 for poison, 4 for disorient, 6 for shock, 9 for targets take additional damage. Of course, it comes with 7 shots, so that 9, unless you're doing, shenanigans, is after a reload. But the Scorpio, while not great on damage anymore, it used to also be really good on damage, and then also on top of that, do this, can just be used in general for harder parts of fights. And that's what I would do here as well, as we kind of was discussing, just maybe change a little bit this build to become, keep the blue cores maybe, or some of the blue cores, and then have it be crit chance, crit damage on the attributes. Go, for instance, with some Cheska pieces or group of pieces or such, and that as well would make it universal, so you can use it with for instance, an SMG or an AR as the main weapon. And then especially an SMG fits in really well because you lack kind of crit chance here, so you can kind of make up for that with that. And then use the Scorpio as a secondary, because for a long time, the Scorpio used to be the go-to secondary weapon. As much as nowadays with Striker, we run ACSs, Scorpio used to be on the back of any and all glass high-end builds, which was the meta before that. And that was because you could stun lock enemies with it, at least after it came in. Because as you're shooting an enemy, that enemy, as they're getting poisoned, especially reds and purples, they stagger from that. When we go to the disorient, everybody gets staggered by that except mechanicals. But then even the warhounds and mini tanks, they get shocked. So at the 6, going through those shots, you're basically stun locking an enemy, including hunters, including rogues, including names, including anybody that is in your way. And of course, as well, this damage increase is very much there and potent. But especially just stun locking an enemy, even though nowadays the 612 that the Scorpio is based on isn't really up there in its damage, if you were going for a damage shotgun, we're kind of going somewhere else, either the SASG or the Super 90. But this stun locking of enemies is one of the great tools. So there's so many places to this day still that, if I'm up against rogues or something, I might, even if I stay on a red build, I'll just put a Scorpio as a secondary just so we can stun lock one down, and then while they're getting, disoriented and shocked, afterwards we just swap to the other weapon and kind of unload on them, or they just die to even the lesser damage of the Scorpio because you just are there and hitting them with impunity. As we discussed with the Chameleon, what we would want here especially is, as the third stat, damage to targets out of cover, especially if we're using it offensively. There is a case to be made, and this actually does get used and might be new to some people, is that what you can do is put magazine size here. And what the magazine size does is add one shot. The 612 can tactically reload. So we go from 7 to 8 if we just tactically reload. We would be one short of this additional damage. If you take magazine size here, you're 8 as the base, and you can tactically reload to 9. This is only used really if it's used on, for instance, an FI, a healer or such, a support build that is just there, that maybe is doing sledge on the enemy and then shooting them 9 times to also apply this debuff to the enemy. So situationally could go with that, but that's just more of a trivia thing for most players. When you know, if you're doing that, you're likely going to be told to, hey, maybe if you're doing it, for instance, in a raid for the raid bosses or such, you're like, if you don't have it, the raid leader might go like, hey, maybe in the future, maybe go find another Scorpio, put magazine size on it. But yeah, that's just more as trivia. But yeah, Detox again as the third stat, you would want to re-roll it. That, of course, each time costs an exotic component, so not per se new or player friendly. But also, I wouldn't say, for instance, this build, the Scorpio is a really good thing to get, especially when starting out. So that is the big price here. The Foundry pieces, it's just generally not worth it. I would rather have, for instance, even if I wanted to blue core pieces and kind of have a tanky build, I would put 4 or 5 blue cores on maybe, for instance, a Hunter's Fury, and then have the damage bonuses from the gear set there. And that would work out much better because just the blue cores, they feed into the shield. So when you're running it with shield, you're pretty tanky with that. You're still a little bit tanky from yourself with a Hunter's Fury as well. Whenever you're getting kills, you have armor on Gil. So all of those things feel a little bit better here. This one, well, the Negotiator one definitely was one that, yeah, out of the box, you could maybe use it with a little bit of modification. You could actually make a really good build out of it and just run it. This one, I might keep the blue. I would definitely keep the Scorpio. The rest might go, although actually hang on, if you are a new player, hang on to this 0F or hang on to at least a 0F because you will need one for the summit floor 100 once you do the Ridgeway project. The Ridgeway project requires one of these, so maybe hang on to it for that. Actually, glad I remembered that at the last second. Yeah, let's go here for a second. For those people coming in, I'm recording something for them YouTubes, for them tubes of you. And that's why, yeah, in between I'm kind of just focusing on that. But in between, I'll jump back to answering some stuff here. Oh, what did I miss? Why no drops? Because no drops. I don't drop things. I'm not clumsy. I keep it for myself. You guys can't have them. That's the no. So the drop system is contingent on being a Ubisoft partner. They don't use a lot of Twitch drops are just through a system from Twitch, and anybody can kind of activate them. The ones for Ubisoft games, generally, you have to be a Ubisoft partner, and I just choose not to be. There are benefits to it, but to me, it's if I don't have to, I won't. And that's basically the simple answer. In the same way that, like, if I I don't do sponsorships or something like that. I feel it would be likely they wouldn't ever like do. They haven't so far done wrong things, but I've seen with other games where they use that as a pressure thing, right? They go like, hey, you're being negative. Like in my case as well, I'm like barely ever negative or anything like that. But they do use that sometimes as a measure of control. Like, you know, Wargaming got into a lot of trouble for that. I'm just gonna keep this part, this blue level 40. Why don't you just get rid of the rest of this? Just to make some space here.
Hey, Agent, you looking to trade?
Foundy. Oh yeah, let's actually get rid of the negotiator as well. I always have my own negotiator pieces. And the chameleon then. Actually, you know what? Let's just deconstruct these for a second. Do we get resources? Okay. So I want to just see, is there a reconfiguration or crafting table? I just want to check as well that these are just normal exotics. Like you can reconfigure them. The level 35 capacitor that we got wasn't normal. So, oh yeah, let me get you up here. This whole world you're missing. I think you missed something, Ajax. These are the builds that you get from the journey. So, but yeah, if you thought that was a build I put together, no, that's a build that the devs put together and are handing out. So we're discussing what you can do with them and what is good for it and what isn't. Basically discussing it for veterans and just normal players, just new players. And hey, is this worth anything? And if you had actually listened there, you would have noticed that from that just took. Okay, so this is normal Scorpio chameleon as well, just in case. But yeah, if you want to see actually my builds, here's the build collection. And once you get there, you might understand that I know what I'm talking about. Or at least I seem to. So yeah. As is, but that's it. There's the blue 40 indeed. That's why I'm also keeping it. Because I don't think. I used to have a blue 40. You could get them from the summit. The summit when you completed challenges. It was even a long time broken, like where you got purples, but even there was a little time where you could get blues. I remember getting actually some blue, but I didn't hang on to it. We'll hang on to this one. Green 40. That would be impressive because, yeah, generally not at 40, nothing below purple. Like, unless something is bugging out heavily, nothing below 40 loads. Or no loot drops that isn't like purple or above. The huntsman, the perfect killer, and this one. No, the perfect killer is on caretaker. The huntsman is perfect frenzy. Also, yeah, this is the last day of the triple XP. So for those that haven't gotten the caretaker yet, it is kind of worth getting at least one. Because also maybe, you know, balance changes and stuff. Maybe the G36 becomes better. Maybe killer becomes better or something. It might be worth even more. Yeah. Yeah, let's continue. I actually now realize, yeah, that's kind of funny that someone came in and then they see that build. At least, hey, good on you. You know what I will give? Good on you for calling it out. Because, yeah, that would be a shitty build. And, yeah, there are people that run that. That would, like, just run that and not. So, yeah. I'll give you kudos for actually calling it that. But yeah, it would be funny if somebody like clips this because my face is in it as well, or just like screenshots it and just goes like, IKEA is like, he's gone senile. Yeah. Although what I would just say is, yeah, it was Nokia. It wasn't IKEA. So 511 all purple, 6 items indeed. No better builds exist. Let's see, Canada, yeah. I mean, you'll likely see that build in Canada because somebody will open this cache and then just equip it and then just, you know. Oh, yeah, let's go to this third one, the last one. Caretaker Huntsman. Caretaker is just a general use. Like, unless, like, if you have a Lexington, I would say Lexington is better than Caretaker with Killer versus Caretaker's Perfect Killer and like a worse weapon. If you don't have Lexington, Caretaker is just a straight up pretty good all-round weapon. Huntsman is a lot more situational. Because Huntsman, you wouldn't just want to like do activities with it. Like, because you need to unload one mag. In that mag, you will likely kill half of the enemies. You get one bonus mag now. You know, to maybe kill 2 enemies with, and then so. But definitely make sure to get the Caretaker because Huntsman is going to be evergreen, right? Because Huntsman, you can whenever do the Brooklyn Hunters, although, well, you need to buy Brooklyn. But you can whenever do the Brooklyn Hunters and get Huntsman. Caretaker, you really want to get it because it's only really available these 2 weeks, and today is the last day of the triple XP for shepherding, and it's coming from that shepherding project. So yeah, especially if you don't have a Lexington, like be sure to get a Caretaker at least. Does the Shepherd XP work? Or got 99 levels. Now it's slow. So what's the best thing for Shepherd levels now? I'm dual boxing. So one of the things is, one thing I started noticing yesterday and today while I was doing it kind of dual boxing. Basically, whatever mission I was doing, because I did a bunch of different missions, just because it was doing like project ones and then like the ones from Journey. It was always halfway through the boss room. There is something about halfway through the boss room, but then of course, that's in missions. So I'm guessing there is like a trigger point thing, like when I don't know, because it's also not the completion of it, right? It's not at the completion point. It's likely giving a big chunk either whenever, because also with activities and stuff, then like maybe when you kill the last enemy, but even before you open the box, you get like, that's the trigger point for Shepherd XP. And then likely in the boss fights, it's when like half the, one of the waves, when that triggers, it's just by the devs, there's a flag there that says like, now you get a ton of, because consistently, didn't even matter what mission it was. Some missions are, of course, way longer, but or way more enemies in between. And it was consistently like in the middle of the boss fight. So, yeah. But yeah, the thing is also with Shepherd XP, most of the time we haven't cared. So we don't know. It's kind of the thing. It's one of those, what was it till recently? Which one was it? The other one? Season XP. Like, most of the time we didn't care about like with the stretch goals. Suddenly everybody like started figuring out, this works like this works like this, and this work, this gives this much XP, this gives this, and like if you have +10, +20, heroic matters, but directives doesn't. It was just there's an incentive to learn the system, so suddenly we're like evolving. I feel the same thing is gonna happen here, but I still, because I started to think it was based on kill XP, because we wouldn't reach the end of the mission most of the time and we would get the thing. But at this point, I think there is a trigger that is set, and it's like with control points, with like when the boss spawns or something. With missions, it's basically somewhere in the middle of the boss fight with one of the waves spawning, where it just gives a flag and then just gives a ton of XP, or just sets it to like, hey, now you can endorse. And we could actually test for that, because somebody could join just before the boss fight and, you know, no other kills have happened, and then see if the endorsement still happened. But I'm gonna guess that there's maybe also a timer in it, that minimal time is a thing. So we'll have to see. We might actually play around with it next week. I don't want to do it this week. I don't want to kind of incentivize more like super grinding there. Well, we might play around with it next week. Perfect Killer should have been on FAMAS. Would have been too good. Like, Perfect Killer on FAMAS would have been like really a top pick. It is actually kind of balanced on the G36. It's just that, yeah, Lexington still exists in that category, because if Lexington was just kind of balanced with the rest, the G36 would have been, with Killer, would have been like kind of balanced with everything else. It would have been in a good spot. So, but yeah, if it was on Killer, or if Perfect Killer was on FAMAS, FAMAS is like an A tier, so it would have gone into the S tier. That's also why they put Frenzy on a FAMAS, which is kind of like a talent that is a little, like, inherently situational. But also, yeah, once you have the 99 levels and the triple XP is gone, it's just, you know, so much slower, and you're just grinding at that point. Oh, yeah. Although in my case, I'm gonna put one on each character. Like, I'm gonna consistently use them. Those are 773. I mean, yeah, there's triple XP and stuff, and you can cheese it. Like, always there has been always, I believe, like every season I've seen somebody in the shared space being like Wings 99 after the first week, and that was before even triple XP shepherding. Like, last season was the first time we had triple XP shepherding, but even before that, plenty of people that like grind that thing out in the very like first few weeks to 99, because some people kind of like having that every season. The thing is though that, yeah, you can kind of cheese it with people helping you out. So it's actually not hard to reach a really high number. And now in general, it's also double as fast. And then with the triple XP, it's effectively 6 times as fast as it used to be. Because I don't know what it is. Yeah. Although if you want to take 1 to 9, I mean, there's nothing past the 25, except, you know, the prestige of it. But you have a whole season. Also, keep in mind that at the end of the season, it resets. Like, that's kind of a thing with that as well. You only keep your rings for this season. So it's not per se worth. That's also why I don't like go for really high numbers in it or anything. Oh, thanks for Lincoln's run with no XP boost now to get one. Yeah. Although I feel in general, for instance, doing 1 control point plus 1 was one thing to try out as well. Is if because I haven't tried yet at all, if like heroic matters and stuff. Like, because if you could do it on like normal or challenging, that would be 55 blueprints. Oh, you're doing it for that? Okay. Yeah. For doing it for the reconstructed. Thank the caretakers. Be sure to also like share them, unless you're doing it like cheese mode. If you can share them to other people, just share them to other people as well. They might appreciate it. 6 apart with backfire with 3 times 511 and use Xena with Hasbro and crit damage would be good for heroic solo or group play. No, because you would lose way too many stats. It would be much more efficient just to take, for instance, just a 3-piece Yuzina and then 2-piece Cheska and a Grupo or something like that. Or a Sokolov or something like that. You can gain more stats effectively that way. But also the thing is high-end versus striker, right? Like my backfire setup is still, if I'm going backfire and I want to go backfire, I'm putting it either just normally on striker, on just a normal striker. If I'm going with a dedicated build, I'm taking that dedicated striker, which has like 90 bleed, like 90 hazard protection, and then 1 bleed mod for 100 on bleed. Oh, sure, must be. Yeah. Catch up here. Armor depot for the catalyst, 139. Yeah. Also, Montana, if you aren't aware, make sure to also get the world named. They also have a chance of dropping it. So every half hour they can respawn. So just those names in the world. Although specifically Brooklyn. So the Brooklyn set of 16. So make sure to, between every run, which is also usually around half an hour-ish, right? You can just go and get one of those names. And there is a point, there is a spot here. So basically you just fast travel here. And there is one spot here. You can just, once you fast travel here, you just see them there. That's the one I've been going to each time just to like kind of get them. And they seem to have a chance of dropping it as well. And likely it's a 5% chance for them, because that's usually what the world names have for specific drops. Let's wait for not enough XP to level. I tried it. I'm gonna guess there's also then a time trigger to it. I'll be curious to like join somebody else or just like join up in some way and then just sit there for like 10 minutes and then do the boss fight and see if it, or it's a combination of things, because maybe that flag or maybe that point just gives like a ton of XP, more than enough to like trigger it. But you still need like, you know, another like 20 or 30 kills or something, at least. 99 Shepard levels. I mean, what's the point of getting a Lamborghini? What's the point of buying a Ferrari? Right? Because we can. Indeed, flexing. As Madodo says there. There is no, the last reward that you get is the commendation one time at 25. That is the highest reward that it actually gives. The rest of it is just if you like to do it. Because I know, for instance, as well, so generally if someone's getting it in the very first week, they're either really farming it hard and still helping others, or they're just cheesing it, much more likely. But I know people that just run it and like over a season, they'll reach 99 like in a few weeks. But all they do is just answer call for backups. Now it's a lot, you know, it's this system. But in general, they're just doing it because that's what they enjoy, and they like help people. And sometimes they like chill a whole evening with like one person and help them out and like teach them stuff and give them links and even maybe like recruit them to clan or stuff like that. Oh, holiest of shits. And yeah, thank you so much to anonymous gifter. Although yeah, that's just actually anonymous gifter. Unless that's a is that no, right? That's not somebody's name, right? That's just actually somebody not wanting to be known. But thank you so much for gifting 10 subs out there, and as always, I'm speechless, and thank you very much. And we'll be sure to waste all that on frivolous cosmetics and stuff like that. And yeah, I think everybody that got one there will be appreciated quite a lot. Thank you so much. Yeah, sort of to Kennedy colleges. Yeah, it wouldn't be a bad idea. Although keep in mind that now a lot of people want to do the Shepherd event just because of the thing, right? Just because of the caretaker thing. The project. So I think without the project, if next season there isn't a similar project, nobody will care. Or well, not nobody, but a lot of people won't care. Not as many as now care. Play trade figures. Nope. We won't stop you. We'll even encourage you, CEO. Make it 30. Make it rain. just exotic components. Just send them out there. Okay. Just to make sure that you do know about the names. That's it. Yeah. And either blur. Yeah, let's finish up this video. Actually, because I'm just sitting here being a chatty bitch. Let's go become an presenter bitch. Yeah, last cache. Let's open up this one, discuss it, and what I should do already is figure out, just for smoothness sake, where is this hardwired on this character? It's here, 2.08. Because I'll just kind of we'll push people to that. Yeah, let's record this real quick, opening it up. And lastly, but let's find out of leastly, we have the Seasonal Journey Cache Electronics. This one comes from Seasonal Journey 6, which is, yeah, kind of the yellow, the skill builds kind of side of things. Yeah, let's open the cache. Let's actually see if it shows this one. Okay, so unlike the last one where it didn't want to show it, this one, it does show. So yeah, we got a waveform, we got a purple wyvern piece, 4 pieces of hardwired with the chest and the backpack, and a surge. The waveform definitely is, well, it's at least an exotic. The surge definitely is not worth it. But yeah, let's actually equip this up here and discuss it. Yeah, let's pop it all on. I hope they do this every season. I kind of like this as an idea. Waveform. We have an exotic one. Hardwired. Waveform. You know what? I'm even gonna, let's do sticky bomb plus seekers, maybe, just to not have like the shield there. And a surge. Why did they put a surge in here? Why not as test subject? When's the last time anybody's used a surge? Yeah, we'll go with capacitor secondary. That'll also remind me to discuss it there. And yeah, we got ourselves a hype chest there, I see. Before the new season drop, I got that 3K NSA credits so I could buy the upcoming blueprints to be up to date again, but thanks to Shepherd projects, I still have all my cards. Nice. I like leaving maybe a few caches over. But yeah, we're still missing a few items, so I hope they add those into the caches. With your way with exotic commanders and bring back skill gap by making content hard to do. I mean, I've always advocated for. I would love overall, just because I kind of like the master difficulty and such. But especially just having like a heroic plus and scaling, and not, yeah, just mechanically the same as heroic, but just if the enemies have more health and armor, we can't just always spawn camp them. That's like what 90% of content turns into, is just eventually we'll get so good at it that we'll just spawn camp them. And yeah, that's oh, and yeah, but yeah. Let's discuss this thing, and let's look at this heart round. Let's redo that. I wasn't sure if I pressed the right button there, so I kind of hesitated. Let's actually put this away before I forget. And now that we have it all equipped, as I've gone through and just put them in there, we see that it is a hardwired set here with 4 pieces with the chest and backpack again. And yeah, indeed, purple mask with skill haste, explosive resistance, and a waveform. Now, this, of course, can definitely be used just as a skill build, just out of the box. Though I would go a different route with this. Now, hardwired, what hardwired is, just to explain that first, is on the 2 pieces we get some skill haste, on the 3 piece we get some skill damage and repair skill. And one of the things with hardwired is as well, originally it was one of the very few gear sets for skills, honestly the only one. And because of that as well, it had components that you could use it for healing. So yeah, it has some repair skill and it has some skill damage. And what its special talent is that whenever you use or cancel a skill, your other skill's cooldown is automatically reduced by 30 seconds while increasing total skill damage and repair by 10% for 20 seconds. And also, that this feedback loop can occur once every 10 seconds. What this effectively means, before we kind of look at the chest and the backpack, we change it up a little bit, is that every 10 seconds, if you use one skill, you're removing 30 seconds of cooldown from the other skill. Now, with most skills, they will be below 30 seconds to begin with, especially here, for instance, where I have the watch filled in. So yeah, reducing them by 30 seconds will just reset them. That 30 seconds is in place so that for some skills that are much longer duration than that, and they're balanced because of in that way, basically, and those are then excluded from this option. So when we use one skill, we basically, and the talent is off cooldown, which is a 10-second cooldown at its base, we basically reset the other skill. So you can use one skill, get the other skill back as long as it's off cooldown. What the chest does is actually increase that 10%, and we also, when we do that, we get a 10% bonus at the space here for 20 seconds. Here we get with the chest, we take that 10% to 25% skill damage bonus. Total skill damage bonus being, not additive to the skill damage that we have here, but in its own separate total skill damage pool, kind of in the same way that total weapon damage is. But then the backpack is actually the really good part of hardwired, where we take that 10 seconds to 5 seconds. Now, every 5 seconds, whenever we use this skill, that skill comes off cooldown, as long as it's under 30 seconds. And what this mostly gets used for is a seeker spam setup. Let's get out there and go to the builds collection. I'm just going to go here and just pull up this. Let me catch up here for a second. I should go here for a second. Did I play Division 1 heavily? Not when it was like current and such, especially not in its first year. I kind of really played it a lot in like its second and third year. Mostly in like 1.5 years into it. So I never was there, or well, I was there, but not barely, not like I just didn't have much time to play. I was younger and a workaholic and like working quite a bit. I did play quite a bit of it. I was like by 1.2, I was already like max level and such, so pretty early on. But yeah, I wasn't playing it like really that much, so a lot is lost on me except for 1.8 and onward, because I kind of joined like after the updates and everything. That's when I really got into it. So, and yeah, actually even so next week, right, the 9th, yeah, so from the 9th there is a global event going on in Division 1, and we're gonna go be spending some time in Division 1 definitely on stream. So because I've been going back for every global event. I'm currently testing Harvest, setup, backpack, glove, knees, bench strength, chain killer, claws out because I like big numbers compared to give contract foxes, 5% increase, 5% second shot, 10%. So the wait, so which one's the increase? So the IA 3-piece is, you mean? Yeah. Although I think if you swap the claws with the detox, like the claws would be less, like if you just put the IA piece instead of the claws and you put a Fox's Prayer in. Is the increase, yeah. Yeah, just versus an old version of that, yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna mess around with some of the numbers for it as well. Actually, yeah, now that we're on 4th character, that the IA pieces in here? No, okay, so I just need a lot more IA pieces. Actually, I realize now. This one has the pistol headhunter, but I'm gonna keep Dodge City. I like, honestly, for me, the high-end pistol, high-end Regulus, high-end pistol headhunter. The big thing that it has is the Dodge City. But likely the thing I want to check out is, do we replace these 3 or do we replace these 3? And it really depends on what the first and second shot is, because of course chain killer kind of applying mostly to the second shot. With the Foxes, the first shot will be higher, and likely the cap shot will be higher. With chain killer, the cap shot will definitely be higher. With chain killer, the second shot will be higher. So I'm gonna mess around with it, but yeah, I'm keeping Dice City. It's because honestly, without the Dice City, I would just rather run Headhunter's Fury. It's kind of the thing. So, but I need to get those 3 pieces, but I think I have most of them. I think I still just need a chest, another chest, because I had one chest. We've used that one up already. And also, actually, tomorrow we're gonna. Although, well, no, tomorrow we're gonna spend a little bit with the Huntsman. We're gonna reach this point at some point and just, go through that. Wait, so what did I just do? Oh yeah, I was gonna show what the let me catch up. What is Master Difficulty? Master Difficulty is a new-ish difficulty that they've added to the Climax missions at this point. So the TO1 was the first one, which is on Space Admin. And the second one was on Roosevelt Island with the Kelso Manhunt mission. It's basically the Manhunt mission that has a special difficulty. You have to first do it on below that difficulty, and then you get to do it on Master. And this season, when we reach the end of it, we get a Climax mission again, and that will have Master as well. So it's basically a new difficulty that they're playing around with, but it's only for some of the Climax missions still. So the more recent ones. Yeah, let's go here. As 18 said there as well. Because if we go to the version that I have in the build collection, this is 2.08 in the build collection, and this has been there for forever, which is a Seeker spam build. What we're doing here is, as I can explain there, with the hardware, and what it does, we can use one skill here I'm using a hive to reset. The other one here, the seeker. And yeah, 3 guesses which one we're resetting or trying to reset the most, and just spamming. The seeker spam build is very nice, especially now. The changes to Hardwired a few seasons ago kind of flew under the radar, I still feel, because this is actually a very potent build. Now, seekers still are, they're hit and miss, quite literally. They miss a lot. But in the right circumstances, especially in a group setting, that's also not per se even the worst thing, because they will push enemies in group settings. They will push enemies out of cover, because if they stay in cover, they get hit. If they jump out, well, now they're easy targets for your allies. Together with that, last season, this was really good with the overcharge. When you have overcharged seekers, then you have a much bigger radius on them, and they are more, they have a higher tendency to hit. The thing is, especially on heroic difficulty, enemies are very wily and they will try to not get hit by seekers. But in this way, you're sending out so many seekers that, yeah, they kind of, yeah, they get hit by some of them. Some of them will hit. You're just increasing the numbers by so much that something will hit, effectively. And the way that we go for this then, yeah, as we see here that I have it set up, we're taking 4 pieces with the backpack, but without the chest. The chest is a decent increase, but the consistency of, for instance, here, glass cannon is much better. Then the BTSQ glove in here is used together with the hive, because I find the hive actually a really good tool as well. We have a lot of skill damage in here. A stinger hive that we are using here will actually do a lot of damage. But as we saw as well, we have some repair skill a little bit on the gear set. Now, that isn't enough per se to go that route, but one thing we can do, and that's kind of, for instance, what we showed in the build showcase with this as well, is we could swap out these skill hastes, because we don't need them per se, to repair skill. Then we can take a healing hive, and then we can have a healing hive that we use for our friendlies, and a seeker that we use for our enemies. Because every time that we put out the seeker, basically this is kind of a build that becomes about rotation, if you're familiar with that from MMOs, because we throw out the seeker, we basically wait for it to disperse, we put out our hive, triggering the hardwire trigger, of course, we get our seeker back, a new seeker goes out, which, yeah, now as well has the 10% total skill damage from that. That goes out. Once that goes out, now, usually now with the 5 seconds, we can actually trigger it again, but what we could do, and in the past with the 10 seconds we would do, is trigger, for instance, a supercharge. So the BTSU glove, when we overcharge with it, when we deconstruct our hive, we actually, if we are at 6 skill tiers at that time, we give an overcharge to all of our allies. And that's very powerful, resetting all of their hives, if you're with a bunch of red builds. But even if someone's running, for instance, let's say a pulse, that pulse now can be used in an overcharged form and will apply a damage debuff to the enemy for 15%. If they're running foam, they have a very large radius foam that can get, you know, a bunch of enemies stuck, and they would then also be easier to hit for you, for the seeker, of course, or even invulnerable shields. Being overcharged is a really strong tool, and this thing overcharging a whole rate, for instance, can be very strong. That's why we, for instance, there use BTSUs quite often. But even, for instance, in Countdown, it goes across both subgroups. So yeah, it is very strong for that. But it's, of course, not in here. We don't have a BTSU in the pieces that we got there. But this is how this build works. If we also then kind of look at the weapons, we kind of see that I don't have a surge in here. I do have a capacitor, and let's actually take it back to the game. I'm going to cut it there and go to a new segment. Let's just roll into it right away. Because, yeah, that would be the upgrade path here for this build, I would say, is to get it set up in that same way. Now, one piece that we could discuss here right away is this Surge. The Surge does have some synergy with skill builds. Headshots grant plus 25 skill damage for 15 seconds. You might have not seen much of Spike, especially for instance, more veteran players. The reason we don't use it is because the capacitor exists and also InSync exists. InSync kind of came in and has become much better. Just numbers wise, it's bigger than Spike. It is easier to trigger. That headshot is actually not that easy to hit. We just don't use this. I would have actually considered they should have put a test subject here. I feel that's a much better fit for it with perfect in sync, or well, even if you're feeling very generous, you might put a harmony in it, which is a DZ item. But yeah, just putting a surge in here. This one is like the weakest part of this. Definitely don't use that one. What you could get, for instance, yeah, if you have a capacitor lying around, grab that. If you don't have a capacitor lying around, you might be somewhat of a newer player. The capacitor is a reward from doing 5 summit challenges. That can be done even by a new player in half an hour at most, 10 minutes. If you're experienced, you can likely do it in 5. You basically have to do 5 challenges there. If you go into the menus when you're in Summit, there is a challenges tab. In the challenges tab, you can do challenges that are either doing, for instance, 3 floors in 15 minutes, or getting 15 head or 30 headshots, I think, destroying some weak points. Pretty simple things. There's also some complex things, like, you know, you have to get a headshot kill and then a shotgun kill in like 5 seconds several times in a row. There's complex things, but there's simple things, like as we discussed, getting just some headshots, doing 3 floors in 15 minutes, or just doing 6 floors in total with a few directives. All of those things are pretty simple, and you can very quickly get a capacitor. That would be the go-to piece to get for this if you want to use it. And then, yeah, as we kind of saw, well, this is not the worst fix. The wave form as well, with the way that we generally tend to use hardwired for, the waveform doesn't fit in here at all. The waveform, if you're not familiar with it, is an exotic 4 skill builds. Actually, let's read through the text. Generate a stack of 3% skill damage on one of your skills every second, capping at 10 stacks. After 10 seconds at the cap, the stack transfers to your other skill. The process then repeats ad infinitum. So what this does, to explain it a little bit more, maybe more clearly, it has basically, it's starting to both of your skills, it starts filling up a bar to, let's say, first our sticky here. It's going to fill up over 10 seconds up to that 30% extra skill damage. It'll stay there for 10 seconds, and then it'll, over 10 seconds as well, start to swap over and go to the seeker, and then fill up there, give you the full amount there for 10 seconds, and then go back and forth and back and forth. That is what it does. Now, with the hardwired, what we want to do is use skills that have cooldowns, and we're just going to toss them out there, get a hit in, try to get the cooldown back, get them out again. That doesn't actually synergize well with waveform. The waveform in general is not one that I pick much. You will not see one on the build collection because I just don't end up using them, because it is, I would rather have the consistency of just the bonus just there always, and it's not, for instance, on the sticky when I'm using my seeker, or especially on third drone builds, it's not on the drone when it's destroyed maybe, and you just have the turret now without a bonus, and it feels a lot weaker than just having a wyvern piece there. The other piece, a wyvern piece, perfectly fine, although yeah, purple here. The upgrade path for this, I would definitely say, while you don't need per se that BTSU, because that might be a harder piece to get rid of the chest, get rid of the waveform, so swap those maybe around so that you have a high-end chest, and generally either go with kinetic momentum or glass. Now, kinetic momentum also doesn't synergize too much here, but you could at least keep some uptime on it. Other things you could go with is Overwatch. That works pretty well, where you just in cover and also giving out a group buff. And then things like this, at least especially if you're using things that aren't turret and drone. And I wouldn't say hardwire is really great for turret and drone. Turret and drone can make for a really good general use build. So if you're running a turret drone build, you're just putting out that turret and a drone. They do consistent damage. They have high uptime. They just, shoot at the enemies and kill them. A build like this is much more set up for continuously using some of the skills. And this, for instance, would be more of a build that you would run in a group, because you don't have the ability yourself to, for instance, really deal well with heavy targets. So especially heavies, just the tanks of the enemy, things like the warhounds and such, or especially as well named. This especially hits a lot of enemies at once. It isn't so much about the single target damage. So you would use this in group. So yeah, you could kind of set it up with that, and then for instance, yeah, go Overwatch or Glass with it. Overall, yeah, Hardwired is definitely a build worth having. It isn't one of the top builds, so, but yeah, you have some pieces here at least to make a start. You would, yeah, recalibrate here towards having skill damages everywhere. You don't per se need the haste, not even in the mod form. But also, for instance, for these skills, things like skill duration, which would be the other option, because or just some repair skills. If you take repair skills with, for instance, yeah, Healing Hive, that can be an option. But yeah, the skill duration also doesn't help much. So the mod slots, you're kind of, you don't have too much there, so you might as well just put haste there. And yeah, go get a capacitor, get rid of the chest, because I would say the chest is not per se worth using. Although, as we discussed here, yeah, maybe if you don't have anything else, for the time being, maybe you can just make it work. You could just run this with Turtle Drone, but yeah, it wouldn't be the effective build for it. And yeah, let's get there. Yeah, let's go. Maybe out of this area. Is it daytime? Yeah, it's daytime. So we grab this character's negotiator. Does this have a high area here? Yeah, let's go find the spot to do an outro in. Also, let me catch up. Using the regular shield instead of a hive is much more convenient to use. I don't agree with using the hive at all for hardware. While you can get a higher uptime on the seekers, you can, once you are used to it, you can get just as big of an uptime on the hive. Or using the hive and just triggering it every 5 seconds. The thing to me, when you're using the shield, you're completely, like, the one slot is completely useless. Where it could be a Stinger Hive that can also then be a BTSU. At the very least, it could be a Healing Hive. Like, I just never understood the setup for Hardwire with shield. Like, to me, it's gimping a build that already is not like that powerful. To me, it would be like running a purple weapon or something on a red build. Like, I don't see why you would. Because once you get the timings down, you can be just as good with a hive. Oh, God damn it. Keeps jumping there. I'm just trying to turn. Oh yeah. Like that. There we go. Is it getting nighttime? Oh, it's getting nighttime. Yeah. Let's why does that button feel so mushy? Feel there's maybe something stuck underneath it. How long have we been going so far? $41 minutes. Oh no, actually more. 55 minutes. Oh, yeah. A little longer than I wanted it to be, but that's fine. People know me by now. Yeah. Oh yeah, let's be on the next. And yeah, let's round this out, as I did get it a little bit longer than I wanted, but also I wanted to ramble for a bit, as as implied by the title. These journey builds are actually quite interesting. I'm very much in favor that they have added those in, and they are giving some incentive to people to maybe play around, and especially on the red end, getting a few negotiator pieces might incentivize some people to try out negotiator, because it's definitely one of the top contenders for red builds. There are some gear sets like, let's say, Virtuoso or Breaking Point or Aces, which aren't really in a good spot. Negotiator is one of those. Negotiator is one of the top contenders, together with Umbra and OD, and of course the king of the hill of Striker. So yeah, especially that one, I feel is a pretty good way of introducing maybe some gear to newer players and also maybe veterans. The other two, I feel actually on the yellow end they could have gone with Refactor. That would have been my pick for it. They very much more easily a build where you can just put a turret and a drone in it and have actually decent results. And of course, in a group setting or even solo, heal yourself and heal your teammates in a group setting. Foundry on the blue end. I understand. But yeah, we just don't run blue builds that much. I would have maybe even leaned, if you're going the blue core route, you could go Heartbreaker, but that's kind of a conceit, of course, because Heartbreaker is more of a red set, except it has blue cores. They could have gone True Patriots. Honestly, I would have thought that would be a better idea than just Foundry. Foundry just doesn't doesn't end up getting used as much, even though that you couldn't make something competent with it. Just putting some crit chance in there, maybe putting an SMG on it, keeping the blue cores, and then just the rest goes towards damage, kind of the mentality of tech tanks, for instance. But yeah, we went through these builds, and yeah, I hope they do these next season as well, and then of course different ones and in different ways, and maybe introduce some people to those as well. And with this as well, I hope I've given you some insights into these gear sets if they're completely new to you, but also maybe some ideas if you want to play around with them. Maybe you haven't ever tried out Negotiator, and now that you have some pieces, you might go like, what can I do with this? Well, for instance, this. Same for Hardwired, as the Seeker Spam build, I would say, is not a top contender, not something I would always pull out, not in the same degree as, for instance, Eclipse or even Refactor for some settings. But definitely a build that you can play around with, have a few nice evenings with, and enjoy your time with it. And yeah, the Negotiator, of course, very much so as well. So yeah, let's end up this rambly video by just rounding it out. For future videos, we're going to go into Huntsman, of course. That is the next video. We're going to go over its numbers, and together with that as well, Frenzy got a little bit of a change, so we can discuss all those. Then I will also likely do a video of my thoughts on the Brooklyn DLC, as yeah, we have had some time here to spend in beautiful Brooklyn, and yeah, it is truly a marvelous place, and I've enjoyed my time here already, I can tell you. But yeah, we'll go over some of my thoughts on it. So I hope you join me for those, but for now, as always, have a good night. And yeah, let's round it out with that. A little rambly towards the end as well. I kind of lost it in the middle, but that is fine. Wait. Enemy spawning nearby. Yeah, let's go back here. Let's take this back to actually, let's take it back to DC. But yeah, we got to see what the devs had put in those caches. Then GS you have. Nowadays you could actually make that work. I might actually give this one a work over, but we have to actually check how it exactly lands. The changes to crit damage mods likely make that possible. It's actually how are we landing?
I need to debrief with Schaefer. Kelso
That modifier?
Said it was safer for us if she's not here.
Because yeah, currently we're 52, 106, 186. Especially that 52 kind of matters. We could push up 3 minus 6, or I don't know. Wait, so Jessica would be +2. Although, well, no, we don't have a mod to lose, right? This isn't Striker. Because if we actually, yeah, let's have a look. What do we land on here? As I was kind of considering this, because this has also kind of changed for Hunter's Fury builds and stuff. We'd land on a perfect 50, but now you're really designing it to, because yeah, we would have then +2 10s here, right? We would have. So versus whatever number we had there, although actually it's +4, right? We're losing 2 crit chance. We're gaining. Although no, actually no, we're gaining more than. Oh well, that's the. Well, we can do it like this. This can be a crit damage, man. So if we do it like this, we're landing exactly 50. So the 52 would like, when you're in the short range, even that 2% makes quite a bit of difference. Now you really want to be in that 15 to 25. But yeah, this could be a setup for this. We're not with ND. Yeah, although, well, no, nowadays you can. Because also with Umbra and stuff. But yeah, the thing is that this has changed, right? We can put crit damage mods here. This wasn't an option ever before. So in the past, it definitely wasn't. But now, because I basically need just 1 crit chance mod on the weapon. Thing is though that so wait, actually let's how much is this? 5193. Let's actually, I mean, I have the build picture open. How much is it here? Because we actually gain more than that, right? Where's this? This has a 52,186. So we're gaining 7. Yeah, 7, and we're losing 2 crit chance. Oh, it's been but yeah, the other one, well, let's just do this. No, not that. I need this to be not full screen. Because we're gaining overall, we're gaining more. As actually we go Cheska, we have that. So we're gaining 7 instead of 4, which will put the Cheska ahead. But also, yeah, we're kind of landing on a different. Landing on a different crit. Yeah. Might change your crit chance on balance goals. Not particularly, because you still want to set up your build as you normally would. Although, yeah, that makes up for when Coyote isn't there. So actually, yeah, you would definitely go Cheska then. Because the Cheska is at 5193. The downside of that is as well, I like keeping my weapons 3 crit chance mods, at least ARs. Then I can just swap them, between builds. So that might be a consideration as well. They likely wouldn't differ too much there. That's also why that hasn't. While that is a concept we could do, it's not a concept like that matters enough. Yeah, let's go back to character tree and continue on their story. Did I have anything else in my inventory? Yeah, we have the artwork pieces and the chameleon and the Scorpio and the Surge. Yeah, let's get those tossed out. Let's make sure we get exotic components. Yeah. The waveform on a hardwired is a weird choice. Like, it's a build that generally is just resetting, like boats. You don't want boat skills up, so it would be like timing them maybe to like trigger. Yeah, it's fine. But all 3 of those builds were kind of fun to go through. Anyway, I still love that. What was it? Although likely they just got a second of it, but yeah, somebody came in at some point, and I was doing, especially the was on the worst one, which was kind of the Foundry one. But they saw that build, and they went just like, that build is horrible. You're misleading people hard as fuck right now. Which, yeah, I found extremely fun, but also good on them for calling, like, yeah, that was a horrible build, but yeah, they likely didn't catch that. I was also kind of making fun of it. Like I wasn't
Kelso had to go.
helping or like going like, this is the good build.
Safe area entered.
We were critiquing the builds, but actually, yeah, good on them to like go like, hey, here are my thoughts. They just jumped again a little bit, but I'd rather have people call in shit out than staying quiet. So.
Looking to sell? I'm looking to buy.
Because also, yeah, the season modifier is crit chance, because yeah, it does fill up, of course, to 60 and then goes even over. But especially with the coyote goes in first, so it will make up a little bit when we are in the wrong coyote ranges. So yeah, you might even lean more towards that Cheska. Yeah, let's continue on with this character.
Scouts tracked the Rikers that attacked us to a hotel in Brooklyn Heights, and has pinged their location on your map.
Let's make sure I actually have access to the stash. Okay. And let's go do the Riker side of things. Although, yeah, I'm not going to make it too late this evening. Started a little earlier as well. And I definitely did not sleep enough last night to tonight. I ended up not really feeling sleepy. So I got up actually and kind of messed around. Actually, Bandit caught me as well, I think, right? I was doing some dual boxing. And then they got dragged in at some point, I think. But I got third account there. Because otherwise I had to do that today. And I wanted to kind of do this today instead. I got third account. It's caretaker. I basically got the project done. And then also this afternoon even got them a second caretaker. So they're taken care of with caretakers. The care has been taken. Right. Don't do it. I have so much to live for.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Actually, don't do it. Only had a nimble holster, right? Then I could make it. I would be invincible. The truth of it is, especially for this, for instance, I am invincible while I'm cover to covering. Cover to cover already gives you a hefty damage reduction, and like, although the damage reduction is specifically in enemies miss you, so sometimes it can be helpful to get it. Without his education, pretty fun. Yeah, actually, I want to play around with negotiate. I played around with it quite a bit in PTS with negotiator. Especially made the negotiator tech tank a lot more effective. Because a negotiator, of course, spreading on crit. If you're critting 100%, you're spreading everything. Absolutely, yeah. I just couldn't sleep, so. But yeah, I was kind of messing around with dual boxing, and I was doing a few missions. I was kind of doing some of the missions of like the weekly. Getting a weekly project in with that character as well. But yeah, I was just shepherding with one and the other one was AFK. Also, yeah, so for those that maybe didn't catch it, it's kind of been doing the rounds, of course, of how to do that shepherd system and kind of actually have it be consistent if you are cheesing it. It turns out that especially, and we did that basically accidentally that one time, that made it that consistent. Although once you kind of have it going, it's kind of ongoing. But basically load up, well, if you're like dual boxing, load up both accounts, or if you're like two people, both people load up, join each other groups. Although that part maybe isn't even needed, but just join up on each other's group. Be on each other's friends list, and then just remove each other from friend list, and then just disband. Both people go to whatever mission you want to do, or whatever place you want to do, because you can also do open world. And then call for backup, basically just a second after the other person already starts matchmaking. So the person that matchmakes does that, and then the other person calls for backup. And one thing you can do as well to make it easier to see who is joining you is being in the social menu. So if you call for backup from the social menu, you can instantly see who joined you, so that you can, you know, if you need to redo it, or you do get somebody else, then you can like easily see it. You don't have to go all the way out of the menus. So you can do another call for backup and kind of try to. But yeah, you do need to be on voice or something if you're doing it with another person. You kind of need to time it. I mean, you could do it like with maybe whispers and stuff. But especially in that session, adding each other and then removing each other while kind of, you know, it being still fresh, that seems to trigger it in a way where the game is still thinking you guys are friends, or like the shepherding system is treating it like that. And what it, of course, what it just like does is try to put either friends or clanmates into your
Hostiles detected.
lobby if it can first. But yeah, you're not friends, but you are friends, kind of. So that is the way you make it consistent. And then as well, once you kind of have loaded up together, if you just disband and then just a few seconds later, like once the endorsement is done, you just disband, kind of join back, and then if you just don't take too much time in between, you'll get each other like from that point onward just consistently. Sometimes the first time is still a little messy, but once you're kind of grouped up, then every next time, especially if you time it well together, it goes. So yeah, let me catch up on chat as I kind of just got into story mode. I only take so much care. I'll take all the cares, especially if there's exotic components involved. Yeah. Actually, in the end, yeah. So I just did it on main account with just one character. So,
The Rat Queen is gonna make another play for the bridge.
How many levels did I use?
Get your shit together and kill that motherfucker.
I used 12.
At least now we know what they've been protecting.
Also, I didn't want wings on the other characters. I just wanted it to be on one character. So that was one of the things I went for as well. So one character has 12 wings. But that's enough for, yeah, that was enough for four caretakers, 5 caretakers. 4 caretakers. And that's enough for me.
Hostiles detected.
No. So with that method, yeah, I was also on that, like that part where I was just doing that mission just because it was one part of the weekly. But it was super consistent once I started doing that. But yeah, basically add each other on friends list and then remove each other. Especially, yeah, just like recently have each other removed, not like. It seems to care about it being recent. Odie's my new love. Gonna report a striker. Also thinking which few high-end LMGs I want to get for Tinker. For Oh, yeah, Frenzy would also be there. For OD, yeah, Sadist plus... I mean, well, Sadist plus Pressure Point or Sadist plus Vindictive are going to be very consistent. Frenzy on all the LMGs, yeah, will be an interesting one to play with. Same for Steady-Handed, actually.
Detected. Facial recognition required to confirm identification.
Going, for instance, an LMG with, like, you know, Frenzy plus, well, not Frenzy plus Steady-Handed because that doesn't work, but Frenzy plus Fast Hands, for instance, but Killer plus Steady-Handed or something like that. It'll be interesting to play around with all of those talents. Was that Pressure Point or Vindictive as the secondary? Sadist, of course, first. Oh yeah, this was that. I remember now.
Hostiles detected.
Oh, I should have grabbed the Huntsman. Did I? I was gonna grab the Huntsman for just proficiency. Because honestly, I feel I can make the Huntsman here work better. And then the Caretaker, I'll get proficient. Like it's like getting the Lexington proficient. That's just gonna happen. I'm not gonna resource it.
Identification confirmed. All deceased personnel were assigned to the pier.
The pier.
Friendly survivors located.
How friendly are these guys?
Agent, thank you for coming.
Right, they thanked me. So
crew
friendly.
took us from the pier and stole our IDs.
Yeah, well, maybe sure. The second weapon doesn't matter.
I'll send a recovery team to get them back to
what
the
it
bridge.
is.
You need to get to the
Oh,
subway
I might. I didn't check with PTS, but if you can do purple weapons there, or even maybe like, well, no, you can do blue because it doesn't have talents. But if you could, because yeah, the talent is also just with Tinker, it isn't like Alpha Bridge, like both weapons giving it to each other. It's only whatever's in slot 1. Well, actually, let me do it like this because it's inverse. Slot 1, right? That's getting the talent from slot 2. That's the only like direction that goes in. So whatever is in the second slot, you just, if you're running the Tinker, you just don't want to be using it. Now you might equip 2 weapons that maybe, you know, you can swap them quite quickly because you can of course just go in here and just do this, right? So you could do it for that, but in general you just care about what is that slot. Although yeah, you could, for instance, yeah, if you go with a Negev and a GR9 or something, or MG5 and a Negev, or MG5 and MG49, then you can easily swap in between them. But yeah, you still need to go into inventory and actually this slot, which is going to be annoying for a lot of people. I know a lot of people that use yeah, what would be like that slot, the second slot for their main. Just that's the place that they like hitting. Although it's also not abnormal because in a lot of games 1 is pistols and then 2 and 3 is the main and secondary, right?
Hostiles detected.
I feel COD is like 1 is AR or 1 is like main, and like 1 and 2 is main, and then 3 is pistols as well. But a lot of games are 1 is pistol and then 2, 3 is the main guns. But what you could do in that case, at least on PC, is swap your keep like the input map. What was that? What was that called? The key list. Rebind keys. That's what I. Although all of those other things means the same thing, but.
Secure the depot. We can't let down the Rat Queen. We've come too far. Use everything.
Rat Queen. Okay, so yeah, it's Bullet King. The thing is though that yeah, you have to get 100 hits in 100 or in 150 rounds.
Hostiles detected.
And also, actually, yeah, you wouldn't gain that much. Because nowadays as well, the Bullet King has the same, like, you know, you can have the same third stat, you can have the same 15 crit chance. But then the Negav with that would also have the accuracy and such. Because one of the downsides of the Negav is one of the worst handling. Yeah. It's kind of the biggest issue for kind of the Carnage as well. It starts with one of the worst accuracies of LMGs. But the LMGs generally, as you start firing, they become more and more accurate, so kind of makes up for it. But then, yeah, steady-handed would help as well for just taking one head. These enemies with the red mark, they hit like way hard. Because it should be kind of the same as frenzied enemies, right? That was the same, like 15 or whatever %. These guys hit way harder. So where's the? Or did they just? Yeah, have it again. Huh. So, did they change the ammo caps for specialization weapons? I noticed that, like, I haven't been paying attention to my specialization weapon, but I noticed yesterday on the rocket launcher that or on the multi-missile launcher, I can have 16, or no, 12 in 6 in the thing and 12 in, like, here as well. I have 6 and 8.
Agent. You took out the supply line and recovered the survivors.
Did they mess with that number?
And hopefully we can figure out what the hell is
Are
going
the other specializations
changed?
changed? Because it went up to 12. I noticed yesterday.
Agent, we need to figure out what the Rikers are doing at the pier. And it's confirmed that the ID
It's kind of the downside. I've been running a lot of.
were used to access the
Actually, no, Gunner was still the same, definitely, right? Or is this from a mod? From one of the global modifiers? No, right? There's nothing affecting magazine size. Or ammo reserves would be, yes. Sunlight on the Tech 50. Okay. I was running the minigun yesterday, or maybe I just didn't fill it up because I was kind of using it a lot. Let's actually go to base for a second. Yeah, let's go to base for a second. What might actually, I can just, I don't need the ACS, the stack. Let's run something there to proficiency as well. Well, actually, this character might have it on them already. I do have this. Well, let's actually go get the Huntsman as well. What am I actually maining the Huntsman here? Nice to see you too, nameless NPC. Hope you get a name one day. I know those are expensive. H. That's, oh, no, wait. It's after G's. Okay, so it's after the honey badger. Let's run that. Let's go get the safe house along the way. We'll take a kind of detour. Oh yeah, Walmart brand Temu. Cowards.
Seriously? Fucking slow down.
Cowards. Gonna despawn or? Oh. Despawning. Let's see how much I remember to actually reach the end of the mag. This one's for you, coward. Yeah, definitely feeling the lack of sleep. If you've done the hunters, are those parts and stuff still in your world map? I'm guessing no, right? Is there one? I think there was one like here, right? Oh yeah, actually, yeah. So here would be one. Is this? Is it them per character? Actually, yeah, earlier we saw that the hunter board wasn't updated, right? It's definitely cosmetics are still shared, which is like guaranteed. Can you do the hunters on multiple characters? That would be nice if you could. Oh, that would also kind of be needed, right? Oh, maybe that's also the thing with it then. Like they're wanting you to do it per character, but that's not the case with the other ones. At least wasn't the case with the other ones. I wonder if they've fiddled with that as well. Just want to spot this before we go to the safe house. Just to start getting some of the question marks off the map. Is there Rick Velassi in this, actually? I don't remember hearing him anywhere. Don't think I've seen him anywhere. Or I've seen. Oh, it's midnight. Yeah, you're same. Likely we're in the same thing. And I haven't even gotten any of the caches here in DC or in Brooklyn, but I've already 32 out of 5 SHE tech caches. This character, I think, hasn't opened the New York caches in each of the safe houses either. Because, like, Who cares about 2 items?
Riker's activity at the pier. We need to secure Brooklyn Heights.
Spot this one too. I might just do I was gonna go till Rat Queen, I was thinking, but maybe we leave Rat Queen for tomorrow as well. If I'm like barely awake. Because I might also get murdered by Rat Queen. A lot. Not that she's per se that hard on. Yeah, let's do the pier. Because that's also just, yeah, the least for this character. Just Rat Queen and the army base. But then as well, they have kind of access to the full of Brooklyn. Like I've done the cleanup on these. So.
Civilians in distress.
Ship here. Also, and contractors is slightly less damage on all hands for a second. Try. Also, needs on contractors. Okay, but yeah. With foxes, because yeah, DTA is kind of weird with like headhunting in general. I would think, yeah, especially keeping foxes first, like generally. Because yeah, you would then take chain killer plus punch drunk and then foxes and then the other 3. Depending as well, also, well, if you're shooting armored, it should be the same. But also, yeah, no, DTA quite often is weird with headhunter. As well, the dancer priority targets are set every 30 minutes when you the X number of characters. You have completed Brooklyn. What are the Danvers priority there? Is that some of the daily bounty stuff, or? Are these guys or something? Or is that in a specific spot? But that's weird that they're setting up the hunters in that way. It's kind of annoying actually, because then we'd have to like do them 4 times or 5 times even. Because in the past, or for DC and New York, at least maybe they've fiddled with that as well, but the hunters became account wide. Same for the Wony hunters became account wide at some point. Because back in the day, you could do them per character, but collectibles are shared. Is that new? Yeah, that was with when was that? Was that the start of last season? Somewhere in last season. And yeah, it is very nice. There's also a downside when like going multiple times through the same content, like here. I will have to like hear the comms multiple times as I pick them up. And same where like I was doing a hardcore from 1 to 40 leveling. And it would have been nice if through the base game I could have just picked everything up again and yeah, listened to them again.
The Rat Queen trusted me with the pier. I will not let her down or give up our new toys.
Well, so much for a stealthy entrance.
No. I'm forgetting it's the huntsman. And that I should not spam reload. Sometimes sleep till 3 times XP. Yeah. I'm not that interested in the 3 times anyway, so likely next week as well, but I'll try to barely play main accounts. Well, I do want to farm up some of the pieces. We haven't finished up getting all the imminent armament pieces I need, so likely I'll get like... I'm gonna try to not reach 30 in that week. Especially, so we have like only a little bit to get. What I will do next week though is I care less about third or second account. We'll take second account through Brooklyn. But also on the back end of the week, depending on just how, because I've been kind of binging Division. We've had multiple like 8-hour, 9-hour, 10-hour streams. I will likely towards the back end of next week jump into, because the week after we're going to jump into Division 1, so I'm not going to jump into Division 1, but I might jump into Warframe, I think. Maybe just a little bit. Once we kind of have second account in a place, and then in that week, yeah, just spend some time here and there. Just in the build collection. No.
Serious trauma detected.
That was a weird Healthgate moment.
Generator detected nearby.
That was my yeah. So don't be close to that back wall. A lesson that I learned the hard way.
The Rat Queen trusted me with the pier. I will not let her down or
So the last time I didn't have too many issues there, so I was just like, let's bum rush
For a
it.
stealthy entrance.
But bum rushing it, not on that side. So yeah, I should go more to the right. So those rockets, when they hit the wall next to me, when they miss me, they don't actually hit me. Collectibles Danvers network. Oh, is it just cards, you mean? Database. Oh, just the snitch cards, basically. Yeah. Yeah, these guys have been... Although we haven't been, like, I've not been hunting them too much. It's just a few cards anyway, so... But are those per... No, I mean, the things are account-wide because this character hasn't killed one. Oh, you can get them per character. Yeah. Each character can go and do them, yeah. Oh yeah, I'm not enough of a hurry to go over them. Those are one of those things like snitch cards as well, always just with enough playtime on a character, they just are guaranteed to be done. So. Warframe? I've been playing a little bit of Warframe here and there. It's been kind of the game I've been here and there playing in the background with Division 1 as well, although this week not so much Division 1. Because in Division 1 I've been doing dailies a lot. Just for the Division tech. But actually yeah, this week not so much. Because Division 2, they've been taking up my time. Yeah, I've been running a bit of Warframe here and there. Trying to learn that game, basically. don't like your days.
Here's your ticket, fucker! Now you know what it's like to be up!
And the thing is, if you double unload like that, although actually, yeah, there was enough of a hesitation that it... Yeah, this being on a FAMAS as well, just eats ammo. That's going to unlock the final echo. Yeah, I just use Xander for that. I already have the final echo. Not myself though, but yeah, I do have it as the collectible of it. It's gonna unload fully.
Agent, please. We need to get control of the pier. Sending in the Marauder.
So why does it go, Agent, please? Wait. I'm waiting for you to send the Marauder. I already know. Send your shit.
Launcher disabled.
I'm trying to be good about reaching the end of the mag. Okay. Unload the mag and then I like look away and automatically hit reload. Guys, we're going to get... No, well, you can also get it in someone else's world. Although, well, I that doesn't mean that I have it unlocked in my world then, but at least the collectible, and you can get like the commendation and stuff then. Summer call to the one. Yeah, I've already seen it.
Electric hazard detected. Active launcher detected.
What? Just past it. And what I found is the best tactic here is just to bum rush through and get through it before the Marauder gets destroyed.
Agent, I need to bring the Marauder back.
But also, yeah, what's still killing the Marauder then? Plot hole. I disabled the turret. That Marauder just died from sadness that it couldn't fulfill its original purpose. Because if you kind of stick there, then you have to deal with the turrets, so kind of bum rushing it out here. A little risky, but actually ends up being the right play. That sniper is painful with the red. For me to get into Division 2, it's a lot of all of these kind of games have mechanics that generally you would consider being MMO mechanics. Oh, it's over there. I thought it was over here. Oh, that's the second one, right? The
Launcher
second one.
console detected. Activating
Forgot which
takeover
side we had to be
protocol
on.
on launcher. Complete. Protocol successful. Launcher offline.
Damn it! Kill that agent and get the launcher back on.
Agent, watch out! They activated another launcher. It's hooked up to a separate console. You need to find it and hack it.
It's it.
Activating takeover protocol on launcher.
How far am I in Warframe? Not that far. Well, likely like 70 hours, 60 hours. Mastery rank like 12 or something. It's definitely not my game. But I would just want to have experienced it just so I kind of know what it is. Because I've kind of spent, not per se recently, but at times, and on stream as well, just time with Destiny, time with First Ascendant. I really wanted to mess with Warframe too.
Protocol successful. Launcher offline.
Yeah, a lot of its systems rub me the wrong way, and I'm happy that Division doesn't have those. Things like boosters, things like slots for weapons and warframes and stuff like that.
Thank you, Agent.
Even though, yeah, if they ever sold character slots, I might buy those. Sold inventory.
Belleville arranged transport to the museum.
I would consider it, but also I would consider it crummy a little bit. It was 13 minutes with the wipe. Crafting times, yes, as well. Well, crafting times I can be a little bit okayer with, but I'm just especially not a fan of games that have boosters and stuff, just paid boosters. As much as I don't like the triple XP and 5 times XP in Division either. At least it's for everybody. It's not like, you know, you have to have the season pass or this or that. Everybody gets it, and then also everybody can't have it for longer than it is. Yeah, let's take this actually back to DC. Actually, so at what point do the names spawn? Because normally this is one of the spawn areas, right? Although we might have spawned and despawned one recently. Because I found this spot to be like one of the easier spots to go for, right? Because I might actually ram it out early. I kind of feel my energy leaving me. But also we started a little early. But yeah, I definitely didn't sleep enough. So there's no way I would go to 1-ish. Or you know what? Because the thing is, I don't want to play this again that much on 3 times. Where we go like for 2 countdowns. And I just try to get some of the Eminence armaments that I'm looking for. Still. Let's take this character back to DC in any case. Yeah, let's do like a countdown or 2. Just maybe I get some of the pieces here.
Entering safe area.
Glad to see you, Agent.
Agent, I need to debrief with Schaefer.
Well, one of the things as well,
Kelso
it's
had to
not
go.
per se that just
Said it was safer for us
crafting
if
times
she's not
are
here.
there. It's that they're there especially like blatantly just to go like, oh, but you can skip them. I'm kind of fine with crafting times, but just
Thanks for your business.
not if they're just there for if they're skippable in some way. So that's the pistol collection. Yeah, let's if we're running that, because this character has the IA pieces that they need, right? Do I have any extra ones? Accidentally here, no. Because yeah, we made that pistol head under for this character. The ninja bike one. We'll add that to the build collection tomorrow. We'll add the high end to the build collection tomorrow. The high-end AR one, even though that's it's kind of an older build, but still needs a build picture. Yeah, let's put all these ARs back. Might as well just run the other character. Indeed. Just one more. Well, 1 or 2 more. Can earn the premium currency. Oh, yes. But even then, even when you're earning it, it's been paid for by somebody else. So that's the only inflow of it, right? Except for like the gifted or something.
Safe area entered.
But yeah, somebody paid for it
Agent, I need to debrief with Schaefer.
at some point. I actually bought some. It gave me a voucher for like a purchase of 50% off. So I did. Yeah, let's actually see what pieces I do have. And about like 1,000 or something. And I've been using it up. I've been just kind of burning through it almost even. Just on Warframe slots and weapon slots and like companion slots and all slots. So yeah, I want to keep this one, but yeah, we don't have a weapon handling headshot chest. But not per se considering the holster. Where do these backpacks can go? I'm keeping that crit chance, crit damage chest. I might actually just run it a little bit on Striker. Just to see how much more aggro I get. Just to see how much of a difference it makes. So we have a headshot weapon handling backpack, but it's expensive. Although, honestly, we're not going to get it much cheaper than that. Because I also have this crit chance, crit damage one there for trying with that because I want to get the 2-piece and then just run it with Striker and just see how much the enemies hate me. That one is already more expensive anyway. Same for that. Let's keep both of these. Likely just going to keep it all red anyway. But I wouldn't mind having a few pieces where I can recore it to blue core. Especially when Reanimated comes around, we can just recore a bunch of those to blue core. And just burn through stuff. This one's cheaper if we recore it, which is the thing we're going to do. So. And I will hang on to one cloak. Let's actually grab Striker. Or maybe we go with, what else we have here? Because it is all proficient already, right? Yeah. So I don't mind running some stuff for proficiency as well along the way. Could run Cloak or Cap'n. Cap'n, you know, even if we're not running it, because I would just lose. Yeah. Backpack bonus plus 12 crit there. And look, Cap, I might actually just donate this one and just resource through Cap'n. Cloak is already proficient. I might have so much resources. Let's make sure we just, because if Captain can reach 9.5, that one will be the 10. Because we're full up on these things again. If it's that much, I can just take this one, which is at 50% of a level, and donate that one to proficiency. And I'm not going to spend any resources on like I'm not going to spend any watch points to get resources for proficiency and stuff, but if I'm full up on stuff, I'll dump a little into it. Actually, this chest could go back. So let's grab some of the ARs we're proficiencying. So, Caretaker. Oh no, let's actually go Huntsman. I wouldn't mind the Huntsman being proficient when not tomorrow, but the day after we record its video. EFG. EFGH. Alphabetical sorting. Actually, a secondary, I'm going to run lead. Because lead is the one I like least want to run. So might as well have that in secondary. Yeah. The smart cover having come in, everything has been shifted by one. This is where normally pulse would be in my my list. It's actually kind of cool. We have now a full row of kind of DLC ones, and then it's gonna take some getting used to. I'm so used to just going in here and then pulse is like here, but it isn't. Cam is like here, but it isn't. Yeah. Also, how my crit chance, crit damage wise, not enough. Yeah, definitely feeling it. Let's get it. Let's get the going. One crit chance bad, and we're there. Matchmaking.
You have received an invite to another agent's
Imminence,
group.
armaments, imminence.
You are now in a group.
Oh, I hear now. Yeah. Let's do that. All the proficiencies. I wouldn't mind reaching 30 at some point. Because we're not there yet. What else do I need? How am I? Still have 8 items. Oh yeah, 3 ARs. Pacan. Oh yeah, also nimble holster and Pacan, of course. They did some change. Richter set 1. Do you mean just the changes to it? The third stat got changed this time around.
Agent, I need to debrief with Schaefer. Kelso had to go. Said it was safer for us if she's not here.
Thanks for letting us know, Manny. I was really wondering what you were doing and where Kelso was. The different stat on it get changed as well. I mean, you can likely check against the gear spreadsheet.
The True Sons have triggered a lockdown at the plant. They've been taking over infrastructure to lend legitimacy to their cause. If they control the power, they control this region. We need to remove the virus from the control servers and
did they
comms.
accidentally change the second stat? Because it used to be 25, yeah.
Reactor unstable. Emergency lockdown protocols activated.
I'm not even going to check the map.
Lockdown.
It's fine, I'm going right.
Safety protocols activated.
I was hacking the jar. I was like, wait, is he hacking my shit? No, he's not. He's hacking that assault turret that is on him. Luckily it's 0 to him.
Signs critical.
On a disrupt, what actually happens with the skill, with the thingy? Oh, 2 people are completely new. They're getting the full crimson, which is the thing you get for the first hunter kill here. On the one hand, good to see. On the other hand, yeah, a little painful. As I haven't looked at, I saw in the patch notes that the third stat was going to 50, or well, what was it? What did it say exactly? I can go look in a second. It said something about Richter and Kaiser, but I think it was talking about like the third repair skill.
System
Yeah, that second piece is now, if that's for the explosive resistance, yeah. Thing is though, that explosive resistance is just still not that worth it. Oh, guess we're getting all hunters.
Serious trauma detected.
The Huntsman doesn't feel as impactful as Sleipnir. I get the feeling that once we crunch the numbers, that's gonna come forward as well. It's also like how much are we getting? So for every 8 bullets, so 48 for 6. So we're getting 6 stacks of it, right? We're getting 6 of 3, so 80 rate of fire, right? Also depends. I actually haven't ever per se looked into it, but it's also we could see it on the weapon damage stat. But if it is per 8, or if it's like Optimist, where like the talent says it is per 10% of the ammo, but it's actually like it's doing
High-risk target approaching.
it's not doing it in checks. So do we get like for that 2 remaining rounds, do we also get spam? But I should likely check that on the weapon damage end of things. But we're just getting
Area secure.
we're just getting 18% rate of fire. That's still big, but also kind of checks out because the other weapon damage would be, because that would likely on the striker be like 16-17%, because we are going into a pool that already has some filled in. And then the weapon damage is of course also just 18, but then in a pool that's heavily filled in, that kind of lands in that like 24 that it's on the wait, where? Why? What's happening? I mean, isn't it obvious, or okay, just do containment, why not? Instead of hostiles and laboratory. Although, well.
10 minutes to lockdown. Evacuate the facility.
There's a difference between challenging and heroic countdown. So on challenging, or what, on heroic, the loot is like a tiny bit better, just the tiniest of bits. But especially, so heroic actually requires builds and kind of coordination, and you generally for heroic you just need like challenging. If 2 people here are competent, this is kind of set, right? If on heroic you kind of need like 3 or 4 people to kind of be doing enough damage so that you can get through it at least, and preferably even more just to make it consistent. Like 3 or 4 people can carry it if, or well, 3 people can carry it if they have like good builds. On challenging, 1 person can carry it if they're on the right builds. But then especially, yeah, you get a little bit better loot on heroic, but what you especially get on heroic is at the end, if you get all of the hunters, you get 158 for doing a challenging. If you do all the hunters and then 2 miners and then the main, that's 158. Countdown requisitions, the countdown coins. On heroic, it's 208. So if you can do it on heroic consistently, and kind of not fail, which isn't too hard if you're with the right teams. You can consistently just get heroics then. You basically, every countdown, you're getting 50. Because it's around the same time anyway. Because a lot of countdown is just running around. So the time that it takes to clear the thing might be like a minute longer. Or 2 minutes longer in total. But even that, not really per se. It's likely like 2 or 3 minutes, maybe. Where are we going? Oh, admin. Yeah. Where am I going? Where am I going this way? It's just a slower way. It's not per se the wrong way. I was just following that guy. And then, yeah, you get more requisition out of it. But the heroic definitely can be more frustrating with random matchmaking. I generally don't go into heroic unless we're going in with like 3 or 4 people that are geared up. So no, heroic. The thing is, if you even like fail 1 or 2 extraction, it's not worth it. So depends.
Agent, you've reached the administration
depends
building.
on that.
I need you to fix the comms.
Because every time you fail to extract, if you miss out on the extraction, you basically get half amounts.
Safety protocols activated.
It's not the right way.
I know it's your favorite job.
And then,
need
yeah.
you to search the control room and find the server.
And then it's better to go challenging and get the 152 instead of, even if you get all the hunters, doing heroic and not getting the 208 but getting the 104.
Warning. System breach. Initiating safety protocols.
What? Oh, sorry. What was your name? Oh, it's the
Nice job.
41.
You're a pro. Now, just need you to find another server.
Makes a little bit more sense.
Warning. System breach. Initiating safety protocols.
Incoming. High risk hostile.
It's gonna sit here in my smart cover. Smart.
Evacuate the facility. 5 minutes to lockdown.
Communication systems shutdown initiating. Override safety protocols to cancel.
Hostile blind of firefly.
The heroic, especially extraction, like if just in challenging, if like the team is kind of strung out and just going in one by one and such, it's still survivable. But on heroic, yeah, I can go like it can go wrong in seconds.
Whoever said tech support was boring. One more server and you can reboot the system.
Warning. System breach. Initiating safety protocols.
As if people are basically feeding the hunters.
High risk target approaching.
As so often happens. Was it this challenging? Like just by my lonesome, if I had to, like really bite down and get going. I'm gonna actually go looting here. Oh, that mask is even better than what I have. For the lounge. I want to go loot. There was another guy in that area as well. I was like, you'll get it. Also likely I'm one of the harder hitters here. I should be on murder duty.
Immediate medical assistance needed. System rebooted. Communications restored.
Good
We
work,
can
Agent.
go for the
You
main
saved the
chest.
plant. Move to extraction point.
Yeah.
Shoot off a flare
Actually, I
when you're
didn't pay
ready for Torres
attention.
to bring you home.
So also with insertion, when it comes to... Okay, it is close, okay. Close range extraction. Whatever 2 zones the teams get dropped into, the extraction is the other zone. So you can know from up front where the extraction is going to be. You can still get harvest from the hoarder? No. Currently, he's inactive in that way. There's likely going to be an event pretty soon.
System malfunctioning.
Get on that
I would
helo.
expect
You've got hundreds
kind of mid-June, maybe late June. Latest like early July
System back
for there to
online.
be an event.
Agent down. System curtailed. System reactivated.
Agent down. Get out of there.
Gonna go around. Get around, get around, I get around.
Malfunctioning.
Because yeah, that healing box is doing way too much, and I really didn't have a shot there.
An agent has disconnected.
Get somebody else
Another agent
disconnect.
is now group
Oh,
leader.
stop dying.
System
Why you all
restored.
dying?
System disrupted.
Putting down a decoy.
Contact here.
More of these assholes. I'm going out.
Ammo go took a hit.
Serious trauma detected.
Like,
An agent needs assistance. System reactivated.
because yeah, if this team was on heroic, this was already like,
Immediate medical assistance needed.
oh, why am I getting shot in my back?
System malfunctioning.
It is gonna finish.
Agent down. Get out of there.
Weekend matchmaking going into the rest of the week. Where was the team? Where is everybody? Like, how are these guys still fighting here?
Ammo's gone.
Torres is waiting for your signal. Shoot off a flare when you're ready to come home. We see you. Kilo inbound on your location.
Yeah, we can't inspect here, right? Like, I was like, I'm gonna keep them busy here, and they'll show up eventually, right? Like, we're... There was like one hunter up there, and that was it. Like, I was given the entirety of the... I should have gone PFE. I should have realized how bad the team was.
Agent, I need to debrief with Schaefer. Kelso had to go. Said it was safer for us if she's not here.
thanks for the business.
But yeah, that was. You know what? Actually, let's matchmake on hardcore. We might have less people. It depends on like who you get as well, because or hardcore on heroic. I mean, because quite often you get. I feel the matchmaker on like challenging is like the worst it has been in ages, but understandable as well. A lot of new players, but there's only so hard that one person can carry. But yeah, I should have gone PFE. I could have guaranteed my own extraction at the very least. Yeah, let's go Rook. We'll inspect a little bit, but open for like on average better
Invite to another
players.
agent's group. Receive. You have joined a group.
But yeah, no, for instance. Improvised. Yeah, let me catch up. Here for yeah, that Patrick Wolf has likely led you astray on basically every like. I would generally just take what he says and do the opposite. But yeah, he's not active at the moment. Does he have a video up now? Recent? That
The True Sons have triggered a lockdown at the plant. They've been taking over infrastructure to lend
Because
legitimacy to their cause. If they
then he's
control the
getting F for no
power,
particular
they control
reason.
this
Pretty
region.
good.
We need to remove the safeguards and restart the reactor.
Heroic countdown. It depends on the teams that you get. Heroic countdowns, you need damage. You need the damage of the team. Like I can't solo carry. That's if we reach extraction and there isn't enough damage there, it's just over. And yeah, when somebody already like that first person we inspected, they had effectively no build. So it was at least challenging. Like there, that was like a horrendous thing. Like I kept a whole wave busy for close to 2 minutes. Because the idea there is, I'll keep them busy. They'll clear up what they're fighting, and then, you know, basically giving them a breather. But guess they drowned accidentally. There's some damage here. Yeah. Also, sometimes, yeah, just getting the close range buff as well, for instance, can help, of course. If you had, like, even a bad team with the close range buff can get through.
System curtailed.
But yeah, on heroic, you're kind of... But sometimes as well, one of the things in... At least, well, here, for instance, as well, it seems that the more... Turbine admin, yeah.
System reactivated.
The more experienced players sometimes, like, quite often, especially off of prime time, kind of, which kind of it is now for me. It's late in my region on a Monday. A lot of people are, more of the veterans are kind of going heroic, but you might still see like a big group of newbies. As for instance, yeah, heroic, like these warhounds and stuff. I should just go for the whole. Camera. Instead of run boy run, how about sit boy sit?
Incoming. High risk hostile.
Nice.
Vital signs critical.
Oh yeah, phone.
Area
Nice.
secure.
I think that's his right now. I feel Black Tusk is usually more dangerous than Rikers. We get the backs? Oh, somebody actually spotted me earlier. I think I got the box. Yeah, that was all three of them. Wait, are we going? We're not going containment, right? Because heroic VIP is kind of bad. But then also, why did I take this exit? I should have just gone back around there. During the other session, yeah. It's just there's more, yeah, health and armor, so stuff dies harder.
10 minutes to lockdown. Evacuate the facility.
Lockdown safety
I
protocols in
needed
effect.
this.
Shade tech detected.
Yeah.
Hostile sniper turret detected. Hostile incinerator turret detected. Hostile assault turret detected.
How do you get this close?
Yeah, this guy knows what he's doing. He's the only guy. You know, also the guy that spotted me.
Hostile striker drone detected.
It's about getting in these circles as quickly as possible. Those people just sitting by the door and just letting skills come out. Making it so much harder than it needs to be. Let's go now. Guys, come on. Why we no capture?
I'll give you cover. What did you do?
Just capture.
Setting up turret. Yeah.
That's all you need to do.
Target detected.
Enemy healing up.
It's not that hard. Let's go get the box.
Area secure.
Now we know what's in the
Agent, you
box.
should be able to access the reactor.
Reactor core. Let's go through this side so we can jump. This is one of the few places there's actually a pretty good shortcut. That's pretty good. What is it? You can jump down here instead of going that side. You just go here. And yeah, for reactor, we can go through here as well. That could stand quite a bit of running. Catch up here.
Agent, you've reached the reactor. I need you to get it back online.
I can't see shit. Where is it?
Now that you're in, we need to decrypt the safety protocols.
Did they remove a light there or something? It's just glary. Yeah, there is a. So I had to go indeed. Anyway, I'm almost finished debriefing Schaefer, so yeah. More to come. But yeah, thanks for the kind words. I'm gonna go set up by the button. Slow RPM there of the LUD as well. Kind of running the LUD here, seeing as I normally I would be having a pulse in Kanta.
Reactor unstable. Initiating lockdown procedures.
Do I want to proficiency that?
Good work decrypting the protocols. You need to remove those controls to get the reactor back online.
And these parts are all always the same, which shows a lot more randomization to like these things. Maybe I have like 7-8 versions of it, or 7-8 things, and then just each time we do it, we have to do like 3 of the things.
From knocking it offline or killing you. No pressure.
I'm actually not gonna go sit in there.
Hostile airburst seeker mine detected.
Yeah.
Evacuate the facility. 5 minutes to lockdown.
Proceed immediately to your nearest exit.
This guy has 2 skills at.
Hostile fixer drone detected.
That very clear yellow line that they added is actually pretty good. In this case as well, it really helps to kill that drone first, so he's not taking a billion shots. Would you say is better, the one with Chesko, Wicked Backup, and or Coyote Mask? Neither is per se better. You can kind of go with a combination of. Let's keep in mind as well. The Vigilance Wicked is basically like depends how much you get hit. And then Contractors versus Coyote is the Contractors is a little bit more damage. Overall, even if we just take 60% DTA. So especially if you're fighting a lot of armored targets, let's say Countdown.
The power plant is stable.
Not the worst.
Now get the hell out of there.
But then also, for instance, here we have 1 Coyote.
When you're ready to come home, shoot off a flare.
Well, actually, we have 2 Coyotes in the team, I think, at most. But listen, I'm in the close range. I triggered that one. There's nobody in the mid range. I can hear it in my sleep, indeed. Just waking up. Because here, for instance, on heroic, this can go really wrong.
Heavily armed hostiles detected.
You really want to bunch up. You really want to go in as a team. But so often, especially like this place, is kind of annoying. Like, if you just feed here, if you just, you know, go in one by one and just lose like 2 people here. Because here as well, they let the hunter fall back. That hunter is now a really big extra target. I don't want to be there. So I'm just going to run through.
System malfunctioning.
But yeah, there's a hunter there.
Detected.
Over here.
System restored.
Maybe exposing
Torres is waiting for your
oh,
signal.
actually, shit.
Shoot off a flare when you're ready to come home.
I forgot I have that skill now, of course. I keep using
Vital
the other one.
signs critical.
Yeah, on weekend, I'll just wait for the team.
Engaging hostile.
I might as well.
They're not dead yet.
Agent deceased.
There's one. You got double down that thing. He was also one of the real damage dealers, so...
System disrupted.
Sneaky bastard.
System back online.
I'm stuck here.
Serious trauma detected.
Oh, is
Agent
disrupted.
down.
Yeah, let's catch up here. What I think of the caretaker are is pretty good. It's especially if you don't have a Lexington, it's one of the top picks. Oh, my Evo's on cooldown actually. Bringing my damage up way too much. But it's kind of the mess that heroic countdown can turn into. I'm not gonna get my hands up with them.
Torres sees you. Helo inbound.
They're coming up the flank. They're pushing forward.
Let's go around the loot. Might as well get something out of this one. We didn't get anything really out of the last one. But this team, yeah, just doesn't have
Let's
it.
get you home, Agent.
Like, this guy's still alive here.
Support station deployed.
Bye. Just be selfish there. It's the smart thing to do. And I have a whole video on YouTube for it already if you want to actually know my in-depth thoughts on it. Link to the YouTube channel there.
I'm impressed.
I can see some
Pretty
real
sure we're
images
gonna
and
lose the power
pistol,
plant.
but I can't see the AR image. Maybe that's just me. No, if something's black in the build collection, that's just I've made a spot for it, but it's not in yet. So there is currently 2 black spots in the build collection. We'll fill them in tomorrow. So, basically, it's a living thing. I did get 208 out of it. I got all of the 100 dog tags, so hey, at least we got that. But yeah. I'm doing some more content now. I'm gonna round it out there. Just
Safe area entered.
just wanted to see if I could get maybe the parts, because yeah, I still want some more Imminence Armaments parts.
Agent, I
Going
need
on
to
to
debrief with
that.
Schaefer. Kelso had to go. Said it was safer for us if she's not here.
Hang on to this backpack too. Because I just want to try for some of those items still. Because starting tomorrow, we have the 3 times XP. Generally, during the 3 times XP, I don't try to play much of main account. And that's just me, like, being silly. Like, don't feel obliged to follow my example there. That's just I actually enjoy kind of sometimes grinding for levels and stuff, but with it 3 times, it means I only get to do it then. So instead, I just abstain from. I'd rather have the free talentable one, even if it's more expensive. So this can go. So we have a backpack. We have a glove. We have a knee pad. So at least we could try out the chain killer version, and then we just need a chest still. I might actually craft for the chest and see how many of those parts I have. And just craft a few. Let's pop these 2 and then bring it up. I guess you want some of these last ones. Better without that one. No, just with like Lexington with Perfect Killer and Caretaker with its Killer. It's gonna depend on the build, of course, right? It's crit damage, so on a high end, actually the Lexington would be more ahead with higher crit. But on a striker, they're basically head to head when Killer is active. So Lexington and like if we go here, although yeah, not there per se, but let me, where's this? Because I've already updated, for instance, the AR list, and also yeah, there's a whole video on the subject at this point. But basically, these 2 are kind of like there together, like they're side by side. That's a Lexington with Killer and Caretaker with Perfect Killer. But then it also means that when Killer isn't active, the Lexington is ahead by quite a bit because it has a much smaller talent. So on the first kill, which you need for the Killer, it's leaning towards the Lexington there, plus the handling and stuff of Lexington, of course, just outside of the consideration of DPS and such. But if you're going up against like a FAMAS with Killer, if you don't have a Lexington, Caretaker is like well worth getting. That was kind of the conclusion of the... Because its biggest downsides is it is a G36, not the best handler, but it's also not terrible. It's not an AUG, it's not an AK or something like that. So, no, measured Lexington would be pretty far behind. So. But then also that would have like better, like consistent uptime. So. So with a streamline, I guess you could use a shield or from cover. I mean, you can't use a shield. So secondary. Okay, yeah. So yeah, indeed, you can run something else as secondary and then trigger a shield. Yeah. Well, actually, if you're running streamline, I feel, especially for obliterate, yeah, I would just do it like this. Exactly. Just, I use this when I'm not on cooldown or anything, and then I swap to something else when I want to use one of the skills. Because honestly as well, a killer weapon plus this precision smart cover in a lot of situations will be way ahead. So
nice to see
if we're kind of discussing it like that, but then yeah, you need to actually use your skills, which for some people is asking a lot. But yeah, let's round it out there. We'll come back to Division tomorrow. Tomorrow afternoon, I'm gonna go and stitch together all of everything we recorded earlier, which is gonna be then the journey builds kind of thing that we looked there, the builds that we got from the journey caches, and kind of discussing them, and just I hope those turn out to be interesting as well for a lot of people. Because yeah, we cover a lot of ground in them just by going over all the things. I'll be back tomorrow. Likely I'll be around the same time tomorrow evening. What I might go for is our main account, just finish up character 3. We just need the last 2 main missions done, and then they're kind of done, at least on the main story path and stuff. Then all characters on main account are done. next week as well. Definitely I want to get second accounts kind of through Brooklyn once as well. And then maybe we'll go and get the hunters on them and such, get huntsmen, and play around with that. And likely at some point in the week, we will definitely go poke around a Warframe and such. And then the week after that, we'll poke around a lot in Division 1. But even if I'm like, yeah, jumping into Warframe or such, I'll start each stream kind of working on the build collection. This coming week as well is the big idea is I've already kind of done some of the prep work for Huntsman video and some of the prep work for the modifier video. We'll finish the prep works on them, and then it's, yeah, we just jump into upgrading the build collection. And as with all seasons, I'm gonna go build by build and just have a look and go like, what do I do with them? In the background, on the Twitch end, we're of course going to go raid someone, as we always do. We'll go with, yeah, let's go with Lil Huge, who's doing, what's he doing? He's at the range, likely doing some testing. So yeah, we'll send everybody on the Twitch end off to Lil Huge, friend of the channels, and I'll be back tomorrow, likely not too early. I want to get some good rest, and also, yeah, tomorrow I'll have to do some work stuff and such, so it might even be that I jump on at what would normally be my regular time of like 9 in the evening. So I might go back for a few days to just regular time. Although, you know, Wednesday I can be a little bit earlier again as well. So yeah, let's see if I missed any last ones here. And hey there, Tommy, but also goodbye there, Tommy, as we're rounding out here. But thanks everybody for joining me. Enjoy the journey builds video tomorrow towards the evening, at least my evening. And I'll be back in the evening later on after it. And as always, have a good night.